半个小时就讲没了，小时。
必要なものは何でも作って。
何かお探しですか？
ルピーのショップに来てくれてありがとう。お買い上げあざーす。決済完了。衝動買いってなんでこんなに楽しいんだろうね。
合法的に入手できない品物が欲しいのか、きっとお客様も。
ゆっくりご覧ください。
ショッピング楽しんじゃって。お買い上げあざーす。
应该是啊，看对啊，刚到齐。刚才
止まらないノイズ、一緒に歌おう。
これこそまさしく無敵ってやつじゃない？ここは私に任せてください。皆さん手伝ってください。集中射撃。
残念だったな、ここまでだ。残念だったな、ここまでだ。全力でいく。
コッテス部隊の勝利です。
セブンスドワーフフルアクティブ、貫け。リロード。
今一気に注ぎ込めっせ。このマイティツールズは全身のエイローに注ぎ込めっせ。
中しろ。残弾数は良好。続行する。
ちょっと失礼するっす。あう、このマイティーツールズは
火力集中。一つ残らず除去するのだ。
ほらね、みんなの力を合わせればすぐに終わるでしょ。命拾いしたな。数秒ばかりだな。やってブランとノワールの正体今です。幸運を信じて投げましょう。やってブランとノワールの正体まで今です。幸運を信じて投げましょう。ノーティス。バニーガールはいつでもどこでも無敵です。戦闘の準備はできている。いつでも呼んで。 戦闘の準備はできている。いつでも呼んで。
先不要浪费的1.5周年。
Designed to like try and get engineers like into engineering, so they don't want to make it seem that like engineering's like really hard or really easy. So basically, if I don't do very well at this, that was sort of the intention by the devs. I think some of you might fall. I think some of you will believe that. All right, nice. Okay, my bridge is done. My bridge is done. It only took me like well over half an hour. And it's gonna fail so badly. Right, let's build. Let's skip that. And then let's watch as physics takes hold. Yay! I mean, to be fair, this part of the bridge did work, and the bricks completely missed it. So, looks good to me. Oh no, my character's been buried. Oh no, he's literally trapped. Can we actually get up? Ow, those bricks are really heavy. Right, unfortunately, I think we're trapped. But what I may need to do, shove you up there. Right, it's good to me. Hold on both hands. Right, we're up. We are up. I think my weight up here has stabilized it. Oh, no, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. We're coming down. No, onto the other bridge. Oh, no. Well, that was brutal. Where actually is my character? Oh, look, there he is. And there it is, confirmed. Engineers completely bald under their hair. Right, I hope you guys enjoyed. That was Engineer Sandbox. I probably shouldn't be allowed near bridges like this. Bye, guys. Hello, fellow engineers, and welcome back to The Engineer, the game that absolutely mocks my profession. Now, in this mission, we need to build a water tower. We need to erect a tower to support my water. But
You are a child, Randy!
I'm going to make sure the water tower stays up for 6 seconds. So let's get into this. And so it's going to be pretty tall, this water tower. So we start off down here. We've got a bit of a foundation going on, which is always a good start. Nice flat concrete area. We've only got 20 beams and 20 bits of bracing, as well as 6 sheets. Try and make something. Okay, well, let's start with a beam. We can say connection type fixed. So that means it's going to be like fixed onto the floor. You can sort of see there's like nails in the bottom sticking this to the floor. So I feel like it's a bit obvious to go with like 4. I feel like as an engineer, I should be pushing the limits of engineering. So I'm going to be going a little bit abstract on this. So I think what I want to do, I want to say make that longer. I then want to lean this probably that direction, like that. I want to shove another one on there. So let's rotate that like that. Okay, that's looking good. That's looking good. Well then, yeah, we'll aim this thing back that direction. I wanna shrink that a bit, probably to there-ish. And I got 17 beams remaining. So I think what I want to do, I want to come under there, rotate that way. Those nails are like barely into that. That's gonna fall surely. But yeah, I'm gonna attempt to hang this underneath. I haven't actually unlocked ropes yet. I don't think they're available in this demo, but I want to try and hang this from there. So we do that sort of thing. I've made like a claw. I've literally made a claw. Yeah, then we can get underneath. Oh, this is actually looking quite good. Okay, then I can just sheet from like there over to there. And there over to there. And then I reckon that will probably hold it. Although what I'm hoping is going to happen, the physics of this will just fall down. So let's press build. And then we'll see, are there physics that mean this falls over? Please. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, game. I was worried it was going to be really easy. Right, okay. So what I'm imagining now, this is what the architect has given me as a drawing. I need to come up as an engineer of a way to make this work. Oh, I'll tell you what, this could actually be a segment in like future videos. You guys on like Twitter or something, send me like a drawing of how to complete a level, and then I'll try and like engineer it and try and make it work. I've only got 4 beams. I do have 20 bits of bracing though, and I got a load of nails, which could be helpful. So first up, probably worth trying to like brace the bottom properly. So if I rotate into that corner, lean it that way. All right, so we've got that. I can then use nails to like try and get these in. So if I just go boosh through there, boosh through there. If I head up here, I can boosh straight down that way and straight down that way. So I'm hoping that will be fairly strong for the bottom. I don't think that's going to be strong enough. So probably worth trying to brace that. If we just go on top like that, maybe another one underneath. That should stop that like snapping, right? Maybe, perhaps. Let's press build. And what I'm hoping is like the bottom sort of stays together a bit more. Whether it will, I don't know, but let's see. Oh yeah, did you see that? It actually did. I mean, until the barrel crushed it. Right, so bottom half is good. I definitely need to reinforce like all of this bit though. So where do I even start with this? I think we got to get the nails in. So let's just nail through all of these sheets. So you can see I've just added that nail in. So that should make those a bit stronger. Probably worth, if I come like underneath, nailing up there and doing the same up here. So I probably want like, yeah, if I get a nail in like that direction, that should make this a fair bit stronger, right? I can shove like another one down there. Yeah, that's good. I'll then do the same like down here. If I just do boosh and then boosh. All right, so that's most of my nails used up. I've got bracing. I've got 2 beams left. I don't know, does the bracing work in compression and tension? Because what I feel like I need to reinforce like those arms a bit so they don't move. So if we do that, I can then do the same up here. This is probably destroying the architect's vision, but physics exist. That's all I'm saying of the matter. All right, let's see. Have we got any closer to actually holding this with the current design? So it's just about finished the building. Oh, it's a lot better. It's a lot better. That was a heavy barrel. That's a really heavy barrel. So I reckon if we like brace. Can I brace from there down to there? Because that puts less stress on these two joints, right? Right. I feel I feel like this sheet thing at the bottom is probably the weak point, but I don't know. Let's try building that. Then let's see, is that I'm getting flashbacks to my old day job working with architects. Right, don't let the architects know, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a beam to try and support this from underneath. They'll probably come up with some excuse like, oh, you're ruining the illusion. Shut up, architects. Have you never heard of gravity before? Right, so cheeky nail through that way, cheeky nail straight up into there. I mean, I am wondering as well, if this does keep failing, I might replace like these blocks, just try and hold it with like bracing or something. But how's that support underneath help? Oh my goodness, it's so heavy. Okay, what if I make more of like a mount underneath? Brace the top of these like that. Yeah, that'll make these sheets way stronger. Okay, that still sort of looks like what the architect intended, right? It's had some engineering applied. Oh no. All right, so this is the part of the scheme where you sit down with the architect and say, you're an absolute madman. Do you know how heavy this barrel of water is? You can't just dangle it with wood. Right, so what if we don't think like an architect? What if we think like an engineer? Now, as we know, triangles are strong. So what I'm thinking, probably one of these, we just go in each corner to that height. Then we can shove another one on top. Yeah, that's a good height. That is a good height. All right, and then we just want to brace these. So what I'm thinking, we do from there down to the middle in a diagonal, because that turns these into triangles. And as everyone knows, a triangle is the second strongest shape in engineering.
Oh, really?
So if we then brace all the way around this edge, and then from the middle too, so it looks like that sort of thing. You can then see the top half is two triangles. Lovely. We then want to do the same for the bottom, but because the force will be coming down this beam, we want to start from there and then take that down to that edge like that. So we'll just go around, make sure all the sides are sort of the same like that. So we've made a platform like this. We just need to add the sheet on top. So we can go from the edge of that over to there like that. And then basically when the weight comes in here, the weight of this water tank is just trying to get to the ground. And we've just put this in the way. So the actual force should come like down these central beams, but also down these diagonals into the ground. So hopefully that might be strong enough to support it. It's just whether it actually will. I haven't really played too much of this, so I'm not really sure how it works. It depends whether like these edges, oh boy, are going to be strong enough or not. And they're clearly not. So since we got loads of beams, could be worth adding a bit more. So I'm thinking, well, I could first off just add one to the middle, because that will probably stop this sheet of plywood flexing so much. But we probably want to go from these middle sections. If I just like rotate this that way to the middle, then rotate upwards like that, and then extend that to there, we can then do that sort of thing. And if we do that from each of these corners, so then we've got that going on up here, I can then nail these together, because these are like free ends, they're not fixed. Then all the force should come down onto these. I may need to add more braces like from the bottom, but let's see, is that any better? Oh, yes it is, but not quite enough. So 6 more beams. I'm thinking we literally just go like somewhere from down here. If we extend up to like there-ish, I can then just shove a nail in that top left corner. So I'll do that for all of these. And then basically this beam I added at the top, I just want to nail that to the one underneath. So like down there. So boosh, straight down that one. And then this one, we just got to get down the end of it. Boosh. So now the weight of this should come down this beam, and then that should go down that beam to the middle. This has got to be strong enough, surely. So let's see what happens when it spawns in. Oh no, it still broke. I did actually see where it failed there though. So basically I put the weight of this plywood like on these side bits of bracings. Perhaps they weren't strong enough. Perhaps I should have put beams. So if I just get in here and shove a beam like that, Another one on this side like that. And I can just nail this on. And not only that, I can nail into that beam along this bracing. So basically, I've just made the top like way stronger. Oh, yes. And now it holds. And we got a D-. I mean, not great for a real civil engineer, but... But yeah, let's go on to the next level, the obstacle course. Oh, no, not an obstacle course. So this is a level where we actually control our engineer. Where have I got to get to? Oh, the time is going. Just go. Just go. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Right, I am hanging on. Right, let go. Let go. Oh, shouldn't let go. Right, I don't really know what I'm trying to get to. I think I got to climb over this. Oh, wait, is this thing's rolling. This thing's rolling. Ow. Okay, I've ended up here. That's fine. Backstroke over it. We learned last time. Backstroke, strongest stroke. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Damn it. Right, okay, we're making it. We are making it. We're going backwards. Yes. Okay, we did it. There you go. D-. We'll take a D-. Right. Oh, no. Now I've got to build a tree house. I mean, I should be able to do this. I am an engineer. We got loads of goodies. 50 beams, 50 bracing, 20 sheets, and 50 nails. Right. So there's no branch underneath. So we're going to have to sort of make our own branch. I feel like 45-degree angle is sort of the shallowest angle I want to go. So if I just make that longer, angle it up. So what's that pointing at? Sort of that corner. Okay, that's not too bad. Thing is, I'll probably then need to support that beam. So let's try and get that close underneath. Okay, will a nail reach between those two? Yes, just about. Just about. I think that could be fine. Probably shouldn't use the word should on this. I think could is much more sensible. But yeah, 2 nails in there. That's actually a lot stronger now. Let's try and get the other side in. So let's grab a beam from here. Make sure it's pointing in the right direction. Angle it up. All right, so that's good there. How much is that supporting? Oh, not quite the whole thing. To be fair, though, we can have like a cantilevered edge of the treehouse. I'm sure that will be fine. So again, probably want to try and support that beam as well. So if we go from there... Oh, I can't actually go any steeper. Oh, fair enough. I mean, I could do that. Running a nail through there. All right, okay. Not gonna lie, they're not looking the strongest. But let's just try and get this, like... this front edge sorted. I don't think it's worth coming off this side, except maybe for stability. But I think for the weight, I want to come off this branch. So that should support that corner. Okay, right. Then looking at this, you can see it's just going to lean like to the left. Since I got nothing underneath to support it with, we need some tension. Now, I don't have rope. But I imagine what I can do. I can just brace like over to the tree. Oh, can I? Oh, I can't brace to the tree. Okay, we're going to have to... Okay, we need to beam from the tree. Fair enough. So if we go to there, then from this bit of tree over to there, then this could work, maybe, potentially. So if we just support these by going... Oh, really? That's as short as I can go? Yeah, right. I've just put like 4 little beams across those. So now I just need to go mental with the nails. So I'm basically just nailing like every piece together. Because at the moment, that's just hanging out in the middle of nowhere. We need to go boosh and get it connected. It's only just connected. But yeah, if we just go mental with the nails, that should be fine. All right, and then we just need some diagonals in here. So I want to come from that one, I think. We want to head upwards and up to that corner, like that. Then nail this up. Probably nail this end as well. All right, and then chances of this working at the moment, probably slim to none. But I just want to see roughly how it's looking, like how it fails. So ready? Oh, it worked. It worked. Water weighs way more than tree houses. I never knew that. So it looks good to me. It is standing. I've now just got to make it up there. Oh, is that what I have to do? I need to like add a staircase, or can I just climb up this tree? All right, arms up in the air. That didn't go great. Oh, we are climbing though. We are climbing. All right, that is it. That is it. Get up there. Everyone knows the best tree houses don't have ladders to get in. Otherwise, architects can get in. This is a no architect zone. All right, how am I actually going to get over there? Even with my gymnastic muscles, it's just slightly too far. Oh, but I have just about hung on. How do I do the backwards roll again? All right, that's it. Get that arm locked on. And then this... Oh, no, I'm pushing the treehouse off. See what? If I could get rid of the treehouse, that would be a lot easier. I'm so close. I'm so close. Oh, no, the treehouse. The treehouse has officially fallen off. Somehow, though, I haven't. All right, so... This is an absolute mess. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're up. We are up. We are nearly up. Yes. Okay, have I done it? Am I in the area? Yes, we're in the area. That's exactly what the game wanted. I got a C. What did I get? 1,270 points. What do I need for a B? Oh, 1,275. Or anyway, the next level is potato silo. I've got to make a potato chute. All right, so basically, potatoes are going to fall out of this. I've got to get them into this box. And oh, look, we've got rotators and wheels this time. We've also got blocks. So we can use blocks as like a foundation. So let's just shove a foundation or two down, because then we can build from this. Okay, so what I'm thinking, we go from this edge straight up like that. We then go from that edge in sort of a 45 degree. Right, we then go a little bit lower like that. Add some supports for those bits underneath like that. Right, then I'm going to need some lateral support here. So let's go from there, lean that direction, shove it there. Then we'll add cross beam there. Cross beam there, then cross beams there as well. All right, then we can just go to town with nails, because basically I just want all of this to like not move, so that hopefully I can just shove a sheet like across there. Then spuds should fall out, bounce off there, and then perhaps bounce in there. I don't know how bouncy potatoes are, if I'm honest. It's not really my area of expertise, but we can see this being built, and then hopefully we'll see the potatoes go flying. I mean, I don't even know if this is going to be strong enough, but oh, it's pretty good. I mean, it probably could be better. My plywood has now broken as well. How many did we get? 83 potatoes. I need 150. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add from down here, I could go up like that. Do the same over there. Wang a few nails in. Sheeting on there. Extra sheet across there. Just keep adding sheets, it'll be fine. All right, and then probably worth adding some bracing just so that like these don't fall forwards. So I'll just do down both sides like that. I mean, since they broke, I might just brace these together. All right, and then have we used engineering to make this better? I'm not convinced we use engineering at all, but to be fair, look at the number of potatoes. Oh no, they're getting caught. They're getting caught. Yes, we hit 150 potatoes. That was our aim. Yes, I have achieved. I've got a C, which means next time we'll be building a cart and a cantilever platform. But for now, I'll say peace, love, and spud shoots. Bye, guys. The limited edition Santa Paddy plushie is available now for delivery before Bridgemas. They make great footballs. Boosh. Anyway, hello fellow engineers and welcome to Pause to Play. Now this is a very unique puzzle game I found on itch.io where you've got to exploit the pause button in order to complete the game. So let's start with the first level where hopefully we'll be taught the basics. Now we're down here. We can move with those. We can jump up and down. So we can jump up this ledge. We can get the star, but then how do we get to the exit? It's too high. Well, what we can do, we can press pause and suddenly the game is paused, although it's not, which means we can jump onto the pause menu and escape. So in this level, we've got the exit in the top left, the stars in the top right. We've been told click the settings. So if we pause the game, we then have settings and oh, we can zoom in and out and slide. Oh, wow. So what does this do over here? Does that, it slows down time, speeds up time. So, it's so slow. I can jump onto there and then speed up. Oh, I fell off. And then slide this up. And then I've got the star, although time's really fast. I turn that back down to like normalish. All right, so then I guess we'll bring the camera out. We'll jump on this. We'll zoom right in. Oh, and then do I make the jump over to that one? So if I go, huh. Oh no, that's the size of me. Is it? I don't, why am I so small? I've made myself tiny. I'm not sure why. So if we zoom in, I'm big. And if we fall off and zoom out, okay, I'm still small. But if we do, because that one says scale. So, oh, look, I'm getting bigger. Oh, I'm just wondering, can I make the jump from there? Yes, I can. Zoom back out. We're through the door. Right, okay, so the next level, what? I can't see anything. What's going on? What is going on? I'm trying to move. Nothing's happening. Click on the door. No. Ah, we press pause. So, oh, it's called outside the box. So am I outside the level? Hang on, let's go to settings. Can I just zoom out? Yes. There I am. Okay, so we'll go to about there. I think we'll then bring that down. I can jump on top, slide it up, jump over. Oh, is this gravity? And if I fall down, is that, if I slide that to the top? Oh, it's gravity. I thought it was like scale for some reason. It's clearly an apple like dropping on gravity. This game's so cool. All right, so what do we do it? Well, as we always do, which menu? Okay, so settings. Let's zoom out, see what we're dealing with. What are these arrows? Oh, we've got brightness. Oh, it actually affects the brightness as well. Oh no. Enter text. Text. Why is that a thing? What have we got here? Oh, we got dark mode. Oh, don't do dark mode. Do not do dark mode. Player cam. Oh, what is going on? All right, okay, so in this menu, there is a star in the top left. So if we zoom in, we then bring that down. I can jump on that. Okay, so then I can slide up. I can slow down time. And then if I quickly swap... Oh, I couldn't get it. Tell you what, if I jump and then swap... Yes, we got the start. Okay, that's how you do that one. Next up, we've just got to get up there. So I imagine if I just jump on this, I want to turn gravity way down so I can jump further. There we go. Slide that up. I mean, I can probably just jump from here. Yes. The trouble is now, where's the exit? Okay, there's the exit. Have I got everything? I think I've got everything. Let's go to the exit. Yes, we did. We're on to the next level. Oh, they've added spikes. They've added dangerous spikes. So we've got to get up to the star. And it is a very mazy, dangerous route to the star. But we have been taught there's these different modes, aren't there? So we'll start over here. We can use the gravity one just to get up without doing anything. So slide that to the top. Oops, I just fell off. Slide that to the top. Or is that going to spike me in the butt? Ow. Yes, it did. Oh. Okay, so now I can drop down here. I can jump on top of that. Slide that up. Turn gravity down. And then up here, I'm tiny. And I imagine I probably want to land on this one. So if I just do that and then zoom out. All right, easy does it. Easy does it. Zoom in a little bit. Lift this up. Oh, no. That was too high. That was too high. Right, we're there. We're there. All right, I'm safe. I'm safe. Okay, so now we go up to there. I need to make gravity stronger so I don't jump into that. Oh, you... Oh. I'm going to be rage quitting this game, I can tell. Slide that up a little bit and then... Oh, you... I feel like it's too early in the morning to be playing this. All right, okay, let's get this into a safe position first. So slide that up over those. Now I can't get spiked. Okay, that's good. So next up, maybe I need to protect myself from roof spikes. So we can line that up to there. Shove that there. And then, yes, when I jump, I'm safe. Oh, you... The change of speed is brutal, I'm not going to lie. So just practice. Jump. Jump. Oh, it's too sensitive. No. Hang on, let me just see. What does this do? If I go to player cam and then go back, oh, it just keeps me looking. I can see. Okay. So that just keeps me like down here as I slide stuff about. Oh, why don't I do it this way? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was so scary. That was so scary. Right, I mean, to be fair, we have sort of nailed like a lot of this. Oh, why did I talk too soon? Right, I think what I was trying doesn't work. Let's try something else. Gravity all the way down. Time all the way down. So now we move really slowly. So perhaps I can get in there that way. Yes, I can. Okay, zoom out a bit. Oh, I can sort of fly now. Thing is, I'm going to hit that spike, I think. Oh, I can. Oh, I can press down. Ah, okay. So sort of a new mechanic. If I hold jump, like it stops when I let go, and then gravity takes effect and I fall slower. So I can do that. Oh, yes. To the top. Yes. Yes. Please. Yes, we got the star. Okay, so now we can go back. We just got to get to the door. Please don't die. Please don't die. All right, so now down here. How am I going to do this jump? I think I just got to jump up. And then as I'm falling, time it so... Right. Oh, poo. No. Oh, wait. I've still got the star. I've still got the star. It's okay, everyone. I still have the star. And thankfully, I've done this bit 1,000 times already. So we can just do that. Jump onto there. Slide that up. Jump over there. And then, oh, we're down. Okay, so I was overusing the game mechanics, it seems. I had to go back to, like, my standard platformer mechanics. All right, so what do we have here? It's called button. Let's zoom out and see what's going on. So, okay, star down there. I think I know how to do that now. I just go up. Fall off, zoom back out, and yeah, then I'm small, so I can get the start. That last level was so hard. What does the button actually do? I assume, do I need to be, like, big to do that? I think I probably do, so I need to, like, jump on something while it's tall. Oh, no, look. Oh, that's what the button does. So I can press the button with a switch, like that, and it opens a door on the right. Look, on the right, white door. Okay, so potentially... Oh, no, I can't move. I can't move anything. Okay, got it. I can slide the time down. Let's fly, my pretty fly... Balls. Okay, now I'm big. Maybe it's easier if I'm big. Ow. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on a sec. Huh. Go on. Yes. Slide that up. Oh, no. Right, yeah, maybe I need to slightly adjust stuff. So if you get the switch like that, I can put you on there. Maybe I can land on this one. The trouble now is... Oh, time is fast. Oh, I reckon I can make it. I've just got to time the jump perfectly. What if I'm a little bit more zoomed out like that? Huh. Yes. Oh, straight to the exit. Decent. Okay, so click that. What does that do? It shows me there's a star over there. It's called a focus button. Interesting. So if I zoom out, I can still see it. What does focus do then? Oh, so it changes where my zoom... Oh, it's a box. It's a box. But it changes where my zooms happen. So if I do that down, that will hit that button. Oh, that's how I get to the exit. Interesting. How do I get to the star then? So, oh, look, wherever I move this, that's where everything moves to. Okay. What if I crush myself? Oh, no. Right, not gonna lie, I have no idea how I'm meant to get across there. What if I try, like, brightness? That pushes stuff left and right. I don't know if that's useful. What else we got? We got dark mode. Oh, what does this drop down do? There's a drop down. Don't know what that does. Right, I don't really know what I'm doing, if I'm honest. If that wasn't clear already. Right, I honestly can't see how I can get across there unless it's like, is it something to do with that thing? I can't even get the drop down menu to appear. How do I get it to appear last time? Was it because I was in dark mode? Oh, yeah, enable drop down. You have to be in dark mode. Okay, so let's turn the brightness back up. So then I can drop that. What does that do? Wait, where's it gone dark? Why has it gone dark? Oh, am I in there now? Am I in the drop down? Oh, what happened? I just disabled dark mode. Where am I? Where am I? Level 0? I think I'm in like the like bonus setting things. So if I enable dark mode now, I think I was in like that room, maybe? I don't know. Level 0. Don't disable the drop down while you are in it. Ah, got it. Okay, so back to this level. Yeah, the background colors change every time you reset, just so you know. But I think then I got to use the drop down to get from here over to there. And I can do that with the focus button, I think. So if I... How did I do it again? Oh no, when I change, I can't. I just remembered I can't stay on a menu thing. I got to go like over there. Okay, got it. So we go to dark mode. We then turn the brightness up. Then we can use the drop down. Oh, I can stand on the drop down as well. That's good to know. Okay, I've gone in there. I closed it while I was in it. So now, now brightness doesn't work. I need brightness to see. I think I just need to click on. Okay, so let's pretend I've gone in there. I then click on the arrow. And this is, oh, look, that needs to be over the star, I think. So if I zoom, okay, got to zoom in. Man, this is a lot to think about, I'm not going to lie. And yeah, I also think that needs to be in a place like over sort of there-ish, perhaps. Right, so let's just see, would this work? So drop down is there. I can go in that. If I then click on that, does that go into the star? Oh, it's slightly in the wrong place. Hang on. Oh, I can move this with the slider. Okay, so there is good. There is very good. That's where I'll end up. So if I just go back to this one, click you in the middle so the camera changes to up there. Okay, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. So we do the drop down. I go in the drop down. Okay, got it. Now I go to, yeah, let's just move to that thing. But I gotta try and click where the eyeball thing was. Oh, I don't know where it was. Okay, it's there. It's there. Okay, so change to another one and then click there. And now go back, undo that. Yes, we got the star. We got the star. Okay, so now to get back out, I just do that again. Swap to that side where... Oh, I didn't see where the click was. Hang on. Okay, so sort of in the middle of my screen. Oh, yeah, of course it's in the middle of the screen. That's what it is. It's a focus button. Focus button. Press that. We're back out. Now we can disable dark mode. We can turn down the brightness. And then if we zoom out... Oh, in a bit. I did this earlier. I can't get this button down lower. Oh, do I need to change the focus to that, I think. Yeah, there we go. So down there, I can slide that down to the button. Nice. And then I can drop down. Let's turn time up and then through the door. Wow, that was really complicated. I hope you followed because I almost didn't. All right, so this one, we have a box. We have some spikes. I'm on a button. If I let go of the button, the door's open. Got it. The level's called Light box, heavy box. So if we zoom out, zoom in, not a lot happens. So I imagine I've just got to get the box over. So I can probably do that by knocking it off like that. And how do I get it further? Maybe the brightness one to The brightness I can slide left and right. I'm going to have to zoom in a lot more though. No, because I'm zooming into the middle of the screen, not the bottom. Okay, let's restart this one. Let's try the classic. Zoom out, turn down gravity, turn down time, and then, can I jump up there? Oh, maybe I can't jump high enough. I might be able to jump high enough. Can I? Oh, I can't jump high enough. Okay, I can probably jump from this, or I can just zoom in a bit. Whatever works. I think doing that makes more sense right now though. Right, okay, so now I can maybe bring everything in a bit. I'm just going to try and, yeah, I can push the box. I'm just going to try and launch it over to the button. So, yes, it's going. Oh, I fell off. Oh, okay, that's actually pretty good. That is actually pretty good. I reckon if I just time it as it's falling, I should be able to push it onto the button. Ready? Let's go now. Donk. Yes. Okay, is that good? I think that's good. The question is it heavy enough? Please be heavy enough. Please. Oh, it's not heavy enough. Oh, no. Okay, so that is a restart then. I think then I need to make the box land on this switch. I can make the box bigger by starting high. Right, bigger box. There we go. So now, oh, am I not going to be able to get that on? Oh, it's got to actually land on the button. Oh. Okay, we got this. We actually have this. Okay, that is... Oh, no, it fell off. Not bad. Doing things in slow motion, though, is definitely the key to this game. Slow motion, low gravity. It's a lot more finesse. That's why astronauts generally work in space. It's not because there's no gravity up there. It's just it makes them look like clever, like more intelligent. Right, so anyway, this time... Oh, I can barely move it, man. That's it. Just pumping it up. Right, so now, if I jump over that way, I'm on there, and then take a run up. I can smash it against that wall, land on this, and then we just wait for it to fall, and then I move it left. I think I've done this. I don't know if I'm doing this the intended way in the slightest, but it's falling. Get ready. As soon as it passes the ceiling, we're gonna go left. All right, that's in the right place. Now get back. Don't land on the spikes. That's got to be heavy enough to actually hit the switch. Please. Are you joking? Are you actually joking, game? Hang on, can I just turn gravity up? Oh, I turned gravity up. Okay, so let's turn gravity down. Oh, is that all I had to do? I didn't need a big box. I don't know, but let's jump over that. And then when we're safe over the spikes, we'll then turn gravity up. And then, oh, we're good. I wonder what the top left was for. Right, so this level is called Look Up. So let's zoom out. Well, how do I look up? If I go to there, then click the... Oh, wait, what the frig? I've moved this thing. Oh, look, there's another one up there. Oh, how many of these are there? Oh, there's so many. Okay, that's where the exit is. The star is on the top right, I saw. Look, just up there. Okay, so I basically just need to traverse. Oh, but I need to stay zoomed out so I can see them all. Oh, brightness slider. If I jump, then press escape. There you go. I'm on the settings. So then I can do that. Oh, here we go. We are riding the settings to the finish. All right, then it's just a question of how do I get the star? Actually, if I go back to this one and go to settings and zoom out. Oh, no, I can't see it if I zoom out. Yeah, we got to stay zoomed out. I mean, maybe this is a box one? No, because I'm not sure. How would I even get up there? Yeah, I don't think this is drop-down box. I think that would be way too complicated. What else have we got? Maybe the player cam? Because if I go up this way, I can still see what's going on down there. And then I've got... Ooh, yes. Because look, I can see in pink where that one is. Let's turn gravity down and then jump on top of that. Slide that one up. Right, there is the start. I just need to not fall now. Oh, no. Okay, got it. Nice. Okay, so now we go back down. Let's get rid of this player cam. I don't like it at all. We'll snap back to this one. And then I just jump, go to that menu, then click up there. Ooh. Nearly moved too early. Then get rid of the settings. And we're through with the start. Oh, that was actually really cool. All right, so this one is called brightness. So, what? Oh, we got spikes on these. Oh, that means I can't use them to jump on. All right, let's turn the brightness up. See what the hell is going on. All right, so then gravity down, time down, zoom down. And then, can I jump up there? Yes, I can. Where's the star? Is it in that thing? I have no idea how I meant to open that. If I turn on dark mode, does that actually... I'm not sure if that did anything. Oh, does it allow me to see in the dark? So if I slide this that way. Yeah, because it's dark mode, I can still see where stuff is. So I can jump up there into the exit. I don't think we got the star. I reckon it's in that safe thing. No idea how to unlock that. Oh, I also missed a star on level 8, apparently. I thought I got them all. Anyway, that was a lot of fun. It gets pretty hard pretty quickly. There's a lot of levels as well. Also bonus levels. But for now, I'll say peace, love, and pausing puzzle games. Bye, guys. It's Bridgemas! Yes, it won't be long until it's Bridgemas. Head to my merch store to get your Bridgemas sweater today. Hello fellow engineers and welcome back to Mini Motorways. My name is Motorway Matt. Yes, it's official now. I've signed the paperwork and all sorts. And I've just found out this game had an update. So last video I did sort of say that was almost my last video in this, but no, it's got an update, so we're back. Oh, what's that? Why is there a question mark? Oh, it just tells you what it is. Okay, is that new? Like, there's one over there as well. Anyway, whenever I come on here, it's always worth checking what the weekly and daily challenges are. So, oh, unlimited bridges. You do tempt me, game. You do tempt me. But yeah, the reason I'm back is they've added a new city, Wellington. And I believe the devs of this are actually from Wellington, hence that's why they've decided to add this as the next place. So I'm going to have a little look at the leaderboards first. 23,000. Okay, we can do that easily. Okay, so I'm guessing it's a pretty tricky level. 6,000 is the top 10. And I did get 6,000 once in Manila. Okay, so let's get involved. Let's see what Wellington is all about. Mount Victoria. Ooh. Okay, so it's got some hills. Oh god, I just did a tunnel accidentally. So we'll connect those up. So we got 2 yellow houses connected to our lovely slice of brioche there. As you can see, the car collects the shopping bag and heads back to the house, and you get a point. What a lovely fair trade. I'm going to lock this down the bottom so you can see how many road pieces and other things I have. So we've got 33 road pieces and 1 tunnel. Oh, and we got a cheeky blue over here. So I think we'll bring you this way, Mr. Blue House, and we'll go straight up like that. Oh, and a lovely little blue house spawned next to it. That was very convenient. Right, so you can see in the top right, it's currently Sunday. At the end of the week, we get to pick an upgrade. First, I'm just going to connect this yellow house in that just spawned. Oh, and there's a red over there as well. But I think it's the end of the week because now this has popped up. So we get to decide between a tunnel and 20 road tiles or 2 traffic lights and 20 road tiles. Now, if you've watched my videos on this, you know I haven't had too much luck with traffic lights. They do get quite useful later on in the game, but I think for now, a tunnel will be more useful. There's a massive hill here, Mount Victoria, right in the way of what we're trying to do. So to connect these up, I'm going to do that. Another blue down there to connect. Right, somehow this seems to be going okay. There's no immediate carnage of colors trying to integrate with each other. No, we keep our colors segregated in this game. Oh, and I spoke too soon. Bloody greens. Why would you do that? Right, okay, so green, we're gonna have to take you along this shoreline, and then if we're doing segregation, oh god, another green, we're gonna have to go around. Should we go around or should we just do a crossroads? So ideally going around means there's no crossroads, because if you notice on the crossroads, watch this green car as it pulls up, it slows right down because it's like, oh god, there's no traffic lights. Oh crap, that was nearly a crash. So that's the downside of doing crossroads. What I used to do early on in the game is rather than doing that, for example, I would have done that like a staggered junction. Now usually that was a pretty good way to play this game, and it's quite realistic because in real life you don't really want a crossroads. There's more things for people to be aware of, etc. So 2 staggered junctions is far more efficient. However, there was a recent update and the vehicles traveling towards a crossroads now slow down just as much when they approach a normal junction. So we're sticking with a crossroad there, but it's the end of week 2. Traffic lights, or I might do a roundabout, I think, because if you notice where this yellow has spawned, I think that would be useful. Let's press pause. So what I'm thinking is we delete most of what we've got there and we grab this roundabout from down here and we plonk it about there. So if we connect that with an arm, these greenhouses, they can go in there. Well, actually, they can go in there. This green shop can go in up there. Now we need to connect some yellows because we got this yellow shop. So I think we'll grab you 2 and we'll go there. So once we press play, these existing roads will be completely deleted. There you go. And now you can see what's going on. Oh god, there's another yellow. Okay, so I think we'll take you to there. That house is already on there. Is that fine? That's probably fine. We could do that actually. Just try and keep things segregated a bit. Oh, really? Oh, good. I was really worried then because this blue spawned. I was like, the blue houses are all the way over here. Let's connect you in while we're here. I was like, how the hell am I going to get the houses over there? Thankfully, a new house spawned down there. So we can quickly just... Why am I so bad at drawing in this game? So we can quickly just connect you up. And that should be okay for a while. Hopefully a few more blue houses will spawn down there. I can sort of see why the highest scores weren't too high, because we are struggling already. We're only on 78 points. I love as well in this town, there's 3 yellow shops, but there's only 5 yellow houses. Like, what? I'm not sure the demand is correct here. Right, so I've just connected another blue house because there's another shop there as well. So now these guys have their own private shops. That's quite nice, I guess. I really could use with some of these blue houses being over here, because we've got 4 houses down here supplying 1 blue shop. Whereas up here we got 2 for 2. You can actually see like everyone in these houses, they're all just like sat in their cars in the garage. Like, yeah, I don't want to go to the shop. I've got everything I need. Anyway, it's the end of another week, and we get to pick between a roundabout and 20 road tiles, or a motorway and 10 road tiles. Now, of course, being named Motorway Matt, I'm going to pick the motorway. And motorways provide us with a very fast route that, if you look at this, you can literally put them over everything. It's like a massive viaduct sort of thing. So we could potentially fix our blues with that. The only downside, as you can see there, a motorway can't go over mountains. Although we can make it go over mountains by doing the old boing thing. But there's only like very limited positions you can go where it doesn't count as going over, so I can't actually get too close to those houses, but I could go to there and do that. So once this guy's used this road, you can see it's being cleared up behind him. Now you can see they're completely separated. All the blues are segregated amongst themselves. Extreme segregation, I like to call it. However, we've still got utter carnage in the middle where we've got 3 different colors mixing. That's no good. All right, let's just pause a second. It's all getting a bit mental, right? So down here we've got 4 houses, sort of very annoyingly spaced out. I can't sort of link them all together without creating a junction. Basically, if you look at this road, if I were to do that, a car coming from this house at the bottom would go at full speed. Going past a private driveway doesn't slow your car down at all. However, if you were to like bring these guys round, because that's a longer road, that actually counts as a junction. So a car coming down here, it will slow down for this. Even if it's going straight, it will slow down. It's like, oh god, there's a junction, there could be someone coming. But then when it gets there, it's like, oh, that's just a driveway, I'll carry on going fast again. So to connect these together without any slowing of traffic is actually impossible. So I'm sort of considering just disconnecting this guy and just doing that. Meanwhile, up here you can see this blue, it was a square, but now it's a circle. That means we've gone from a lovely standard convenience store to a massive IMAX cinema. Imagine the demand that's going to be on this building now. The screen is so big. So what we're going to do, we're going to connect a few more houses into that network. So all of those ones. Yes, we do have the problem again in that we've created a junction there. Although if we do that, I think we fixed it. Meanwhile, I might connect you over there as well. Oh, look, we got another little house there. So this one still has 3 connected to it. This IMAX now has 4 houses, and over here has 3. Cool. It's the end of week 4. Roundabout or tunnel? I'm going to go tunnel. I think that could be useful in a bit. Although we do already have 2. Maybe I'll do a roundabout, actually. It's always good to have options. I am actually going to check my theory as well. If I connect you there, let's see. Will this car slow down as it crosses here? So look how fast it's going. It's going that fast. It's going that fast. Yeah, it slowed down. That is no good at all. Right, but in the meantime, look. Our slice of bread is back. Now, unfortunately, that has a really annoying journey to get to the houses. I tell you what, we might need to use our first tunnel. So I'm thinking if we go this way, we can go through there, around the back of these houses, and then just stay parallel with the blue road if I can draw it properly, and then up to there. So the slice of bread, it is still segregated from all the other colors. Oh, why did you go there? That's a really annoying spot. I should probably connect you in though, even if it's a bit slower down this end. It's always good to have more houses connected. Oh, really, game? Seriously? Oh, I wish I went for a tunnel now, because we've got dark blues over here and the house for it is all the way over here. So I think what we're going to have to do... Oh, we can't even go down. Look, the map's not big enough yet. Can you see there's like a hatch pass underneath? It means we can't even fit yet. I'm sort of considering moving our motorway, although apparently it won't even fit. Oh, it will fit to there, just because it's such a long journey. That might be the best thing to do. And then with these blues, we'll have to think of another method. Maybe we join the yellow road. We do that sort of thing. Not ideal, although we could simple those up a bit. Yeah, let's try that. We might also want to connect you in and just do that, just so we have more opportunities for houses to leave. Oh, that's very annoying. This is not going to be a high score, this level, I don't think. Can I fit a roundabout in anywhere? No, I can't even... I could fit one there. Would that help? I don't think that would help. Oh, no, now we've got a yellow over here. I tell you what, we could go with our tunnel under the motorway and through that. I don't know why I did it so wiggly. Anyway, it's week 5. Traffic lights or roundabout? I've got a roundabout, so I go traffic lights. Does it matter that they're wiggly? I don't know. I'm sure it'll be fine. What are you doing over there, Mr. Yellow? Oh, I'll tell you what though. We could go on a secret route through here. We're going to have to smash this tree. This lovely red pinky thing is a tree, and we can just destroy that by going... boosh. We can connect you in there. So perhaps if we get some more yellow spawning up there, we could disconnect these ones. We will see. We shall see. Anyway, there's a yellow over here. You're getting a private route straight to a shop. And I think we're sort of good. We're on 320-ish points. I'm not confident about this. Oh, and there's a green up there. That is not a good location. Oh boy, how do we even go about getting that? We don't have a bridge. You got a load of greens here. I guess we could... Oh god, this is going to be a long route. We could go around there. No, we're going to run out of road. Can we connect that in? Oh, we're just about connected. We've run out of road, but our greens are connected to that. I tell you what, traffic lights in there maybe. That should keep things moving a bit faster. Oh, week 6. Oh, we got a bridge or a tunnel. Oh, now I don't know what to choose. Can I go see the level again? I can't remember. Oh, why can't I see the level? Oh, I don't know what to do now. With a bridge, I could rip up what I've just done, but a tunnel could be more useful elsewhere. Tell you what, let's do a bridge because we know we can fix the mess we've just created. So let's say we want to take you and you over to there, rip up that road. All right, let's see how that does. You'll see we've still got this road here. It's like all ghosted. That will remain there until the last journey has been made using that road, and then it'll get ripped up behind the car. So it'll probably be this one that's just coming into the supermarket. Oh no, or maybe that one. Maybe that one. There's another one using it. But basically when they come back, the road will be ripped up and then they'll start using the bridge from then on. Anyway, let's just press pause because there's carnage everywhere as usual. We've got some greens down there. We can't actually take them down, but we can take this one around there and straight into the IMAX. There's 2 greenhouses down there. I don't really know of a way I can connect them. Yeah, I just can't connect them at the moment. I will connect them to each other though, just because I quite like the fact that they could be like, they might hate each other and now they can only drive to each other's houses. Meanwhile, this red turned into an IMAX. We've only got 2 red houses connected. The game has been a bit of a dick in that it's provided me with 2 new red houses, but one is up there and one is down there. Cheers game, very helpful. So we're just gonna have to hope that that survives with the 2 houses it's got at the moment. Oh no, and look down here, the slice of bread has moved next to the purple loaf. So our motorway is gonna need a bit of moving, I think. We basically need to connect these. Oh god, I don't even know how I can do that. I literally can't. What day? It's only Wednesday. Oh, I need it to be Sunday. I need a tunnel. I should have gone tunnel, not bridge. I should have gone tunnel because then I could have done... Oh, I can't even go under. There's not enough room to go on. Shit, hell. How am I meant to do this? I can't even move the motorway like anywhere. What if I moved that end? Right, potentially I could go to there, wang a roundabout in. No, I tell you what, I've just figured out the best way of doing this. Can I put the motorway back where it was? All right, so this end goes... Oh, I can't even... Come on, game. They've got to sort out moving motorways. It's really annoying with the hills. Right, so motorway is back where it was. I've ripped up this tunnel now. I'm gonna rip up that roundabout because I don't need it. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring these guys down and connect into this road, which is currently going up there. So that tunnel will be ripped up. They'll join, and then I'm going to make them come off and do that instead. And then meanwhile, I can take this slice of bread that way. And once the level expands down, which should be soon, the level's getting bigger all the time. You can see we've got 2 houses there waiting. And basically, I'm just going to tunnel through there and then just go down along that stretch. But I need the level to expand before this dies. Oh god, maybe I didn't do this the right way. Oh, come on, level. What are you doing to me? I might have to... Yeah, I'm just gonna have to do a mess quickly of... So you can see these bread cars are leaving now. They're going through the tunnel. They'll go onto the motorway. Really long route round. Hopefully they can get there before the alarm sounds, because there's 6 upside down shopping bags waiting. That is not good. I may have cocked it. Look, we got a timer already. The cars are on their way though. Can you see them on the motorway? All right, they're arriving. They are arriving. The timer is in the red. Oh, that was so dumb. I should have just sorted that initially. Oh god, right, week 7. Let's grab a tunnel. Is it right? The level's bigger. You can see now the level is bigger, so we can quickly connect these up. And that's 4 houses going to the slice of bread now. Phew. Woo! That was close. That was a bit silly, if you ask me. It also means I can connect this green up, so we can take you around like that. And I might even move this bread tunnel to go there. So we've just moved our tunnel from there down to there, which has just allowed us to connect all the greens to the IMAX cinema. In the meantime, this bread up here, it's covered in shopping bags. So I'm going to delete those extra roads I just put in. So these 4 breads, they only go to the bread. They don't try and go to this bread with the timer, because I think I've fixed that now. So I think they're fully disconnected. So we should be good. All of these are leaving. That should fix the timer. They're all arriving. They're all arriving. The timer's going down. Is it going down? Come on, park. Park. Yeah, timer's going down. Right, that's sorted. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I just realized there's green here. Where did you come from? Oh, green houses. What are we going to do? I'll tell you what then. Since this IMAX is actually sorted, I think we're just going to bring everyone through this tunnel. We're going to rip up that yellow road. And this yellow, they're just going to connect there. And then the green is going to go straight down to the tunnel. So now we've got 2 houses connected to this green one. The yellow is not affected. It just goes a slightly longer route. And I think we'll go down in this corner. We got like a red thing. I'm going to put you then we got like 3 red houses all just facing the mountain. Like they've all got 2 cars each, but literally nowhere to drive. It's pointless, but I love it. Oh goodness, there's an IMAX down here. Crap. All right, let's press pause. Is there another way of doing this without using up a tunnel? You can see we've got 2 greens here. They would be useful to use. I guess we could go down, go through the blue housing estate and come out there. And then if we rip that up and make it a crossroad, then that might be okay, maybe. We really need to get some reds connected into this at some point. Literally don't know how to do that at the moment. Yeah, I'm just going to wait for the end of the week, I think, and see what the random luck brings us. But yeah, the reds are starting to build up. Oh, how can we connect in? We've got a tunnel we could use. Is that useful? Not really. Week 8. Oh, another motorway. The motorway will save us. Yes, right. So pause. So we can motorway from here. And we could literally go to there and connect that straight in to the IMAX. Now you can see everyone is leaving their house. They're sort of clipping through the mountain, but ignore that. I'll be fine. And I think we've saved the red. Anything else to be aware? There's a lot of green down here. A lot of green. Oh, great. Really, game? Oh, right. So it's just put a dark blue up there. I don't even know how I can connect you in unless we do a direct route. We've got 19 road pieces. You have run out of road tiles. How far did we get? We got halfway through. Okay, I don't know how to get houses over to there, and it's only Tuesday. We've got a tunnel. Is it useful? We don't have enough road. I'll tell you what we might have to do is rip up this bridge just to get the road tiles to do that. I can't really see another way. Actually, they're not doing anything, are they? I don't think that road is doing anything now. Didn't I put it in to get to the green? Yeah, I'll tell you what, let's delete that. Let's delete those traffic lights as well. There's a gap. I'll tell you what, I think we're gonna have to go like that way. Yeah, because around the front is a lot shorter. We can just about connect a house in. Yeah, we can't connect anything else. I'm gonna traffic light that as well, just to keep it moving fast. Not ideal though. I really need some road tiles. Are there any I can delete anywhere? Actually, what's this road doing? This road's not doing anything, is it? Why have I got that there? I don't know, but I got a load of road tiles now. So we can leave you as you were. Oh, we could move that motorway up there and then connect all of these guys together, meaning we can delete you lot and bring you that way instead. So we'll try that. Ripping up motorways is never a good idea, but it's best to do it early in the game rather than later. And yes, although it seems like I'm about to die probably, I'm going to say we're still early in the game. We've got time to survive, maybe, potentially. Probably not. Oh god, we got another green there. Right, okay. Let's bung you there. I'll tell you what, could we put a roundabout in? Yes, we could put a roundabout there. Right, so that might be okay. Might being the keyword, as usual. We've got 5 road tiles, so let's connect up a few of you guys and a few of you guys. It's week 9 and we've got another motorway. I love a motorway. So we'll grab you and we'll sort of try and think where we can use that motorway most effectively. I feel like maybe this blue, like down to these. But I'm just going to save it for emergencies now, I think, because that bread is also looking a bit bad. I'll tell you what, I feel like traffic lights could be worthwhile putting on that junction. It looks a bit slow. The blue sort of calmed down, that IMAX, so I'm glad I didn't use a motorway there. Yeah, I think it's the end of another week as well. Roundabout or tunnel. I'm going to go tunnel because we don't have any tunnels yet. And thankfully, we've now run out to 30 road tiles because we were getting a little bit short. Oh, there's a timer. Oh, guys, there's a timer. I didn't even see that one. God, where did you come from? Right, I think we might have to motorway to fix this. So we'll go from there. Oh, really, game? Come on, game. Okay, I wanted to go to that square where my mouse is, but we're going to have to go one below. And we're going to have to take the reds just underneath it like that. But that's fine. We can do that. We can do that. The timer is pretty high, though. Come on, cars. Arrive. Arrive. Bring the timer back down. We got this. We got this. Right, that's that fire put out. What's the next one going to be? I feel like this green is a bit dodgy. Oh, no, look. A dark purple. They're there. Balls. Where did you come from? Okay, we're going to have to go around to there. So we've just got one house fueling this dark blue supermarket. We can bring more houses down if we need, but for now, I think we'll leave it. Right, so this green is not good. I'll tell you what. We may as well make you ignore the roundabout because that's a bit more direct. It's the end of another week. I'm going to go traffic lights. I feel like traffic lights are going to be quite useful now in sort of speeding up some of these junctions. So I know there's a junction there, which isn't ideal because there's also a roundabout there, but that one doesn't seem to be causing too much carnage. Maybe this one that I've just put in. It's only for one green house though. It seems a bit of a waste. Oh God, there's more yellows. Right, I think we'll just connect you like that. I'll tell you what, I might rip up that road and connect these yellows in the opposite direction because I can just connect those yellows and that should, oh, as long as it's connected, that should fuel that supermarket fine, meaning we've gained a load of roads. Oh, there's a load of yellows up there actually, being a bit sneaky. I tell you what, as we've got the roads, shall we bring them down maybe just straight to this one? In fact, I might go around the back. Yeah, that seems sensible to me. Oh, I heard a timer. We got a timer up there. The bread IMAX. Oh, how do we get more bread up there? There's a house we can connect in. They're coming from here, so it's a very long route. I tell you what, traffic light in there should make that quicker, and perhaps one there as well. So we've just splurged all of our traffic lights to try and save the baguette. Oh, look, there's another slice of bread just above it as well. Right, with that one then, I think we can rip this up, get rid of those traffic lights. Now we have the road tiles. We can take this dark purple over the top. The new bread can come around and go up to there. Oh, it's the end of another week. We got a motorway. Can we use that to our advantage? Oh, look, we've hit 2,000 points as well. Not bad. Oh, God, it's all gone mental. Look at all the greenage. Right, I'm thinking we take a load of greens over to here. And I might actually, if I move that. I tell you what, I don't think those greens are doing anything. Look at all these greens here. Can you see they've all got 2 cars waiting? That means they're not doing anything. So I'm going to rip those guys up, delete all that. And then all of these breads, they're going to come through there and across roads, and they're going to go to that one instead. Oh God, this one's about to die though. Maybe we should maybe we should go there first. Oh God, I don't know what the best route is. To put traffic light in there. Right, there's a load of bread. Right. Oh God. Do I use a motorway to save them? I wanted to save these down here, the greens, but this one might be too late. There's a lot of cars on their way, but are they quick enough? I don't think so. I think we're going to have to do that and just hope we can get there. The greens have gone bad though already. Oh no, look at the timers. I need to get some purple houses down to there. At the moment, the only route is up to those. Oh God, it's all gone bad. It's all gone wrong. Have we saved the day with the breads though? There's a lot of bread cars up there. The timers are coming down slightly. Whether it's enough, I don't know. Oh yeah, that one's fixed. The motorway one is fixed. Oh, hang on, there's loads of different cars on my motorway. Did I want to connect those? Maybe I didn't. Right, I think that's saved. I think that's saved. Let's rip up this motorway and then try and save the purple with them now. So that's a more direct route. Oh no, it might be too late. Look at that timer. Look at the timer on the purple. It's so close. Come on, cars. Park, park, park. Right, it's going down. It's going down. Right, I think we saved the day there. Oh God. Next plan of action is to save the greens. I think. Right, come on, green. Oh no, we cocked it. We cocked it. We got to 2,352, which I don't think is too bad. I think if we go to the leaderboard, shall we have a look? So we came 2,759th and we beat a lasagna. Screw you, pasta. Anyway, that was a pretty brutal level. But if you enjoyed, boost your like button and I'll catch you guys next time. Peace, love, and motorways. Bye. Hello fellow engineers and welcome back to Mini Motorways. This is actually the second time I've done the intro because I forgot to turn my microphone on. But don't worry, we're in a good brain place. We're going to get some high scores. So my first video, I did Los Angeles. We got a score of 1400-ish and survived until day 82. My last video you saw, I was in Beijing, messing about with roundabouts. Also got around 1400-ish and survived until day 82. However, today we're in Tokyo. Let's hope we can beat 1400 and survive longer than day 82. And if you help me out by boosting that like button, we'll get an episode number 4 where we'll look at this level. And I'm not going to pronounce it because I'm British and I can't pronounce foreign words. Right, let's play Tokyo. So if you haven't seen this game before, it's simple. You start off with a supermarket and a house. People want to get to supermarket from their house, so you draw them a road. Then the cars leave the house and head to the supermarket. This little icon here means that a journey is waiting to happen. I like to think they're bags of shopping, upside down bags of shopping. You can see as this car pulls in, the upside down bag of shopping goes from the supermarket into the car. Lovely. So quite a simple game, you might be saying, but as things go on, more cars appear, more supermarkets appear, and different colors appear, and you've got to keep an eye on that traffic. Now, as you probably know from my other videos, I've been a highway engineer for like 10 years of my life. And god awful year. That's not that bad. It's pretty good. Hang on, what's going on here? I've got red. Game? Where's... Oh, there it is. I was like, where's the bloody cars? So in this game, as you get like these journeys pop up, if you don't fulfill them quick enough, a timer starts appearing. And if you do not fulfill that journey within the time, that's it. That's game over. That's how you lose this game. So down here, we have all of our tiles. So we've got 13 road tiles and we've got 2 bridges to use. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab from this house and you can just draw straight across. Oh, no, I can't. A house cannot connect directly to a bridge. Okay, then. Fine, game. We'll go... Where will we go? We'll go there first. Is that better, game? Oh, look, and we've done a curved bridge. Anyway, that's the end of week 1. Now, as well as a bridge, as you can see down the bottom, you can also add roundabouts and traffic lights. Roundabouts, as we know, are the most superior design option you can ever have in the world. If it's up to me, the entire road network would be a roundabout. Now, think about it, I've just described the M25 around London. But traffic lights in this game, not quite got the hang of them yet. So I'm going to avoid them and just go straight for a roundabout. We also get 20 road tiles. So now we're on 29 tiles in total. Right, so we have another red supermarket. Instead of connecting these up, I'm actually going to do the scenic route. So hopefully these 2 houses can feed into them. If not, I'm going to take this house around and then just connect it in there. Now, not this isn't looking the neatest of solutions, but I'm sort of thinking it's critical to sort of keep the colors disconnected. I'm pretty sure in a moment something else will spawn. I'll completely ruin my plans. But for now, there's literally no bad traffic happening. There's no crisscrossing of different colors or anything like that. So at the moment, I feel like we're looking good. Right, we've got a blue over there. Again, quite a long journey. I'm going to see... I think doing diagonals as well, rather than doing straight up and across. I think that uses 2 roads. So if we do diagonals, that should use up less roads. Then if I connect these 2 like that, then we've sort of got everything in place. We've still got 8 road pieces left and we've still got a roundabout to use. But at the moment, we don't need any sort of roundabout because all of our colors are segregated. So I think we're on for a winner at the moment. It's the end of week 2. Which means we get a new upgrade. We got the bridge or the roundabout. Now I've got one of each. I'm not entirely sure what's going to be more useful. I do see there's quite a bit of river happening. So as much as I want to go for the roundabout, I'm going to select bridge. So you can see here there's a lot of river going on. We've sort of got an island here and another island there. And I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I'm going to say something's going to spawn on this big white area. And also this white area sort of looks like a giraffe in like pink Speedos. Is anyone else saying that? Or is that just me? Like, that's his head, that's his little nose, that's his front legs, and that's his back legs with the pink Speedos. No, just me? Okay. Anyway, we'll carry on with the game. Ah, here we go. Right, so we have a yellow, and you can see that spawned onto this road already, but we can actually take that a different direction. We could have done, but maybe not anymore, because that one just spawned before I got there. Oh god, that's going to use 2 bridges. That's all of our bridges gone. Hang on, let's go back, actually. Can we... Oh, we can, yes. Okay, we can do that. So that only uses 1 bridge. If we do diagonals up to there. Yes, then we're still segregated. We're keeping all the different colors separated. So at the moment, no traffic at all. And that's the end of week 3. I think bridges are going to be key on this one. Screw the traffic lights. I really don't know if they're any good in this game, but definitely need bridges, so we'll do that. So you can see in the top right, 74, 75 even. That's the number of journeys we've made so far, and that's sort of a high score. So when the game's over, our top score will go onto leaderboard, and we can compare that to the rest of the world. Oh god, that used 2 bridges. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Right, diagonals, diagonals. It's all about the diagonals, Matt. Also, at any time, we can click this clock and we can actually pause the game. So that stops all the cars moving and we can actually delete everything and rebuild it. So if things are getting a bit stressful, we can always do that. Because I am thinking I might need to, at some point, take these purples onto this yellow road and then back off. Just because I've used a lot of road there and 2 bridges, which really isn't ideal. But yeah, we'll carry on. We'll press play. Oh, look. So now we have to integrate our colors. We've got this sort of, I don't know what color is that. I was going to say mauve, but it's not mauve in the slightest. It's ham. I'm going to call it ham. It's old ham colored. If you ever had ham in the fridge and you like forgot about it for a week or two, sort of looks like that, I think. Yeah, how many? Oh god, we've only got 5 road pieces left as well. This is getting pretty critical, if I'm honest. But it's now week 4 and we've unlocked something new, a motorway. So motorways are really cool in the fact they don't use any road pieces, but you can have them as long as you can. And they're sort of like a flyover, so they go over your entire city. The downside is you only get 10 road tiles when you select a motorway. Whereas if I do roundabout, I'll get 20, and only having 5 left, I'm a bit worried 10 won't be enough. But I got a sneaky plan up my sleeve, so I'm going to go with the motorway. And we're gonna leave things for now, but when I get in trouble, what I'm gonna do is delete all of this road from the purple housing estate and replace it with a motorway, because then I get 2 bridges back and all of those road pieces. Planning ahead though in this game, never ideal. Oh god, why did you do that to me, game? Oh no, okay, that's fine, that's pretty good actually. So we've now added 2 pink houses onto the purple and ham coloured road. But to be fair, these pink ones are only going to be going along there, so it shouldn't make too much of an impact on the rest of the traffic. I mean, I've like segregated 1 colour in my previous games ever. So the fact I've still got all of them segregated pretty much means things are still going well. I'm happy. Oh god. Let's just connect that house in. But if you look over here, this supermarket has upgraded to an IMAX cinema. And unfortunately, all of our pink houses are still spawning over here. So we'll have to keep an eye to make sure that 3 pink houses are enough to satisfy these 2 buildings. They might not be, in which case we'll have to try and connect all of these pink houses up. But we've got a load of blues going on up here. So let's connect them in. I think as it's a housing estate, I don't mind having a crossroads. There shouldn't be too much traffic coming from that. As you know, though, I'm not a big fan of crossroads. Very inefficient. Right, motorway or bridge? Another motorway would be useful, but I haven't got any bridges at the moment. Sod it, motorway. Motorways are fun. I haven't actually used one yet, but we probably will do soon, depending on these pinks. Right, we've got a blue down here. You can see there's no blue shops anywhere near. They'd have to cross quite a few different roads. So I'm actually going to leave that just to do nothing. There's no sort of penalty if you leave a house on its own. You just might feel sorry for the people that live there because they can never leave their house. They have a drive to nowhere. Right, got another blue supermarket. I'll just poke that straight down. Although we've got 2 houses down. Oh, now we've got 3 houses down here. Still don't think I'll have to connect those in, at least yet. We've got a lot of blue houses up here, and demands is sort of being met. I'll have to keep an eye on the IMAX, as it is a bit dodgy. Aha, and we've got a new colour. We've got the dark blue. So I'm going to take this up that way and cross. Oh no, oh no! Okay, let's pause. Okay, we're gonna have to think this through because everything's going a bit Pete Tong at the moment. So we've got another ham-coloured supermarket in there. We've got a load more ham-coloured houses up there. So they're gonna have to connect in. But more importantly, I've got 2 journeys already waiting in this dark blue one, but no way to get these houses across because I don't have a bridge. So my master plan from earlier, I'm actually going to initiate that now. So my master plan is delete these roads, connect the ham in and connect those together. And then I'll take a motorway from this corner and I'll take this. So sorry, supermarket, you've now got a motorway above your shop. We could have gone straight, but the architect demanded curves, so we've got curves. Right, and then we've got 20 road pieces to use and 2 bridges. So I'm pretty sure we can do a super long bridge there. That only uses up 1 bridge piece. So that's now connected, and I could just add some of these ham pieces. And we'll do that one straight across so that we don't make a crossroads there. We've got staggered junctions, so hopefully things are still smooth. Right, let's press play. You can see our motorway, the purples are now flying over the river. That doesn't use any bridge pieces or any road pieces. That's just single motorway. So now, do you go for the bridge or the other motorway? I feel like motorways are going to be the saviors. I do have one bridge already, but I'm tempted by the extra pieces in the bridge. Let's do motorway, sod it. You only live once, don't you? So we've only got 20 pieces. I'm keeping an eye on the light blues, so I am worried we've got 3 houses disconnected. So if these 2 supermarkets upgrade to IMAX cinemas, it only takes 1 good movie to come out, and we're in trouble. Oh god, okay, so we've got a blue here. So I'm going to connect that there, and then we're going to have to connect these houses in. I didn't want to do this, but no choice. And then this light blue one, we'll just do that. Oh god, I didn't even connect it. There you go, connected now. Right, and oh god, we've got yellows. So we're gonna have to connect those 2 roads together, just so the yellows do have an option to get up to there. Oh no, that doesn't even get up there. That's the wrong run. Delete that. We want to connect over to there. So yeah, so if you're a yellow, you come from the housing estate, around here, over that junction, turn left, down that slip road, turn right. Oh god, it's a long way. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna have to motorway it. Because look how many journeys. We've got 5 journeys already. So I've paused the game. As we got a few spare motorways about, I'm going to grab a motorway from there. Yeah, we're going to completely ruin that. We're going to completely ruin that pink guy's house. But we can actually get rid of that road. So if we press play, you'll see this road does stay in place just while those cars are still making their journeys. That's because there's no other way for them to do it. But because there is this motorway, they can come back that way. Oh god, we've got a purple IMAX cinema, and thankfully we've got another purple house, so I'll just connect that in there. There's another purple up here, but I'm going to try and keep that separated for now. Another yellow, you can connect like that. Oh no, okay, so we've got a purple here, and no way of connecting. Thankfully, it's now week 6. You know what I'm going to do? It's another motorway. So I'm going to press pause before we get too far. So we've got a load of purples going to this IMAX cinema. We've got to get them up to here. One way we could do it, actually, it's a little bit cheeky, but I feel like we could use this number 2 motorway that the yellows are using. So if we just went straight across, and then these houses here, rather than going down, I'm going to make them go up, because that will save me an extra road piece, because I can delete that one. And yes, we do now have a crossroads, but we do have a roundabout, so I could dabble with that. Like, that does look quite nice there. You cannot deny me that. So you know what? I think I'll do it. So let's press play and see what happens. We've still got this purple house on its own. I don't think I want to connect anything up to it yet. No, oh god, we've got another IMAX. And we've got another purple. So I'm going to just take this onto this arm, because I don't think we really want a house going onto the roundabout. It will just slow things up a bit. But where they're spawning now, that's fine. A bit concerned about the number of ham-coloured journeys up here. There's 4 racked up already. Where are you, ham cars? They're all the way over there. So you maybe need a motorway from there all the way over. I don't know. We'll keep an eye. Let's quickly connect these houses up. Dark pink. I think that blue one just spawned, but already connected. So that's good. Yeah, I think things are okay. I don't want to jinx anything. We've just crossed the 500 point mark. I don't think things are too bad at the moment. It's quite a chilled out level, this. I'm enjoying this. Alright, we've got a dark blue house down here. No way of connecting at the moment without using a lot of roads. I think, to be honest, the number of journeys is covered by these 2 houses. It spawned another one next to me, so I'm worried they're going to put another dark blue supermarket somewhere. Probably going to be this side of the map, just to like kick me in the nuts. Right, week 8. We get to choose between a bridge and a roundabout. Oh god, they're both really useful. I'm going to go bridge though, just because there's a lot of river about. They both give me 20 tiles, so see what happens. Right, trying to scan everything, making sure I'm not missing everything. Keeping an eye on this, making sure it doesn't turn into a bloody IMAX. Bloody IMAX cinemas everywhere. There's a lot, and I mean a lot, of pink going on in the middle. I might have to motorway it across. Yeah, sod it. I'm going to do that. Am I going to do that? All right, I'll just press pause because I just want to work out how many pink... Yeah, pink's still segregated on its own. Yeah, that will not do. Okay, I really need a motorway in there. We've got 2 motorways, thankfully. So I'm just going to go from the end of this housing estate. I don't really know the best position to go. I could go there. Or maybe bang in the middle, because then it's equal journey to each. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll take this pink one off that main road and just send it that direction. Right, there we go. So I've minimized the number of connections to this main road, so that should keep everything moving quite fast along there. Let's press play. Let's see if that will help out. It should do. There's another pink spawned, which I like very much. Another ham-coloured one up here. Oh, and another blue down here. You can see the journeys in the pink are going way down now. There's cars for days in there. It's busy, but it's fine. Oh, God. Here we go. God damn it. Right, let's press pause. Let's press pause. Okay, so we've got a light blue down the bottom. What's the best way of getting them over? To be honest, I'm thinking motorway. It's my last motorway. But if we go straight over the top, I think we'll put it the housing estate side. And then I might need to look at sending these two up there. Yeah, but we'll just keep an eye on it for now, see what happens. Oh no, there's 3 houses down. I'm going to have to, aren't I? Oh, good. Good game. You're nice to me sometimes. Sometimes. Connect that in. And I'll take this house back that way, just so there's less connections there. We've got 4 houses down here. Do I need to connect them up? I would rather not, but I might have to. Oh dear, we've got more ham coloured. More moldy ham. So the obvious thing to do would probably be just connect over to there, like that, and then connect these houses up. Oh, but it's the end of week 9. So roundabout or traffic lights? Of course, I'm going for the roundabout. Dark blues. Oh, we've just got a new IMAX cinema. Numbers are still down for now, but that really might need to get connected. It's getting closer. I may as well, I'm going to connect them up. Sod it. There we go. Oh, no. There's always more. Why are you always doing more games? People just love shopping. Oh, I don't know what is going on there. That's a lot of tarmac. We really need to connect this light blue up. Thankfully, I think I can just do that. And then all of these cars should just go straight up there. I'm going to take this one off the main track and go up. That just keeps this running a little bit smoother. You can see there is a bit of congestion with the ham people that are going to this area. As they're coming out, it sort of holds the traffic up like that one there. Oh, we've got a purple here. Why here? All right, let's just pause. Oh, God. We've got a new ham IMAX cinema. All right, so first things first. Let's connect this ham house to there. I think the hams are okay because people can just come down straight through and over there. And that's also helping the purple. Oh god, there are a lot of journeys to be made there though. I could even connect those two together. It's another junction, but at least these ham people can use motorway number 3, come across there and just around that roundabout. Okay, so we'll leave that as is. We've now got a yellow there. I don't think I want to connect those up yet. Purple there, so may as well just connect you straight down. But we have the new purple supermarket. Now we don't have any motorways. We do have a bridge. We do have a roundabout. Or, to be honest, I could just take them up to there. 8 tiles left. We'll do that for a little bit. The end of week 10. Do we want another roundabout? Or do we just want the extra 10 road tiles? I think we'll go for road tiles for now, because we do already have a roundabout. We haven't made much use of them currently. We've just got that one there. Purple, do we want to connect you up? Yeah, there's 2 of you now. There's 2 of you now. You've got a load of yellows. There's a lot of yellows going on up here. I assume there's going to be another yellow supermarket spawned somewhere. Oh, we got another bloody dark blue. Okay, we'll connect that to this motorway. That's no problem, because people are coming over here anyway. The light blues are a problem now. We've got 10 journeys on these 2. Is there anything we can do about it? We could... I don't like this junction, if I'm honest. If we make this a bit neater. Is that neater? Did I change anything? I think I changed something. I might have changed something. I'm very concerned why I've been given so many yellows up here. So many yellows. Yeah, but all the ones in the middle, they're all connected, and they seem to be meeting the demand. So that's fine. Oh no, we've now got pink down here. That's not good. That is not good. Oh no, hang on, let's pause, let's pause. Look, we got 12 bloody blues up there. We got no motorways, but we do have a roundabout. So to get more blues in, we're going to have to come across here from there. Right, so that should bring more people over, but that is a crossroads. So what I'm thinking, can I put a roundabout in? I want to do a separate arm for these ham people, so I think that looks good like that. Although we do have quite a few hams up there anyway. But still, 2 separate arms isn't a bad thing, I don't think. Let's keep that going and see if this blue goes down at all. Because now we've got all of these houses connected in. There really aren't very many light blue houses though. Oh god, look at all that traffic. Look, there you go, there's the timer. So that one, if this timer fills all the way up, it's game over. So we need one more journey, which I think this car's making. Right, that one's lost its timer, so that's good. And now this one's lost its timer. I think we've fixed that problem. Okay, it's week 11. How many weeks are there in 82 days? That's what I'm trying to beat. 82 days is my high score. Traffic lights or bridge? We'll go for bridge again. I'd really like another motorway right now. I'm very concerned how slow this traffic is. Whether there's a better solution. Do I have a roundabout? No, I've got nothing. I've got nothing. I could actually. I've got a lot of roads. I've got 40 roads. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm going to do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another route. up to the blue area. So now these houses have a direct access to it. So hopefully that will minimize the amount of traffic going straight up here. Now, of course, that's all theory at the moment, though. Not entirely sure. So I think the dark blues, they're still segregated. They're on their own little road network. Right, all these blue cars, I do just want them to go that way now. I'm not sure how the AI works on this game, like whether the traffic chooses the less busy route or just the shortest route. Probably should have done some research to work that out first, but we'll see what happens. We've got a light blue timer. That one's gone, thank goodness. But if we do that, there's another route for the blues just to go straight across. Yes, it's more junctions, but I think these aren't too busy. So if some blues can go that way and get to those quicker, we're all good. Oh no, it is carnage on that roundabout. I've done that really poorly. Come on, blues, start going this way. Yes, we've got one using this road. He's on his own private road. He is loving life. This time is looking desperate. Oh god. Oh no, and the ham one as well. Oh no, this is the end. It's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. Oh, week 12. We made it to week 12. What's 12 times 7? 84. I think we've beaten our 82-day record. Oh, we've got another roundabout. Yes, we'll do the roundabout. Right. Absolute carnage. Everything's got a timer. Light blue and ham is just a disaster. No, I'm going to press... I think that's game over. Look at this one. I think it's game over. Oh no, look. The cavalry. The cavalry's arrived. One car. Knocked the timer down. Oh, it knocked it down a little bit. Where's the other ones? Where's the other ones? Nah, that's it. Oh, 85 days, 1,665 commuters. So, I think on my third attempt ever at this game, I am getting slightly better. That was a stressful level, I'm not going to lie. But a lot of fun. 4,112. Now, I assume this is now open to the public because last time I was like in the top 100 easily. But yes, we'll leave it there for today, guys. If you wanna see me attempt to pronounce the name of this place, remember to give the video a like. Peace, love, and bridges. I'll catch you next time. Bye.
It is certainly not unheard of for a young girl to wake up in the middle of the night, looking for a glass of water. It is somewhat more exceptional when this late-night water run results in many, many deaths. Unless, of course, you're dealing with a very special young girl. SCP-053, also known as, well, the young girl. She possesses the innate ability to inspire delusions, paranoia, and eventually homicidal rage in anyone who spends too long around her. Which, as you can probably imagine, makes it hard to live a normal life. One night, the young girl woke up to something incredibly strange. The door of her cell, typically tightly sealed, was wide open, and a strange flashing red light was shining in through the hallway. The sound of a distant alarm is what had woken her up. What the young girl didn't know was that the site confining her had just experienced a mass containment breach as a result of a major electrical malfunction. Some of the most terrifying creatures imaginable were roaming the halls in search of violence and carnage. But when the young girl got up and wandered out of her bedroom, she only wanted a glass of water to quench her midnight thirst. She wandered down a long, plain hallway, washed intermittently and ran by the red flashing emergency lights. She rubbed the sleep out of her eyes and yawned. All this strange commotion. Maybe she's just having a bad dream. But what seems like a bad dream to her is a bona fide living nightmare for everyone around her. A few halls over, security personnel were being devoured alive by SCP-682. SCP-106, the old man, had just dragged a senior researcher into his pocket dimension to do unspeakable things to him. And a group of terrified admin staff are being lured out by what they think is a group of Mobile Task Force operatives, but is actually a pack of hungry SCP-939 imitating their voices. Still, the young girl persisted in her quest for a refreshing drink, even as security personnel began to fan out through the building, hoping to get control over this rapidly devolving situation. A group of 5 armed security officers ran into the hallway and attempted to intercept the young girl, but the high stress they were feeling was only accelerated by the effects of the young girl's anomalous powers. They started to feel bugs crawling all over their skin. They started to get the sense that their fellow security officers weren't even people, but monsters wearing human skin suits. Their paranoia soon evolved into a blistering rage. Each of the men pulled out their guns and began firing at each other until only one was left standing, wounded but alive. With all the others dead, the object of his rage now became the young girl herself. He understood then that it was all her doing, that she'd made him do this. She was a monstrous little creature who took pleasure in twisting the minds of human beings into terrible forms. In reality, the young girl had no such feelings. Her powers were passive. She had no control over them. She even suffered from some kind of strange mental block that left her completely unaware that her powers were even taking effect. She was, in a sense, completely innocent. As the security officer pointed his gun at the young girl as she began walking into a nearby break room, he experienced her secondary anomalous effect. Anyone who attempts to hurt her will immediately die from either a heart attack or a stroke. The security officer suddenly felt an intense pain, sharp and brutal, exploding in his chest. He collapsed, dead before he even hit the ground, and the young girl had no idea. She couldn't if she tried. In the break room, the young girl found exactly what she was looking for. A classic office water cooler, complete with a stack of plastic cups. Perfect. She carefully took one of the cups and pulled down the lever on the cooler. Watching her cup fill as the tank above the cooler bubbled, she took a sip. Cool, refreshing spring water. Just what the doctor ordered. But the young girl suddenly looked up, shocked, to see that the tank above the water cooler was now shaking violently, as though it was going to explode. What was going on here? Had she broken it? She stepped back, dropping the rest of her cup of water to the ground. She felt frightened. That's when a crack formed in the plastic tank, and the water began slithering out. Not dripping or pouring, slithering, as though it had moved with mind and purpose. And that's because in this case, it did. The young girl hadn't just drank any water. She had drunk half a cup of water from SCP-054, the Water Nymph, a mysterious sentient woman made entirely from water. Much like the young girl, the Water Nymph is often a misunderstood anomaly, one that has received far more harm from the cruel treatment of the SCP Foundation than she's ever given to another. She's a naturally curious and compassionate creature whose trust has been abused. So when the containment breach alarm started to sound, much like the rest of the Foundation staff, she had tried to hide and find cover, not wanting to fall into the crosshairs of a far more dangerous and hostile anomaly. She had chosen the water cooler in Break Room 3, which seemed like a genius idea, until the young girl turned up. After years of being experimented on by Foundation researchers, the Water Nymph wasn't just about to tolerate more mistreatment. Whatever this strange little creature was who had just consumed some of her body, the Water Nymph would fight back and make it regret ever thinking that it could take advantage of her. The young girl, who really had just made an innocent mistake, began to panic and run as frightening, slithering tendrils of pure water came slithering after her. As the unfortunate security guard discovered earlier, trying to attack the young girl was typically a one-way ticket to a heart attack or fatal cerebral event. But seeing as the Water Nymph had neither a heart nor a brain, she was invulnerable, and the young girl was terrified. She ran out of the room, past the bodies of the men who had killed each other due to her influence outside. She wasn't even able to notice them. She kept running, and the water of the Water Nymph came slithering after her. The Water Nymph had never been the vengeful type, but after the abuse she'd suffered, she learned the value of putting her liquid foot down. She would not tolerate mistreatment, even from a being this small. The young girl kept running, breathing heavily. Because of the nature of her anomalous abilities, nobody could intervene and help her. Occasionally, she had run into groups of Foundation personnel trying to fight their way through the chaos, only to be anomalously affected and become part of the chaos themselves. They became violent, deranged monsters and started attacking each other, punching and biting. As they fell to the ground in a brawling pile, the young girl had to desperately climb over them as the streak of furious liquid followed her. Meanwhile, across the facility, the vicious, psychopathic old man was hungry for more. His mouth stretched into a wide, sadistic grin, and he continued walking further into the base. He would find new victims. He would feel their fear and drink in their dying screams. Several mobile task forces were dispatched from other nearby containment facilities. They'd likely reach the embattled site within the hour, but how many lives would be lost before then? The death count was already well into the double digits. After all this running, the young girl was getting tired. It was rare that she needed to truly avoid and escape a threat like this, and as such, she wasn't exactly prepared for such a scenario. She found her way into a broom closet and locked herself inside. Hiding among mops and brooms, she tried to quiet her breathing, holding a tiny hand over her mouth. Red flashes continued to occasionally illuminate the corners of the door. She breathed in and out, in and out. Was something waiting outside? The young girl gasped as water started bubbling underneath the door. It started looking around her feet, then rising up from the ground. To the young girl, it was astonishing. The water was forming the shape of a woman standing right in front of her. Her lower lip trembled with fear. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Then she gulped dryly and began to speak in a soft little voice. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, I promise, I was just thirsty." The water nymph tilted her head slightly, confused. Did this tiny child really mean this? Was it an honest mistake? After all the terrible things that had been done to her, the water nymph had difficulty trusting humans. But as the young girl started to cry for reasons she couldn't quite understand, the water nymph felt the urge to comfort her. Perhaps she wasn't with the Foundation. Perhaps this girl was just another prisoner. They were allies, not enemies. While the water nymph couldn't speak, as a show of solidarity, she began to transform. She got smaller, herself becoming a little girl made of water, almost mirroring SCP-053. She raised a hand and waved. The young girl giggled, seemingly put at ease. It'd been a long time since she met a new friend around here, and it seemed like the water nymph was ready to change that. Maybe they could escape this place together. The young girl opened the door and the two of them ran out together, passing through an adjacent hallway. The young girl ran while the water nymph slithered formlessly along behind her. They managed to sneak around and avoid detection from the many anomalies and Foundation guards duking it out for supremacy in the chaotic halls of the facility. In a sense, it provided the perfect cover for the unlikely duo to escape this bizarre situation. But they weren't out of the metaphorical woods yet. First, they were cornered by a trio of paranoid guards, all wielding handguns. However, the young girl's nightmarish ambient ability came in handy once more. The three men lost their minds and started killing each other, giving the young girl and the water nymph more time to escape and keep moving, though they were about to encounter the deadliest threat of all. The young girl took point, leading the water nymph down the nearest hallway, when suddenly, SCP-106, the old man, emerged from the wall right in front of her. He had such anomalous malice in him that the young girl's powers was effectively useless against him. He grinned and approached her, his arms extended, ready to ferry her off to the nightmare of his pocket dimension. The young girl had never felt so afraid, until suddenly, the water nymph slithered in between them, and she assumed her full humanoid form once more, forming a wall between the young girl and the old man. This turned out to be the perfect way to save the young girl's life. SCP-106 has historically found liquid barriers incredibly confusing, and it's been widely considered to be one of the few ways to effectively delay the old man's rampages. Seizing the moment, the young girl turned and ran away. The water nymph had just saved her life. Sadly for them, neither the water nymph nor the young girl escaped that day. The mobile task forces arrived and took control of the facility again, recontaining the various anomalies who had escaped. But even if they never saw each other again, the water nymph and the young girl would forever remember how they helped each other on that incredibly strange day. The young girl stood silently in a room full of corpses, staring off into the distance. She was in a trance, seemingly unaware of the carnage that had just unfolded around her. Some of the men were shot or stabbed or beaten. Others had no apparent cause of death whatsoever, but the young girl was unscathed. She was wearing a yellow summer dress and looked like she couldn't have been more than 3 years old. She awoke from her trance, still paying no heed to the violence in the room, and left. This is the story of SCP-053, the young girl. Her strange and terrifying life before containment, her thrilling capture, and the part she played in one of the most dangerous SCP Foundation cross-tests of all time. She had no name. The young girl could never spend enough time around someone to be given one. It was her terrible curse that she could never stay in one place for too long, or something truly awful would happen to everyone around her. She'd been drifting for years, but never grew to look older than a child. Her memories were long but formless, divided mostly into 10-minute increments. The young girl kept on moving. It was all she could do. In 1993, when the young girl had already been alive for a very long time, she found herself in Illinois after days of trekking on the roadside. She would scavenge what little food she needed from the trash and drink from lakes, rivers, or even puddles when she needed to. Deep down, the young girl knew that if she ever grew hungry or thirsty, she would not die. In her travels, the young girl had managed to scrounge together a few dollars, and though she knew her contact with people had to be limited, there was one thing she wanted that felt worth the risk: a candy bar. It'd been a long time since she tasted chocolate, and she found the idea of tasting it again too enticing to resist. When she reached Chicago, she entered a small corner store with her handful of dollars, selected a candy bar from the rack, and approached the counter. For reasons even she didn't fully understand, she kept her eyes down as she placed the money on the counter. You see, SCP-053 was always a special child. As we briefly mentioned earlier, you might even say she was cursed. Whenever she was around other people for too long, terrible things tended to happen. Unspeakable things. And as a component of this strange, unexplainable curse, or perhaps as a means of keeping her safe from it, the young girl was doomed to never understand the nature of her predicament. It was like there was a mental wall between her and the horrors her presence could cause. All she knew was that it was best to avoid eye contact, stay away from large groups of people at all costs, and never spend any longer than 10 minutes around anyone. Ever. That's why, as she waited for her chocolate bar at the cash register, she kept her head down and waited to go. The cashier looked upon this strange girl with apparent concern. It'd been a slow day, all in all. A few listless patrons milled around the store, window shopping. His brain was practically on autopilot until he saw this child. She looked filthy, in a disheveled dress, and was totally alone. What on earth had happened to this child? The more he looked at her, the more he sensed a creepy vibe exuding from her. Something about this girl was wrong. He spoke softly to her, introducing himself as Miles, and asking her where her mommy and daddy were. The young girl hesitated for just a few seconds too long for his liking, before simply saying that they were at home. Any parent who'd let their 3-year-old kid just wander around the south side of Chicago alone was either crazy, neglectful, or both. He asked her politely to remain in the store while he gave the police a quick call. He'd even let her have the candy bar for free while she waited. Immediately, the little girl became uncomfortable. She had already been in here for a few minutes now, and while Miles called the police, he expected her to wait around even longer. Again, she couldn't even tell you why she knew waiting around like this would be so dangerous, but she had a nagging, instinctual awareness that she needed to get out. Around the store, the few patrons still inside started to get a strange feeling, like someone was watching them. Soon, what seemed like mild paranoia was quickly becoming white-hot anger. Pure rage. They felt almost like they had to kill someone, but not just anyone. Someone particular. They had to kill the little girl. It wasn't long until the police arrived. 2 officers, Holiday and DeWitt, entered to collect the apparently neglected little girl. It was a story they'd sadly heard all too often, a tragically common occurrence in the big city. When the 2 of them approached the young girl, she was looking down at the ground. They tried to speak to her, but she was unresponsive. Miles looked on, concerned, but deep down, he felt the same bizarre progression all the other store-goers were feeling. Confusion, irritability, and finally, violent rage. The corner store was a powder keg. All it needed now was a spark. And that spark came when Officer Holiday reached down and took the young girl by the arm. His bare skin touched hers, and it was all over. The cop twitched, his mind washed out in murderous insanity as he reached for his sidearm. Officer DeWitt opened his mouth to protest, but he didn't manage to get a syllable out before Holiday turned and shot him. In a fraction of a second, the quiet corner store exploded into a violent bloodbath as the patrons and cops slaughtered each other. All the while, the young girl just stood there in a trance. Everyone was dead within minutes, except Miles and the young girl. He shakily rose to his feet, his mind carved out by madness, and reached for Officer Holliday's discarded pistol. Outside of the store, the young girl appeared, walking out as if nothing had happened. Inside, Miles's body was sprawled over the counter, clutching his chest as if his heart had just exploded. This was the true nature of the young girl's curse. Anyone who meets her eye, touches her skin, or spends over 10 minutes around her is destined to slip into a state of murderous insanity. They'll go into a kill-crazy frenzy and attack anyone around them until all that is left is them and the young girl. At which point they'll try to kill her too, but the mere act of attempting to kill her is also fatal, killing its victims with a massive heart attack or a seizure. The second part of the girl's curse is that she herself can never die. She keeps coming back, unknowingly causing more misery and death along the way. Until, of course, a certain secret organization took notice. That night, the young girl sat in the cavernous interior of a local abandoned warehouse, quietly eating her hard-earned candy bar. Suddenly, she heard a quiet crack in the distance. She tried to move her left arm, but found it was numb. She could barely move it. The girl turned her head and saw a tranquilizer dart sticking out of her skin. Instinctively, she got up and began to run, limping as her left leg started to lose all feeling too. Suddenly, she was surrounded by footsteps as masked men in SWAT uniforms emerged out of the darkness on all sides. The last thing she remembered before slipping out of consciousness was a blindfold being pulled over her eyes and tiny metal handcuffs clasping over her wrists. When she woke up, she was in the nicest room she had slept in years. It was 16 feet by 16 feet, with toys, books, and games. Standing across the room from her was a stranger in a full hazmat suit, connected to a long steel cable leading out of the room. He spoke calmly and politely. A timer on his wrist counted down from 10 minutes. The stranger explained to the young girl that they would be taking care of her now, and would provide her with all the toys and games and treats she wanted, provided she cooperated and submitted willingly to some tests. Compared to living out on the streets with no food or comfort, this seemed like an excellent compromise. She would live in what seemed like luxury, and every so often, she'd be taken to a testing room with a stranger in an orange jumpsuit. After a few minutes of waiting, the stranger would inevitably go feral and attempt to kill her, and then always die in the process. The strangers in the hazmat suits told her that all of these tests were helping them learn extremely valuable things about her, and that soon they'd have a very special job for her. It would be a wonderful surprise. It was the spring of 1994 that the young girl, now officially designated SCP-053, finally received her special mission. Several strangers in full hazmat suits wielding rifles escorted her out of her usual bedroom. She asked where she was being taken and was told she was going to meet a new friend. She was taken to one of the recreational testing rooms and pushed inside. Out in front of her, she saw something terrifying. A giant reptilian creature. She retreated from it instinctually, hiding behind a chair in the containment area. The giant reptile didn't move. It just sat there. Eventually, she plucked up the courage to go and touch the creature before retreating again. No reaction. Little by little, the young girl gained confidence and continued to approach and pat the creature. It exhaled through its huge nostrils, and the young girl literally jumped for joy in her amusement. She began to play with the docile monster, hugging it, even drawing on it with a crayon. The observers were truly baffled. What the young girl didn't know was that she was playing with SCP-682, one of the most hateful and aggressive anomalies under the Foundation's watchful eye. And yet, in her presence, the creature was like an overgrown puppy dog. After the test phase, the young girl was removed from the hard-to-kill reptile's presence, immediately causing the creature to become violent and murderous once again. After being separated from her strange new friend, the young girl was seen crying for several minutes. According to all accounts, the young girl is eager to see her friend again someday, though considering the reptile killed several guards after their separation, the Foundation isn't eager to grant her that wish. SCP-053 was classified as Euclid and continues to be held in containment, with her toys, books, and games rotated out on a regular basis. Seeing as she shows no sign of aging, this ongoing containment is likely to be the sad, strange fate of the young girl, an anomaly that never wanted to hurt anyone, but an important and cruel reminder that what we want doesn't always influence the world in the way we want. Water, the wellspring of life. We've dealt with a number of anomalous water sources on this channel, like SCP-006, the much sought-after Fountain of Youth, or the terrifying SCP-3280, where murderous water threatens to destroy the entire world. But we've never seen anomalous water that behaves quite like this before. In many of the legends of King Arthur, the Sword of Excalibur is presented to him by the mystical Lady of the Lake. This lady emerges from the depths of the water, gifting Arthur with the enchanted sword. It's an incredible, if impossible, image. A woman appearing from within the lake, rising up from the bottom and breaking through the surface. It's safe to say that none of us have ever seen anything quite like it. Well, at least most of us haven't. In a small unnamed English village, there was a young woman who set out on a particularly lovely warm spring day to take a swim in a nearby lake. While wading in the water, enjoying the sunlight and the gentle breeze on her skin, she saw a strange ripple ghost across the surface. She stopped her swimming, staring at the motion. She expected to spot a fish or some other aquatic creature. Instead, the water itself began to rise up, gathering and forming into a shape before her eyes. It was impossible, and yet here it was, happening. She pinched herself and found that she was definitely awake, as the water transformed into the shape of a human woman. It turned to look at her, shimmering eyes finding hers and liquid lips forming into a warm, inviting smile. Though this being was shocking to see, it clearly meant her no harm. It raised a translucent arm and gave her a small wave, as if to welcome her to its home. The young woman approached this Lady of the Lake, reaching out her own hand of flesh and bone to touch this impossible creature. Just as her fingertips reached the water woman's own, the figure dissolved back into the lake with a splash. The young woman ran home, telling anyone who would listen about the incredible thing she had seen that day. Of course, no one believed her. That is, until word of her sighting reached the only people who might take her claim seriously, the SCP Foundation. They sent operatives to the lake, where they managed to capture the shape-shifting entity dwelling there. SCP-054, also known as the Water Nymph, is a being made up entirely of water, with an average volume of 90 liters. When it is out of a body of water, the being tends to adopt the appearance of a humanoid woman, though it is capable of taking on a variety of other shapes, including other humanoids, animals, and various inanimate objects. The entity is also capable of shedding its form and effectively disappearing into a given body of water. In order to avoid shrinking or possibly disappearing entirely from evaporation, SCP-054 is required to return to a larger body of water. Studies of samples taken from the entity's body, or its version of a body, revealed that it is made up of ordinary water. There is no apparent reason for its ability to move, and no thermal, electromagnetic, biological, or supernatural anomalies were detected. The research team could not determine what might make this water alive and sentient, and the nature of its unusual properties is uncertain to this day. When SCP-054 was first brought into containment at Site-08, it displayed surprisingly congenial and curious behavior, often walking around outside of the water and taking turns mimicking the shapes of various staff and scientists that spoke to it. Its demeanor began to shift towards suspicion and aggression, however, following a series of experiments and an incident involving the research staff. The first experiment conducted on SCP-054 sought to determine what would happen if the entity was denied access to any fresh water. Water was drained from the fountain holding it, leaving only enough water for it to form a humanoid shape, but no additional water in the basin to compensate for the effects of evaporation over time. SCP-054 became visibly frustrated as the water was being drained out of its enclosure. For the next few days, it enthusiastically greeted anyone who entered its containment facility, attempting to use a rapport and sense of familiarity to convince the person to provide it with more water. After it realized that this approach had no impact on the amount of water in its fountain, it became distant and even cold to anyone who attempted to speak to it. 054 only became friendly again once the water in its fountain was restored to a pre-experiment level. Next, the research team opted to test SCP-054's reaction to extreme temperatures, particularly extreme cold. The temperature of the containment facility was slowly dropped until the room fell below the freezing point of water. As the temperature dropped, 054 became sluggish and exhausted. It lost its ability to shift between forms, remaining locked in its preferred humanoid female shape. Its movements slowed more and more as the room grew colder, until the entity was completely frozen solid. Portions of the ice were chipped off and studied, revealing the crystals were identical to those of ordinary ice. After the Sub-Zero testing, the research team decided to take things to the other end of the spectrum and test the effects of heat on SCP-054. The subject was placed in a tank outfitted with heating equipment, and its temperature was slowly raised over the course of several minutes. When the water reached a temperature of 95 degrees, the entity's behavior became frenetic and aggressive. It pounded on the glass walls of the tank and attempted to break through the lid in a desperate bid for escape until the temperature was returned to a comfortable level. After the extreme temperature experiments, the previous calm and cooperative nature of SCP-054 was nowhere to be found. The subject displayed increased suspicion of the research team and would fight back whenever it was removed from its fountain and taken to a lab for experimentation. In spite of this newfound resistance, the team decided to continue their experiments as planned, hoping that the entity would return to its formerly docile self over time. Next, Dr. Seskel, the acting head of the research team, conducted a study involving SCP-054's memory and ability to be conditioned. The entity was presented with a series of increasingly complex mazes and puzzles. When it failed to comply with the experiment or solved a puzzle incorrectly, the entity was punished with an electrical shock or the release of silica gel into its body. Both of these options seemed to cause it a great deal of pain and distress, and it was eager to avoid further exposure to them. SCP-054 displayed impressive learning and problem-solving capabilities, revealing it is likely much more intelligent than it was first presumed to be. Dr. Seskel, observing the experiments and with the effectiveness of his somewhat unsavory motivational techniques, quipped to his research assistant that they would have it trained to fetch in no time. After several days of these experiments and repeated use of both the silica gel and electrical shocks, the entity's progress slowed down considerably and it became visibly exhausted. It was removed from the lab for a 48-hour rest period before experimentation was resumed yet again. This time, Dr. Seskel planned to expose SCP-054's water source to various levels of acids and bases in order to test its homeostatic capabilities, beginning with a 0.5 m solution of hydrochloric acid. Prior to conducting the experiment, Dr. Seskel noted, "I have no idea what will happen, but if this thing incorporates homeostatic mechanisms like I suspect, then we should get some insight into how it maintains its form." He also noted that SCP-054's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic, but made the decision to continue with the experiment as planned. SCP-054 displayed a now familiar reluctance when it was removed from its containment chamber and taken to the lab. It thrashed around in the fountain, splashing researchers with water, and retreated from them as they approached. In spite of its efforts, however, it was removed from its fountain and placed in the experimental tank. The solution of hydrochloric acid was then dripped into the tank, and then all hell broke loose. As soon as the acid touched the surface of its water, SCP-054 became incredibly distressed. It formed into the shape of a human face, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream of rage and pain. The water churned so aggressively that the lid of the tank was shaken loose, allowing it to escape the boundaries of its containment. The water formed into two large hands, which shot out of the tank and grabbed the two nearest researchers, pulling them into the water and exposing their skin to the acid now present there. As the men scrambled to drag themselves back out of the tank and their colleagues were busy helping them, SCP-054 took on its usual humanoid form and ran for the door. It then collapsed into a puddle, slipped under the crack in the bottom of the door, and made its way down the hall. It was apprehended roughly 10 minutes after its escape by a team of guards, who froze it using canisters of liquid nitrogen and then carried its icy body back to the containment facility. The two researchers who had been pulled into the tank experienced chemical burns on their skin, as well as significant mental distress. They were given immediate medical attention and placed on a leave of absence, and all experimentation on SCP-054 was suspended until further notice. At the recommendation of Dr. Seskel, 054's object class was changed to Euclid. SCP-054 is currently contained in a watertight isolation room, fitted with climate control equipment. A beautiful, intricately designed fountain has been placed in the center of the containment room, filled with fresh spring water in order to accommodate the entity's environmental needs. All maintenance workers assigned to the area must wear NBC suits while inside, and must spend 10 minutes isolated in a drying room after exiting before they are permitted to return to the rest of the facility. If 054 breaches containment, the area must be evacuated, and the containment chamber will be filled with liquid nitrogen in order to freeze its water solid. As the entity is highly sensitive to the conditions of the water that houses it, chemical levels and volume of the water in the fountain must be monitored on a regular basis and kept at optimal levels for the health of SCP-054. During the course of its containment following the incident around the acid-base incorporation experiment, 054 has developed a distrust of men, as the researchers handling that experiment were primarily male. In order to prevent future incidents and keep SCP-054 calm, no male staff are to be assigned to the team monitoring its containment unit. Because 5 years have passed since the last incident involving SCP-054, its object class has been changed from Euclid to Safe, on the recommendation of the lead researcher assigned to its case. Of course, caution should still be exercised while interacting with the entity. This is the SCP Foundation after all, and just because a moderate amount of water is good for you, doesn't mean you can't still drown. Experimentation on SCP-054 has resumed, though this time its boundaries are being honored, and it is allowed adequate time to rest and recuperate between experiments. All use of punishment in order to motivate the entity has been suspended, as it has shown itself to be more than willing to cooperate if it is treated with respect. Like all of us, it responds far better to kindness than it does to fear and intimidation. It doesn't just take on the appearance of a person, it has thoughts, feelings, and the urge to defend itself when threatened. So think twice next time you find yourself swimming in a random body of water. You should be mindful of what might be living in there. Not just of the fish, the algae, and the tiny water bugs, but of the invisible, intelligent, impossible creatures that might be swimming in there with you, or even make up the very water itself.
It's an unusually calm moment in the SCP Foundation. No one is in the hall besides a scientist and a young female subject. There are no tests going on, just observation. The scientist calmly asks her questions as he escorts her down the hallway, hoping to get more insight into her unique abilities. So why does she look so utterly terrified? As the scientist tries to get her attention, the young woman becomes more preoccupied, staring nervously around the hallway. Does she fear the scientist? Why does she keep muttering strange phrases that don't make any sense? How did it break through such a heavy door? That door is nearly a foot thick. How did it manage to destroy it? The scientist is looking at his notes and tries to make sense of the young woman's statements when he notices something terrible. She's staring at one of the doors containing another highly dangerous SCP in top-of-the-line restraints, but it's safely locked away, right? The scientist swears he can hear the sound of scratching behind the steel door. It was 17 hours later when the dangerous SCP broke out of its containment cell and could have laid waste to the entire SCP containment facility if it wasn't for the heavily armed response team waiting outside to contain it and return it to its cell. The huge loss of life was only avoided because the SCP Foundation had advance warning, all thanks to the greatest secret weapon the Foundation has ever seen, SCP-187. But the Foundation's most powerful defense against dangerous SCPs is probably its most unlikely, a completely normal-looking young woman in her early 20s, whose only distinguishing characteristic is how thin and haunted she looks. Despite being no danger to anyone in the Foundation, she's one of the most carefully guarded SCPs in the facility to protect her from herself. SCP-187 is one of the most powerful precognitives ever found, but her abilities are a danger to her own mind. This average-looking girl has a unique telepathic ability where she can see into the future of whatever she's looking at, seeing it simultaneously in 2 frames of existence. She sees it as it is now, as well as what it will look like in the future. Say, for instance, she's looking at a baby tiger cub. Aw, cute. At the same time, she also sees the massive, fearsome jungle beast it'll become. She won't see minor changes to its state, so she won't be able to tell you how your next haircut will look. But if something drastic is about to happen to someone or something,
she'll be able to predict it with perfect accuracy. There's only one problem. She can't turn it off. This involuntary ability goes off whenever she sees someone or something that's about to undergo a major change in its status. This means that at any time, she can be bombarded with horrible visuals, and that even includes food. Ever since her abilities kicked in, SCP-187 has been unable to eat normally because whatever she eats or drinks, she sees it in its future state. When she looks at a glass of water, she'll see it as a liquid, but a little more yellow than it usually is. As for solid food, she'll see it as what it comes out as after it's been digested. Not exactly appetizing, so for a while it looked like she was likely to starve herself to death in the Foundation's custody. Fortunately, the administration's scientists were able to find some workarounds around her ability. Feeding and hydrating her intravenously was an option, but further study of her abilities made clear that her power was processed through her eyes. That means that when she's blindfolded, she's able to eat without her precognition kicking in. Being assigned to the detail for SCP-187 is very different from most SCP details. If you're assigned to SCP-682, you're constantly worried that the horrible carnivorous beast with a hatred for all things human is going to get loose and tear you to shreds. Not so much with SCP-187. This duty is more like a medical team, where the patient is highly valuable to the institution and can't be allowed to get free or to harm themselves in any way. The Foundation has taken the highest precautions to ensure SCP-187 is safe, including a set of medical restraints that she's strapped into, except when out of her cell or participating in tests. Even when given more freedom, her hands are always in soft mittens, to keep her from trying to damage her own eyes as a way to neutralize her powers. Her team blindfolds her before every mealtime and feeds her with some mild sedatives added to her food to keep her calm. Through consistent care, she's starting to recover from her self-induced starvation. The personnel chosen for this assignment are carefully screened before being sent in to interact with her. They need to be the most responsible and detail-oriented members of the staff, who won't miss a thing when it comes to her care routine. Just because 187 is harmless doesn't mean she can't move fast, and one misstep could cost the Foundation their most valuable asset. And unlike most SCPs, 187 is rarely handled by D-Class personnel. They don't have access to higher security specimens, and they don't have the training due to their short tenure. But there's another reason the Foundation keeps 187 away from the lowest men on the totem pole. D-Class personnel are frequently used to test out dangerous SCPs, and are lucky if they get to end their service intact. When she was exposed to some D-Class personnel early in her stay, she saw them as horribly bloated, with holes in their heads, or missing half their body. Those unfortunate personnel soon met horrible fates, sucked out into the vacuum of space, shot while trying to escape, and bitten in half by an escaping anomalous creature. Additionally, while most D-Class personnel are amnesticized after their service, some are terminated for breaking protocol or trying to escape. SCP-187 would see any of these unfortunate personnel walking around as the corpses they'd wind up as. The Foundation wants to learn the full extent of her powers, though, and this means tests. Lots of tests. When she first came into the Foundation's care, they were focused on figuring out how her power worked. They gave her IQ tests, and she got every answer right on the written test. Her IQ was measured as being off the charts, at least 300, which would make her the smartest person alive. But her normal behavior didn't seem to match up with this level of superintelligence. Confusing them even more, when she was given a computerized IQ test, she scored slightly below average, with a score of 97. The scientists assigned to her case studied the results and created other tests, until they understood how her precognitive ability works. She can see the future of anything that's physically affected, so when an answer is marked down on a piece of paper, that's a notable change. But when an entry is typed into a computer, the computer remains the same. So her ability wasn't able to help her on the computerized tests. But her abilities could still help the Foundation, especially when it comes to improving security for other anomalies. She had inadvertently prevented the escape of an especially deadly SCP creature by predicting it would break through the door. But how would her powers manifest in more complicated cases? Some Foundation researchers postulated that she might be able to see into the future of deadly, indestructible anomalies like SCP-682 and figure out a way to eliminate it. but temporal experts warned this could create a paradox. After all, she would be looking at an elimination protocol that didn't exist until she looked at it. But her powers and how they might help in other ways other than neutralization warranted further exploration, so personnel were assigned, and the SCP-187 experiments began. SCP-162 is a horrible mass of fishhooks, wire, and other sharp implements. It exudes a psychological pull, and any unfortunate person who touches it winds up being pulled in by the barbed objects and absorbed into its mass. SCP-187 was kept at a safe distance and examined it, and was undisturbed. She saw it only as a pile of melted slag, indicating that it would be neutralized at some point. SCP-529, a normal and friendly cat except for the fact that its back half appears to be completely missing. The cat acts as if it's whole, and when SCP-187 was exposed to it, she didn't seem to notice anything wrong with the cat. She played with it briefly and seemed to be calmer than any other time she was examined. The Foundation is considering using SCP-529 as a motivating tool after she requested to revisit it. Other tasks had much more disturbing results, as SCP-187 discovered things about subjects that researchers were previously unaware of. SCP-003, a strange organic circuit board made of hair and nails attached to a stone tablet, appears to be an ancient machine. But when SCP-187 was introduced to it, she greeted it like a person and had a conversation with it as the staff looked on confused. When she was interviewed after, she described the entity as a very nice lady. What is SCP-003 evolving into? The Foundation is studying it closely thanks to SCP-187's advance warning. When exposed to SCP-015, a massive network of pipes that seems to be slowly growing and defends itself from any attempts to work on it with tools, SCP-187 observed few differences from its current state until she opened a door. Inside, she reported a massive network of pipes reaching for miles, with no end in sight. SCP-015 had been reduced to a manageable site, and its danger had been contained. But SCP-187 indicated that it may be getting ready for its biggest and most dangerous expansion yet. SCP-415, a seemingly normal human man with an ability to regenerate his internal organs, has been a subject of the Foundation's investigation since his arrival, particularly due to the strange physical alterations he underwent to make it easier to access his organs. He's one of the more peaceful SCPs at the Foundation, but as soon as SCP-187 was exposed to him, she became disturbed. She begged to be removed from the room, and upon interrogation revealed that she saw SCP-415 as a deceased corpse. What is going to happen to the seemingly immortal man? SCP-187 was also exposed to some of the more dangerous SCPs in the Foundation, including SCP-173, a seemingly living statue that moves in unpredictable ways whenever it isn't observed, and has been responsible for the deaths of many D-Class personnel who enter its enclosure for cleaning. But it seems to be stable in containment, so why, when exposed to it, did SCP-187 begin screaming immediately, have to be removed from the enclosure, and fall into a catatonic state for 2 days? She remembered nothing from the vision she had of the statue, and it took days for her to recover fully. The Foundation is keeping a close eye on the statue, even closer than they were before. SCP-106, also known as the Old Man, a depraved killer resembling an elderly rotting corpse, is known for its frequent escapes and sadistic attacks on anyone near it. When exposed to SCP-187, the observation lasted less than a minute before the Old Man attempted to escape. SCP-187 looked to be in direct danger from the Old Man, but he never touched her or harmed her in any way. When she was interviewed after, she explained that the Old Man wanted an audience, someone to watch it. The incident was recorded as a close call, and an indication that some of the other entities may have their own plans for SCP-187. SCP-187's power works without fail, and that tempts many people to try to use her to get answers to important questions. But they should be careful what they wish for, as one doctor found out during an examination. SCP-187 looked at the woman's hand and observed that it was odd that she wasn't wearing her wedding ring. But the doctor was, and had been for the last 19 years. But the next day, her husband filed for divorce. And SCP-187's prophecies proved, once again, correct. So what are the future plans for SCP-187?
The Foundation is being careful with her abilities, both to preserve her sanity and to prevent any potential time paradoxes. A routine has been established to keep her safe, fed, and protected from some of the worst effects of her ability. But the experiments using her visions aren't going to stop anytime soon. Many of her visions predicted dangerous new evolutions in Keter-class anomalies, giving the team time to prepare and up security measures. No one knows where SCP-187 came from, or what the source of her unique abilities is. But while the SCP Foundation is keeping some of the most dangerous entities in the world safely locked away, their most valuable asset may be one of the most harmless. Because as long as SCP-187 has her visions, the next breakout or apocalyptic event can be stopped in its tracks before it happens. Does life imitate art, or does art imitate life? It's a question that has been asked throughout human history. This philosophical debate is about the ways art either reflects the world around us or influences it. But in the case of SCP-085, the idea of art imitating life takes on a far more literal meaning. This entity was created during an experiment involving two separate SCPs. The first of these was SCP-067, which is a fountain pen that, when held by a user, will take full control of the person's hand and arm. SCP-067 then either writes about or draws something linked to the user holding it. The second of these SCPs was SCP-914, better known as the Clockworks. This massive piece of anomalous machinery will have various effects depending on what or who is placed inside of it, and which of its several settings is chosen on the selection panel. After test subject 1101F was given the anomalous fountain pen, the result on the page was a simple female figure, around 6 inches tall and 1.5 inches wide. She was drawn wearing a summer dress with her long hair tied back in a ponytail, and a single word was written underneath her: Cassandra. As part of the experiment, the drawing was placed inside of SCP-914, and the find setting selected. This is the setting that is known to improve the object placed inside of it in some way. For example, a hunk of steel placed inside will be transformed into a pile of steel carpet tacks, a refined version of the steel. When the drawing was placed inside, something truly amazing happened. Cassandra came to life, or as she now prefers to be called, Cassie. SCP-085, sometimes known as Hand-Drawn Cassie, is a completely sentient being. She is fully able to communicate, however it all has to be done non-verbally. Her voice cannot be heard by anyone beyond the page where she was drawn, but she is able to utilize sign language or create writings on the page in order to communicate with Foundation researchers. SCP-085 has been shown to also be capable of understanding text that is written on the same paper she exists on. She is fully animated, aware of her own existence and the limitations of being two-dimensional in nature. According to profiling conducted by the SCP Foundation, she has her own distinct personality. Cassie is good-natured and agreeable, displaying a natural drive and motivation, but also seems to feel the burden of loneliness, living in solitude on the page. It should be noted that any and all attempts to recreate the same experiment that formed SCP-085 had failed to create the same or similar results. Tragically, Cassie might be the only one of her kind in existence, a creation of pure luck with no chance of making another. No wonder she feels so lonely. While Cassie is limited to her two-dimensional form and has so far been unable to enter our three-dimensional world, she has demonstrated several different abilities on the page. Firstly, she is not solely confined to the same paper she was drawn on. SCP-085 is able to transfer herself from sheet to sheet. If another page is placed flush with hers, she will be able to simply step across onto this new page. However, there is a limit to what kind of page Cassie is able to transfer herself onto. She could easily take a stroll through the pages of today's newspaper, but can't just wander onto someone's family photos or anything made of cardboard, glass, or parchment for that matter. SCP-085 can only exist on paper or canvas, and only when they are directly connected to her original page. According to Foundation testing, this is not exclusive to blank pieces of paper either. If Cassie ever transfers herself onto a page bearing a repeated pattern, like a piece of wallpaper, then she will appear to be in the foreground while everything else on the paper appears to be behind her.
SCP-085 will perceive each page she enters as a completely new place. From her point of view, pattern pages seem to be like endless space. Additionally, Cassie can also travel to other pieces of artwork and adopt the same art style of each new environment she appears in. For example, transferring herself onto the pages of a comic book will cause Cassie to be rendered in an artistic manner matching that of her surroundings. The same occurs if she travels to an oil painting, watercolor, or charcoal sketch. Interestingly, when appearing in comic book form, Cassie's thoughts and speech are visible through thought bubbles that are commonly used to display text within the comic medium. Her size and the angle she is viewed from also changes to match the different panels of the comic page she is on. At one point, SCP-085 was introduced by Foundation personnel to a print copy of Ascending and Descending by the famous Dutch artist M.C. Escher. This painting is of a large building, with its roof consisting of a looped, never-ending staircase. When she transferred onto the print of Escher's painting, SCP-085 curiously explored her new environment and was able to ascend and descend the staircase. The researcher gave Cassie the name of the piece and asked for her thoughts on it. She remarked, "It's pretty, I guess. Would make a neat exercise track." When the researcher asked if she noticed anything inconsistent about the staircase, Cassie replied, "No, as far as I can tell, it just loops around, down, up all the time. Why don't more staircases do that? It's pretty neat." Following this, Cassie directly requested more impossible objects or optical illusions to be drawn onto her page and made part of her environment. Unfortunately, her request is still pending review from the O5 Council. Being able to step from page to page, transferring herself onto canvas or sheets of paper is but one of SCP-085's unique abilities. She can also interact with other drawn objects on the same page she is on. If someone draws an item of clothing on her page, or a vehicle, even food or drink, then Cassie would be able to wear, use, or consume those. Objects drawn for her behave as if they were real, but only when Cassie is directly interacting with them. The rest of the time, they remain still, just as they were drawn. Once SCP-085 touches them, these items will animate. This same rule even applies to anything drawn to depict something in motion, for example, trees being blown in the wind or the waves of an ocean. These will also stay perfectly still when drawn, and only move when acted upon by SCP-085. However, much like her ability to transfer from page to page, Cassie's power over other two-dimensional drawings has limits. Drawing anything that would normally be an inanimate object within the real world will provide SCP-085 something that she can directly interact with, but this doesn't appear to be the case for living beings, like another person or an animal that would have its own autonomy and freedom of movement in our three-dimensional reality. Animals and people drawn for Cassie to interact with will remain as static, unmoving drawings, and will not become animated like she is, even if drawn using SCP-067. She cannot impart any of her own sentience or free will onto these drawings, and they remain still even when she touches them. You might think that drawings of other people, whether they are animated or not, might help alleviate Cassie's solitude, but if anything, it just reminds her how alone she is. SCP Foundation researchers have noted that SCP-085 is very friendly towards them and any subjects brought in to conduct experiments with her. Visits from the three-dimensional world outside the page she inhabits seems to offer some relief to Cassie's loneliness. Through much of her behavior, she has shown a fascination with our reality, and in particular she has an interest in cars, expressing that she wishes she had an ability to work on them. This desire appears to be completely genuine too, as shown when her photo was taken with SCP-978, the camera that reveals its subject's inner desires, and in Cassie's case, showed her in a fully realized 3D version of herself working on a car. SCP-085's curiosity about the world beyond the page is most likely due to how different it is from her everyday two-dimensional existence. But on at least one occasion, Cassie's curiosity got the better of her and unintentionally led to a containment breach. From the moment she was first drawn to life, and even after her initial testing with researchers, SCP-085 seemed unaware that she was a two-dimensional being in a three-dimensional world. Foundation security protocols regarding SCP-085 meant that no one on the research team assigned to Cassie was permitted to tell her the truth about her 2D nature. The truth about her existence was kept from her with the best of intentions. as research staff did not want to cause SCP-085 any undue distress or trigger a possible psychological snap. Anything that Cassie raised as an inconsistency or discrepancy within her world on the page was explained by researchers to be the result of her imagination or dreams, and research personnel attempted to convince SCP-085 that she was in a scenario wherein she was the only human survivor, searching for others in a post-apocalyptic environment. However misguided this decision to conceal the truth might have been, it was at least done with Cassie's best interests at heart. But a lie, as they say, is harder to maintain than the truth, and keeping SCP-085 in the dark about her true nature arguably led her to more hardship that may have been avoided if she had been allowed to know the truth. In the incident in question, a Foundation researcher entered the room where the drawing pad that Cassie resides in was found, and they were carrying a paper copy of SCP-085's Special Containment Procedures report. Given that she had already partaken in tests where she had transferred herself to other paper and canvas surfaces, Cassie assumed that this file was yet another new environment for her to explore. The researcher allowed SCP-085 to make direct contact with the report, and she was able to transfer over to the document before the researcher realized their mistake. Whether this occurred accidentally or if this researcher intended to confront Cassie with the truth about what she was, is unknown. Nevertheless, Cassie found herself on the pages of her own SCP Foundation file. The record of every test the research staff had conducted, a full description of how she had first been drawn by SCP-067 and brought to life by SCP-914, all clear as day, in black and white. Cassie's own true nature was presented to her. Immediately, the yarns that Foundation researchers had spun about her surviving an apocalypse began to unravel. It was all a lie, meant to keep her in the dark and prevent her from ever knowing that she was trapped in 2 dimensions. She returned to her original page shortly later, but the damage was already done. Due to her having breached containment and briefly escaped into her own file, a number of Foundation researchers proposed that SCP-085 be destroyed. There was always a risk of this happening again. What would happen if Cassie unwittingly found herself inside another file, with access to more of the Foundation's sensitive information? However, the O5 Council decreed that SCP-085 was not to be terminated, allowing Cassie to continue to exist despite the breach. Ever since she learned the truth about herself, signs of depression have begun to manifest in her behavior. Finding out you are a drawing trapped in 2 dimensions with no chance of ever having someone else for company would be enough to crush anyone's spirit. But luckily, researchers have since managed to uplift Cassie a little and offer her a welcome distraction from her unfortunate revelation. The optical illusions like the never-ending staircase she requested were quickly drawn into her environment. Additionally, given the interest she had shown in a technical drawing of a 1964 Ford Mustang convertible, SCP-085 had been allowed to assemble a car of her own. By transferring each individual component of the car from the blueprint to her page, hand-drawn Cassie had been gradually building her very own Mustang to keep herself preoccupied from her life in cartoon motion. And in the end, if she can distract herself and find that tiny bit of happiness, isn't that all that matters? In a sense, we're all trapped within our own dimension. Cassie in her 2D one, us in our 3D world, filling our lives with hobbies and entertainment, all in an effort to make sure that we never tug too hard at the threads of our reality, and find out there just might be much more out there that we're missing.
The SCP Foundation has a reputation for cold, inhumane conditions. But being contained as an anomalous human doesn't mean your stay inside a secure facility has to be as bad as it might seem at first. Of course, more dangerous anomalous entities, such as SCP-076, codenamed Able, are locked away in a containment chamber outfitted with maximum security precautions, and guarded by the Foundation's most well-trained and heavily armed personnel. But not every anomaly poses a danger, and the Foundation realizes that. Sure, the monsters like SCP-106 or SCP-096, who need no introduction, aren't exactly treated to a bed and breakfast every morning, but those lower on the danger scale can get pretty comfortable inside their new home, depending on how well they're behaved and how little of a threat they pose, of course. Take for instance SCP-076's less violent brother, SCP-073, also known as Cain. SCP-073 is peaceful, a complete contrast to SCP-076's destructive fits of violence and rage, and as a result, he's treated like nearly any other low-threat anomalous humanoid. Amenities, clothes, maybe even some time in the Foundation's recreational spaces if they're extra well-behaved. It's true that the Foundation has been doing a lot for the anomalies it contains, especially in recent years. After all, anomalies contained by the Foundation are, containment breaches aside, supposed to be contained for life. The least the Foundation can do with all of their seemingly infinite money and funding is show them an easier time while they're in there. Sometimes anomalous humanoids are integrated into the Foundation's command structure, such is the case with the mysterious Dr. Clef, a former Global Occult Coalition agent turned Foundation operative with reality-bending powers and a penchant for neutralizing dangerous anomalies. Or Dr. Jack Bright, who continued to work as a Foundation researcher following an accident with SCP-963, an amulet that made his consciousness immortal. Or Cain Pathos Crow, once an ordinary Foundation scientist, now a golden retriever blessed with superintelligence, thanks to an experiment gone wrong, or right, depending on who you ask. It is true, the Foundation is definitely more accepting of the anomalous than it may initially seem. Let's take a look at a particularly notable anomaly contained by the Foundation. SCP-166 can be seen as a baseline example of how the Foundation treats the average humanoid anomaly that doesn't pose a significant threat to the organization or society at large. SCP-166 is contained at the famous Site-19, inside a hermetically sealed antechamber outfitted with an industrial air purifier. Personnel assigned to SCP-166's containment chamber must wear specially designated biohazard suits before entering, and keep them on at all times, lest they succumb to SCP-166's anomalous effects. SCP-166 is a teenage girl of European descent, possessing certain bodily features found on a reindeer. She has antlers, hooved feet, and a short tail. All that's missing is a red nose, right? But despite looking like one of Santa's most trusted four-legged helpers, SCP-166 has little to do with the animal. In fact, scans of her DNA reveal no irregular genetic traits. To the instruments used to record such things, she is a completely ordinary human. Her reindeer features are, according to some Foundation theorists, a reflection of her connection with nature and a remnant of her past. But we'll get to that. Aside from her fluffy parts, what makes SCP-166 so anomalous? As it turns out, SCP-166 possesses an incredibly strong anomalous ability. Any artificial objects, meaning those that are man-made, within a 15-meter radius of SCP-166 will return to an unworked state. For example, a car placed within SCP-166's range will return to a composite of paint, metals, leather, and plastics over time. These higher complexity objects, such as vehicles or electronics, are affected more quickly by SCP-166, with degradation of their metallic components giving out and causing massive structural failure, resulting in an unusable object. More natural objects made of rudimentary materials, such as stone buildings and products made of organic materials, will decay at a much slower, nearly imperceptible rate. So SCP-166's containment chamber and containment solution is more than safe, though it might need to be repaired and touched up over the years. SCP-166 is very in touch with nature, as her appearance would suggest. In fact, in areas where objects degraded as a result of her influence, flowers and plant growth will begin to appear. Sometimes this foliage will grow in places that should otherwise be impossible for it to, such as ID scanners or security cameras. You could imagine that the inside of the chamber is practically a botanical garden. Still, the Foundation has to be careful with how SCP-166's containment chamber is constructed and who enters it, as the degrading deer girl harbors a particular sensitivity to artificial materials and pollutants, such as smoke or pesticides. Inhalation of or contact with one of these airy substances causes SCP-166 to grow ulcers and suffer symptoms of asthma attacks. Even being in close proximity with a smoker can cause SCP-166 pain, with one instance prompting a severe asthma attack despite the Foundation doctor in question having not smoked a cigarette in over 3 weeks. If you need another reason to stay away from smoking, do it for SCP-166. Isn't she adorable? You wouldn't want to give her a panic attack, would you?
Not only are SCP-166's visitors limited and screened beforehand, but her clothing consists of organic cloth so as not to trigger a degradation effect. All of her meals must be prepared by a trained Foundation chef and followed according to a specific set of guidelines, with as little inorganic additives as possible. The Foundation has to be a bit more careful than usual with the items requested by SCP-166, not only due to her anomalous ability to degrade objects, but due to her mysterious past and connection with a small convent of nuns in Ireland. We'll explain. You see, like most humanoid anomalies, the Foundation has allowed SCP-166 to put in requests for personal items she might find missing from her containment. Now, the Foundation may deny these items for a variety of reasons, but there's also a chance they won't. To date, SCP-166 has requested a copy of the Holy Bible, a Catholic rosary, and various books and magazines involving religious content, all of which were approved by Site-19's director, Sophia Light. SCP-166 also requested access to a Catholic priest for confession, mass, and other sacraments. This request was initially denied, but later reapproved after Chaplain Davis, an ordained member of the clergy working with the Foundation, agreed to meet with SCP-166 on a bi-weekly schedule, every other Sunday. SCP-166 also requested a telephone, which she intended to use to contact the Abbess of Our Lady of Mercy Convent, a cloistered society of nuns in County Galway, Ireland. This request was a little more complicated to process. At first, it was denied, then granted, and then denied again after a reconsideration by Director Light. But why did SCP-166 want this item? What connection could the dear girl have to a group of nuns in Ireland? The answers lie in the Foundation's discovery of SCP-166. SCP-166 was discovered in the Our Lady of Mercy Convent in County Galway, Ireland, where the girl had been living since infancy. Her strange appearance and abilities initially made her the subject of scrutiny by the sisters who lived there, but she was taken care of and raised as a member of the Catholic faith. When the Foundation was alerted to SCP-166's existence, a defecting Global Occult Coalition agent operating under the codename Ukulele, who is now in the process of joining the Foundation, confirmed that he recognized SCP-166. He knew that SCP-166 was the child of an incredibly dangerous entity, classified by the Global Occult Coalition as Threat Entity 9927 Black, a being codenamed the Goddess. The Goddess also was being pursued by the SCP Foundation and given a designation as an SCP object, though its number and the exact details of the file have been redacted by the Foundation for security purposes. What we do know is that the Goddess was a seriously dangerous entity, and both parties were dedicating as many resources as possible to its capture, containment, or neutralization. The conflict between the Goddess, the Global Occult Coalition, and the SCP Foundation came to a head during an event known as the Cornwall Incident. The Goddess's file, which was received and archived by the SCP Foundation, has a portion describing SCP-166, which reads as follows.
Threat Entity is the child of incarnated LTE-9927 Black, the Goddess, and an unknown father.
While it strongly resembles its mother and shares its animalistic features, it lacks the extreme bestial appearance of 9927 Black. Possesses minor chlorokinetic abilities, but primary reason for threat entity classification is the instinctive knowledge and eligibility to enact occult procedure Clockwork Blackchild Havilah, a worldwide ritual working that would irreversibly regress human civilization to Neolithic standards. Strike Team Lancelot neutralized 9927 Black in England during an operation which would later be known as the infamous Cornwall Incident, but were unable to confirm the liquidation of 9927 Blackchild due to the death of the strike leader, Agent Ukulele. Ukulele was posthumously awarded the Silver Aegis for his lifelong service to humanity. As the file stated, SCP-166 is the child of the Goddess, and the reason for her anomalous degradation abilities is so that she can enact them on the world and fulfill her mother's unholy mission, a ritual that would regress society to prehistoric times, ridding the world of modern technology and man-made creations. Why the Goddess wanted to carry out this ritual is unknown, but SCP-166 was her key to achieving her primitive desires. Through her child, she could reach her goals, but the Cornwall Incident threw a wrench in the Goddess's plans. Agent Ukulele, a global occult agent famous for decommissioning dangerous anomalies, was tasked with killing SCP-166. Perhaps it was her human appearance, or the fact that she was only a small child, or even something that lay even deeper. Ukulele could not bring himself to terminate SCP-166. He defected from the Global Occult Coalition, faking his death and taking SCP-166 alongside him. Entrusting her care to the convent of nuns, Ukulele made himself scarce, relieved that SCP-166 was safe. After being free from the Global Occult Coalition's grasp, Ukulele was unsure of what to do with his life. Taking the name Alto Clef, Ukulele had rid his previous identity from the anomalous world, and was prepared to start a new life. But he couldn't let SCP-166 live unattended. What if the Global Occult Coalition found her and terminated her in an act that would finish what they had started all those years ago? What if the Foundation discovered her? He didn't want to risk the girl being put into a life of containment that she never wanted. Clef decided that he made the best decision and kept SCP-166's existence to himself as best he could. But his hand was forced not long after. SCP-166 at the age of 12 was seen by a civilian visiting the convent, who reported her existence to the authorities. The Foundation became aware of SCP-166. Clef, wanting the best for SCP-166, exchanged valuable Global Occult Coalition intelligence, documents, and information with the Foundation in exchange for SCP-166's containment and guaranteed safety. It was the best he could do for the girl. Clef then fully defected to the SCP Foundation, where his skills were heavily in demand. Soon, SCP-166 was retrieved from the convent and brought into containment. At least now, Clef could know she was safe. The Cornwall incident resulted in the termination of the Goddess, and all parties were relieved that the world was rid of this dangerous and mysterious entity. But it also brought Clef a significant amount of strife. Why did he save SCP-166? Why was the battle-hardened and brutal assassin unable to kill her? What connection did Clef share with the Goddess, if any? SCP-166 often wondered about the exact details of her past. She wasn't privy to her history with Clef or all the details of her birth, or what arcane ritual she was born to carry out. SCP-166 only knew the convent, her faith in the Catholic religion, and her life in the custody of the SCP Foundation. During her talks with Chaplain Davis, she often discussed these feelings and desires to know more about herself and her past. The Foundation kept further details about the Goddess and her past under restrictive classifications, and attempts to pry deeper never bore SCP-166 any fruit. One conversation between SCP-166 and Chaplain Davis was particularly noteworthy. Inside the small confessional, where the two met every other week, they exchanged greetings and began talking. SCP-166 enjoyed her talks with Chaplain Davis, which allowed her to explore her faith and further her appreciation of it. It also gave her an opportunity to talk about her feelings and thoughts in an environment similar to the ones she was raised in. To start, Davis reminded SCP-166 that information she gave him could be reported higher up in the Foundation, if need be. In the Catholic religion, confession is a confidential space, but for the SCP Foundation, the rules of the Church are often broken. As usual, I have to remind you that due to our environment, the seal of confession will not take place unless specifically invoked. Even then, details of our conversation can be unsealed if they're determined to be essential. Understand? Davis said. SCP-166 understood and nodded her head. First, SCP-166 asked a question about a replacement for Pope Benedict, who announced his retirement at the time of the interview. Chaplain Davis responded, Yes, that was rather unfortunate. But it does make sense, my child. He was rather old even when he first took up the position. Now he can rest, knowing he served the Church well. SCP-166 was curious to know if a replacement had been decided. Davis informed her that while there was speculation, one had yet to be decided for certain, though he was sure the Church would want to go forward with a fresh, new face to broaden its mission. SCP-166 seemed pleased at this, but Chaplain Davis sensed an underlying discomfort in the girl. She wasn't speaking her true feelings. He assured her that whatever question she had, he could answer to the best of his abilities and without any judgment. SCP-166 decided to speak up. She wanted to know if Chaplain Davis had a good relationship with his parents. Davis sat back for a moment and thought carefully about his response. as he did with all questions that could cause an emotional response in SCP-166. No topic was more sensitive for SCP-166 than the matter of her heritage. Davis informed her that he maintained a good relationship with his mother before she passed away, and a less than happy relationship with his father. Davis asked SCP-166 about her parents, diverting the conversation away from himself. He wasn't sure at this point exactly how much SCP-166 was told or knew. In fact, the Foundation didn't even let Chaplain Davis know the full context of SCP-166's origins. "I never really knew my parents," said SCP-166. "I got dropped off when I was a baby. I mean, I guess they must have known the sisters if they put me there, but I don't remember them, just what I picked up. They mentioned my mother a bit before they realized they should watch what they say about me. I think they said something about her being a goddess, which obviously wouldn't be true. She must have been some sort of spirit, but she must have been something if I ended up looking like this. I remember eavesdropping on the abbess. She was talking to one of the other sisters about how she had done something wrong, something about a ritual that someone else stopped. They said she died." Davis, taken aback by SCP-166's revelations, told the girl that he was sorry for her loss. SCP-166 said that it wasn't like she knew her anyway, so she wasn't bothered by it all that much. Davis asked about her father, but SCP-166 also had little information on him. She said that she had asked the abbess about him multiple times, but she never mentioned SCP-166's father. She wondered, if her mother, the goddess, was so horrible, what did her father do that made him unspeakable? SCP-166's questions would not go unanswered. One day, a letter was found inside her containment area. It read, "I first met your mother when we were little more than children. She had hooves for feet and starlight in her eyes. She was beauty and nature incarnate, and I killed her with my own 2 hands. Eden isn't a place, it is a state of being. They wanted to take us back to it, and I stopped them. I took paradise away from us for a second time. I've never regretted my actions on that day except one. And when you first met me on that day, you saw your father put a bullet into the head of your mother. I make no excuses, only explanation. You may not have even remembered it, but I'm telling you now in the hope you understand why I did what I did. I hope you forgive me. I love you. I wish I could have done more for you. The best I could do was leave you in the hands of kind and loving people and hope they would raise you in my place. From what I've seen, they did well. I'm sorry you couldn't stay with them. I'm sorry they brought you to this place. I promise to do my best to make sure your stay here is pleasant. I promise to keep you safe. Happy 16th birthday from your loving father, Dr. Clef." Site-19's director, Sophia Light, gave Clef a disciplinary interview for making unapproved contact with SCP-166 and writing such an emotional appeal to the girl. Clef had been barred from talking to SCP-166, and his superiors were even skeptical about letting him work at the same site as her. Light showed sympathy for Clef's dilemma. For 16 years, SCP-166, Clef's daughter, was unable to live her life normally because of who she was. He felt partially responsible. Despite being one of the Foundation's most trusted and powerful agents, capable of sending a strike team anywhere in the world and knowing secrets people would pay billions to know, Clef was unable to talk to his own daughter. In the end, Clef was subject to a minor disciplinary infraction, but the hope that he may one day reunite with his beloved SCP-166 remains. It all started in 1983, with reports of human trafficking in the heart of Sin City. The FBI had gotten word of a potential trafficking ring operating out of an abandoned department store in Las Vegas, Nevada, and immediately began organizing a secret raid on the building. While they would indeed encounter something horrifying within that abandoned department store, it wasn't criminals or human trafficking. In fact, it wasn't human at all. This is the horrifying story of SCP-847. After weeks of planning, the raid on the department store was conducted in the dead of night. Agents covered all the exits and entrances, and a helicopter was stationed nearby in case anyone attempted to run. It should have been a perfect trap, but things never go as planned when you don't know what you're dealing with. The agents breached the door and began searching the darkened building. It didn't appear that there was any power, so the traffickers must have had great night vision and a high tolerance for creepy locales. Agents soon heard a faint humming sound coming from below, a generator. It must be located in the basement and be the hub of this criminal enterprise. Readying themselves for whatever they were about to find, the agents descended into the basement. As they moved deeper into the building, they found that lighting rigs had been set up. They must be getting closer to something, but that something was still a mystery. A senior FBI special agent was leading the charge, his pistol drawn and ready. It was quiet, too quiet. Did the traffickers already realize they were coming and clear out? He was ready to consider this bust a bust when he heard a quiet mewling in the distance, a persistent whining whimper that was undeniably human. He gave the signal to his fellow agents to follow the noise. They proceeded forward towards the pain sounds and found themselves in a wide, well-lit room filled with department store mannequins. All were broken to some degree. Some were totally smashed to pieces. Some were chained to walls and locked in cages. Others were wrapped in plastic. The agent wondered whether this was some kind of twisted joke or a messed up avant-garde art piece. That's when he noticed her. A single crouched figure in the distance, hunched over and whimpering in a darkened corner of the room near a full-length mirror. He couldn't fully make her out, but he got the sense that something was wrong. She was injured, bent over. Was she even missing an arm? Just what had these monsters done to this woman? He whispered a request for backup into his radio and pushed on. When he got within 50 meters of this strange woman, her demeanor changed entirely. She jerked around, her movements forced, erratic, and painful looking. The woman stared directly into the agent's eyes and began hobbling towards him, occasionally stopping to strike a pose as if modeling during a photo shoot. Just then, the agent made a horrifying realization. This thing moving towards them wasn't a woman at all. It was a living mannequin. As she got closer though, he realized that the mannequin's broken left forearm had been carved into a large shiv. A female junior FBI agent had been one of the many to pour into the room when the raid leader had radioed for backup. The second she entered the 50-meter range of this strange mannequin, everything changed. In an instant, its eyes and mouth began dripping with a thick, viscous resin. Its whimpering gasps suddenly became vicious, ear-splitting screeches, and it turned its gaze from the senior FBI agent. It was now focused on the junior agent, who had just entered the room and broke into a terrifying run straight towards her. The mannequin moved with a violent, single-minded purpose. Other agents began firing, but it was running freakishly fast and easily dodged most of the bullets. The few that actually hit seemed to do nothing to slow the creature down. It shrugged off the damage and kept running. With a great leap, it landed on the terrified junior agent and began jabbing her with its bladed arm. The other agents stopped firing, fearing they might accidentally hit their colleague during the panic. The mannequin was ruthless, clawing and stabbing with the strange resin leaking out of its every orifice. Terrified and unable to reach her gun, the agent remembered her training. She reached into her belt and grabbed her stun gun, jamming the two probes up against the creature's chest and giving it 30,000 volts. The creature spasmed, fell backwards, and collapsed in a heap on the ground, frozen. This was the first recorded encounter with SCP-847, a violent living mannequin with a serious problem with women. This terrifying report was passed up the chain of command until it landed on the desk of a Foundation agent working in the FBI. The Foundation quickly swooped in and claimed the mannequin, delivered necessary amnestic treatment to all who'd witnessed it, and closely observed the female junior FBI agent's recovery in a private hospital with Foundation ties. As it turns out, they were right to do so, as the junior agent was in for a gruesome fate. While the wound she'd suffered at the hands of SCP-847 didn't appear fatal, the fact that the mannequin's anomalous resin excretions entered the open wound changed everything. Several hours after being committed, the junior agent began complaining of limb stiffness and difficulty moving. This quickly developed into full paralysis. Over time, her skin and internal organs began to harden, until the process, dubbed plastination, came to a gruesome end. The junior agent wasn't just dead, she had been transformed into a mannequin. Foundation researchers were met with a truly horrifying realization. This means that all the other broken mannequins found with SCP-847 were likely once living humans, attacked and transformed by the anomaly, now a source for new harvested body parts. Now safely interred at a Foundation containment facility though, the real tests on SCP-847 to determine its behavior and physical attributes could begin.
The most important detail about SCP-847 is that its aggression is exclusively directed towards women, as opposed to when it encounters men, and its instincts are more self-destructive. Through a series of tests and observations, researchers have been able to pin down 3 different distinct patterns of behavior for SCP-847. Pattern Z behaviors occur when there are no humans standing within 50 meters of SCP-847. The mannequin will seek out a full-length mirror and pose in front of it, much like a department store mannequin attempting to show off its clothes. It remains largely inanimate during these periods, and will very occasionally use a finger, or whatever appendage is available, given its habit for self-mutilation, to scratch messages on nearby surfaces. Pattern Y behavior occurs when male humans with XY chromosomes enter a 50-meter radius around SCP-847. Just like its reaction to the male FBI agents who found it, 847 will initially emit vocalizations that seem like whimpering gasps, before making eye contact and striking provocative poses while approaching the subject. It will then remain static and allow the male subject to pose its body. However, after the male subject leaves the area, 847 will enter a state of considerable distress and begin removing or shattering parts of its body. The Foundation has found that the parts removed or shattered are often consistent with parts that the male subjects found displeasing during interactions, showing a masochistic desire to impress. These parts are then harvested back from plastinated victims, which brings us to the most dangerous of its behavior patterns. Pattern X behaviors occur when female humans enter a 50-meter radius around the creature. 847 will immediately become brutally aggressive, switching its noises from whimpers to violent screeches and growls. 847 experiences enhanced physical capabilities during Pattern X states. Its speed has been measured at 45 kilometers per hour, making it as fast as the legendary SCP-096. It's also been shown to exhibit extreme physical strength. It's during this pattern of behavior that it begins excreting its deadly resin, which has been proven to only be dangerous to women. In these states, the only thing capable of reliably pacifying the being is a powerful electric shock. The shock causes the creature's resin to harden, temporarily incapacitating it for roughly 5 minutes. Other conventional weapons and damage has no meaningful effect on SCP-847. After a number of incidents that had sad and violent endings, the Foundation Ethics Committee forbade the use of female D-Class personnel in SCP-847 testing. When it came to female subjects, 847 always slipped into a state of extreme aggression, so instead the Foundation began testing with male subjects in hopes of better understanding the dynamics between human males and SCP-847. Various misogynistic D-Class males were introduced into the containment chamber, which was modeled to look like a bedroom for the purposes of behavioral study. Each one, either during or after their interaction with SCP-847, was told to comment on some aspect they felt dissatisfied with. The mannequin shattered its own chest after hearing it described as being out of proportion. After another D-Class called its nose ugly, the mannequin broke it off. After another said that its hair was out of fashion and commented on its inability to drink, it tore out its hair and liver. All parts were replaced after the experiments. Things took their most violent and upsetting turn yet with the introduction of D-7294. A lot of the time, D-Class personnel are considered to be as anonymous as they are expendable, but D-7294 is an exception. Before becoming D-Class, he was a successful cello teacher who brutally murdered one of his teenage students and her mother. He's typically employed in tests when the Foundation wishes to see interactions between anomalies and humans with confirmed psychopathic personalities. During his interaction with SCP-847, he belittled and humiliated the mannequin. He forced it into uncomfortable poses, and even snapped off one of its fingers before being dragged from the room by Foundation guards. In the following debrief, he further berated the mannequin as useless and lousy at its job of being controlled by him. In response, 847 extracted its own brains, eyes, and clavicle before shattering its own hands in dismay. So why does 847 behave this way? While it may appear monstrous, it seems that the reason SCP-847 does what it does is all too human. It hurts women because it itself is hurting, and it's willing to hurt itself even more for the approval of the objects of its desire.
As a result, it's an anomaly trapped in an endless cycle of pain and violence. Perhaps one day, it'll be able to free itself from the loop, but that day is unlikely to come for this murderous mannequin anytime soon. Dr. Bethany Moore was exhausted. She'd been pulling an all-nighter to digitize some old files about SCP-2317, the door to another world, and she could feel herself nodding off little by little as the night drew on. For Dr. Moore, it'd been a whole week of long days. Something even worse when you work at a job as stressful as being a researcher for the SCP Foundation, and the exertion was starting to catch up with her. At around 2:30 a.m., she sighed, rolled back her office chair, and decided to take a quick break to grab a coffee and refuel. If she didn't get some pretty hardcore caffeine in her over the next few minutes, she was absolutely going to pass out on her keyboard. The fact that the rooms in the facility were kept at a relatively low light at this time of night to save power really wasn't helping her fatigue. Dr. Moore dragged herself down to the break room, too tired and too focused on her work to notice that things were eerily quiet. She was punching in her order for the largest espresso available when she noticed the quiet sound of footsteps approaching her from behind. Slow, methodical, and unsettling, especially at this kind of hour. She turned and felt an immense relief wash over her. It was just Security Officer Chuck Walker, one of the regular guards at this site. Dr. Moore and Security Officer Walker weren't exactly best friends, but they'd crossed paths on the job on numerous occasions, and they'd always been polite, friendly, and cordial anytime they'd directly interacted. "Hey, Chuck," she said while her coffee began to pour into the less than environmentally friendly styrofoam cup behind her. "Long night. Working hard or hardly working, huh?" Security Officer Walker didn't respond. It was only now that Dr. Moore seemed to register just how dark the break room was. Really, the only source of light was the soft glow coming from the coffee machine itself. But light or no light, she could see something was wrong with Walker. His eyes seemed oddly distant, like he wasn't even looking at her. He was looking through her, off into some unknown place. Dr. Moore cleared her throat. "Everything okay, Chuck?" Before she could even finish her sentence, Chuck's hands were clasped around her throat. The movement was so sudden and violent. Her back was shoved up against the coffee machine, spilling the espresso everywhere. She tried to scream, but she couldn't get enough air. Chuck squeezed. His grip was like an iron around her thin neck. She silently gasped and spluttered as he choked her, still maintaining that glassy, almost dead look in his eye, like doing this meant absolutely nothing to him. As things started to go dark, Dr. Moore's thoughts were naturally along the lines of, "Why is he doing this to me?" And that's exactly when she got her answer. There were two eyes that seemed almost to be floating in the darkness behind Security Officer Walker, staring with equal indifference at this sudden and awful display of meaningless violence. She could only just make out the slender shape of the creature's mostly obsidian body, with the occasional patch of white. It was her. It all made sense now. It all made so much sense. The daughter of Snap. Dr. Moore's neck broke, leaving her last thought forever unfinished. Security Officer Walker loosened his grip, allowing Dr. Moore's body to slump to the ground. He turned to his mistress for approval, but she didn't say a word. She just left the room, and he obediently followed. This was the very first casualty of a containment breach that would go on to claim the lives of 43 members of SCP Foundation personnel. Several male members of the staff experienced what can only be described as a descent into violent insanity, turning on fellow members of personnel and committing murder, largely through the act of strangulation. A female mobile task force was brought in to deal with this rapidly escalating situation. The brainwashed staff members were relatively easy to neutralize, given the superior training of the MTF compared to on-site staff. But the being that did this to them would be a considerably more challenging foe. SCP-029, the daughter of Shadows, an extremely violent and dangerous Keter-class anomaly. She was still loose on the site, and that meant nobody was safe. The MTF prowled the hallways in three-person squads, while another small detachment headed to the maintenance and security rooms. They couldn't rely on the on-site guards for any help on this one, considering half the brainwashed murderers they just terminated had formerly been site guards. One of the squads finally encountered SCP-029 in a dark hallway and engaged her in violent combat.
The Daughter of Shadows is an incredibly formidable opponent. She's significantly stronger than a non-anomalous human being. She's highly resistant to most forms of damage, and her reflexes are around 4 times faster than some of the fastest recorded non-anomalous human reflexes. In other words, she can shrug off bullets and seems to be one of the world's most proficient stranglers. You really don't want to have to engage with SCP-029 in a physical fight. One of the 3 MTF operatives attempting to subdue SCP-029 was already dead. Her neck practically caved in from the force of a squeeze when the lights finally came back on. While the Foundation didn't know a great deal about the Daughter of Shadows, they were aware of one thing. Her anomalous powers were significantly weakened when faced with bright light. The operatives in the maintenance and security rooms had turned up the lights in the hallway to their maximum brightness, stunning the Daughter of Shadows just long enough for the mobile task force to converge and, through their combined strength and resources, subdue and contain the creature again. She was swiftly delivered back to her high-security containment chamber and locked away once more. The containment chamber is sealed with a triple airlock, and powerful floodlights on the walls keep the creature in a constant state of stark illumination. A truly foolish mistake by Security Officer Walker, who'd been shot to death not even an hour prior by the mobile task force, had caused this particularly deadly containment breach. Ignoring very specific Foundation containment protocols out of his own sense of foolish, morbid curiosity, he'd strayed too close to SCP-029's containment chamber and been dragged into her terrible thrall. Considering the vast array of potential world or even universe enders on the SCP Foundation's roster, SCP-029 is far from the most dangerous anomaly out there, but she's proven time and time again to be one of the most problematic to contain. And due to her incredibly violent temperament and dangerous anomalous abilities, every time SCP-029 does breach containment, a lot of innocent Foundation employees are bound to die. The Daughter of Shadows, a self-given name that seems to be inspired by the fact her skin pigmentation is 80% true black, has a seemingly unquenchable bloodlust. Though ironically, she despises the actual shedding of blood. SCP-029 has been shown to be capable of improvising a weapon out of almost any object. Truly the MacGyver of murder, but she will always kill in a manner that causes no blood to be spilled, hence her preference for strangulation. She also has the ability to brainwash male victims into committing murder on her behalf, by making them believe that she is some form of goddess. Despite showing clear sentience and sound tactical reasoning, it's impossible to reason with the Daughter of Shadows, as she has no compassion or better judgment to appeal to. Her requests for a bed, a blanket, some books, and some clothes have all been denied, due to the pretty justifiable belief that all these requests are just a pretense to get security lowered around her. This harsh treatment actually led to an official complaint by Dr. Erica Brodeen. It stated, "This is ridiculous. The girl can't even have clothes. We are not animals. Let her cover herself." Dr. Sophia Light posted an official reply saying, "Dr. Brodeen, you are granted permission to deliver clothes to SCP-029. Life sadly punished Dr. Brodeen for her compassion. The Daughter of Shadows murdered her with the very clothes she brought in to keep it warm, and the tape of her grisly death is now used as an educational tool for anyone assigned to SCP-029. A grim reminder of the real and present danger that the creature poses to anyone in its vicinity. Because of the nature of the anomaly and her abilities, the Foundation takes a very hands-off approach to interacting with her. Guards are posted outside, and not even food is brought into the chamber, as SCP-029 seems to be able to survive just fine without it. At this point, you're probably wondering, what is this thing really? And how did the SCP Foundation find it in the first place? We'll tell you all we can about that, but be warned. SCP-029 is also linked to one of the darkest things the Foundation has ever needed to do in the pursuit of keeping an anomaly contained. It all began with what seemed like an incredibly random assault on Agent Ramachandran, an SCP Foundation field operative stationed in rural India. The assailant attempted to strangle Agent Ramachandran before being quickly subdued. Because of the strangeness of the event, the agent began a weeks-long investigation into who the man was and why he'd commit this attack. That sent Agent Ramachandran down a frightening rabbit hole towards a small but incredibly violent local cult. The men claimed to be Thuggees, a historically frightening group of roving robbers and murderers who terrorize parts of India throughout its long history. And what's more,
This particular sect of thugs seemed to worship the Daughter of Shadows as a kind of earthbound demigod. They believed that if they made 1 million sacrifices to the violence-loving entity, it would bring about the end of the world. However, they also believed that only sacrifices committed via strangulation would count towards their million-soul total. The Foundation amassed a small invasion force to infiltrate and take down their mountainside fortress from within. Naturally, they were met with considerable violent resistance, which sadly caused the death of Agent Ramachandran, the very reason we were able to locate the Daughter of Shadows in the first place. But in the end, the Foundation prevailed. The Thuggies were either slaughtered or repelled, and the Foundation operatives discovered SCP-029 within the temple, along with a huge number of corpses believed to be the cult's prior victims. Given how dark it was inside the temple, the Daughter of Shadows was a formidable level of power. She killed and brainwashed several of the agents who attempted to contain her, but was eventually subdued and transported back to the nearest secure containment site. One of the most infamous incidents that SCP-029 is associated with happened around 7 years after her capture. The level of dark pigmentation on her skin was beginning to increase, prompting concern among researchers. When they asked her what was happening, she simply said that her followers were on the move again, prompting concern that 029's thuggy cult was due for another resurgence. Knowing how dangerous this cult could be, the SCP Foundation decided that drastic action would be needed to deal with them this time. When they eventually located members of the cult, they began tracking them and gathering intelligence. They discovered that a mass gathering of the entire cult was imminent, on a day that they believed to be holy. The Foundation waited until then to strike. When the cult was gathered in worship, the Foundation conducted an aerial strike, killing them all in an instant. The second this happened, the Daughter of Shadows sat bolt upright and screamed for several hours, mourning the death of her beloved followers. She learned a hard lesson that day. While she and her methods were undeniably brutal, when the situation called for it, the SCP Foundation could be plenty brutal as well. Since this incident, SCP-029 has increased her efforts to escape, perhaps so she can get the jump on building a brand new cult. The SCP Foundation faces off against a number of incomprehensible, impossibly dangerous threats every single day. They've gotten so used to containing terrifying monsters and world-ending anomalies that it's really just all in a day's work for them. But what if there was something that scared even the most jaded Foundation personnel? Something that none of them could track, understand, or even see. In the 1990s, employees of the SCP Foundation began to disappear without a trace. At first, the higher-ups assumed it was traumatized personnel making a break for it after they'd seen something that finally made them snap. But that wouldn't account for all the blood. At the site of every disappearance, the last place anyone saw the missing person before they were gone, there was a massive amount of blood left behind. Not an "I cut my thumb while chopping onions" amount of blood, but an "I'm missing a limb" amount of blood. Buckets and buckets of what was confirmed to be the missing person's blood were found, spilled all over the scene of their disappearance. The first recorded instance of this phenomenon was captured via security footage of a laboratory late at night. There, Dr. Porter was sat in his lab chair finishing up some tests, running potentially anomalous soil samples through a variety of machines. The room was mostly dark, save for the light of a small desk lamp. Suddenly, he looked up from his work, eyes darting around the room. He couldn't see anything, but he could feel it. There was something in there with him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something horrible was about to happen, and not about to stick around and see what it would be. He made a break for the door. Just before his outstretched arm reached the handle, he jerked back into the room as if pulled back by his hair. He looked around wildly for his assailant, but there was nothing there that he could see. The security footage showed him jerked around, thrashing his arms as he tried to fight off an invisible attacker for several seconds. Then, he was gone, and the pristine white tile of the laboratory was smeared with that telltale bright red. He wasn't pulled into a pocket dimension like an attack by SCP-106. He was simply there one moment and gone the next. The blood on the ground the only sign he had ever been there at all. Dr. Porter's disappearance was troubling, but the Foundation hoped it might just be an isolated incident. Of course, nothing ever goes the way you'd hope when you're dealing with SCPs, and within the next 6 months, 3 more personnel had vanished in the same way. The phenomenon, whatever was causing it, had a few simple rules it seemed to play by. It occurred on a cycle of 1 to 3 months. It only happened to Foundation personnel, and it always happened in a dark place where visibility was limited. Understandably unsettled, many personnel stopped coming into work, afraid they might be next. Unfortunately for them, the phenomenon was not limited to the area within the Foundation's walls. It could find them no matter how far they ran, as soon as they were in the dark. You can't fight, outrun, or outsmart the setting sun or your bedside lamp going dead. Research Assistant Sanchez vanished while taking a shortcut down an alley at night. Dr. Costanza was taken while she was reading a book before bed. Her blood-stained sheets, discovered days later, indicated that she didn't even have time to run. Junior researcher Wantabe disappeared from the back row of a midnight screening of Evil Dead 2. Moviegoers at the same screening reported hearing some commotion from the back, like someone hitting one of the seats and kicking their legs, but they assumed it was just a massive Bruce Campbell fan excited about the movie. The noise only lasted for a few seconds anyway. And so the pattern continued, and every couple of months, one member of the Foundation staff vanished, leaving behind only blood and a sense of dread. None of the missing staff, dead or alive, were ever found. The phenomenon was assigned the designation SCP-835-JP, and though they tried to come up with a plan to contain it or put a stop to it, many accepted it as simply another occupational hazard in an increasingly long list that came with doing the Foundation's work. Just when it was beginning to look like there would never be a way to prevent new brushes with SCP-835 short of never being alone in the dark ever again, something weird and wonderful happened. In a Japanese SCP Foundation facility, during one of the phenomenon's inactive periods, a booklet entitled Artist's Impression of SCP-835-JP was found on the desk of a research assistant. It depicted a fictional character known as Keteru Yamiko, intended to be a personification of the phenomenon. Keteru Yamiko, as depicted in the booklet, is a young woman drawn in a traditional anime and manga art style. She is pale, with blue eyes and long black hair, and is dressed in a classic Japanese school uniform. In addition to her design, the booklet also describes the character's abilities and backstory. Keteru is described as a type of assassin with expertise in predatory ambush. A santoku knife is her weapon of choice. She also displays anomalous abilities with regard to the absence of light. She is able to manipulate darkness and use dark and shadows as a weapon that she can trap her targets with. She is also able to teleport using shadows, transporting herself, objects, or her prey through shadows to remove all evidence of what she has done. The origins of Keteru's abilities are somewhat murky, but whether she was born with them or given them, she came into her unusual talents at a young age. Due to her abilities, she was found by a mysterious organization, an unknown enemy of the SCP Foundation, and abducted by them as a child. There they indoctrinated her and trained her to be a master assassin, teaching her how to use her abilities, master hand-to-hand combat, and the use of weapons, and to have the ice-cold demeanor of a perfect killer. She learned to move in the shadows and make her darkness her ultimate home and ally. Once her training was complete, Keteru was sent out into the world with one mission: to take out members of the SCP Foundation by any means necessary. According to the lore of the booklet, her killings drew the attention of the Foundation, though they did not understand who she was or who had sent her. Then they assigned her the designation of SCP-835-JP. The booklet was sent to the site's head researcher, who brought in the assistant for further questioning. The man confessed to have drawn the booklet, saying that drawing Keteru Yamiko had made him feel less afraid of the mysterious entity. By turning it into a fictional character, he was taking his sense of control back, as well as turning his fear into a chance to explore his favorite hobby, drawing. What had once been a completely unknown entity, something without a face or a motive of any kind, was now a classic anime character, and something he could wrap his mind around. Also, he just thought it all looked really cool. He was reprimanded for drawing on the job and making light of a phenomenon that had taken so many of his colleagues. He was transferred to a different department, and the booklet was largely forgotten about, at least until one researcher, Dr. Sato, noticed something curious. After the discovery of the Keteru Yamiko booklet, also known as Incident 835-JP, there were no disappearances for 5 months. Another disappearance finally occurred, but the pattern, which had been so consistent before, was disrupted for the first time in a decade. Dr. Sato noticed this delay, and though his colleagues mocked him for it, drew a connection between the longer inactive period and the discovery of the Keteru Yamiko booklet. He quickly got to work and developed a proposal, Protocol Idol 835, which was approved by a head researcher desperate for some kind of solution, and promptly put it into practice. Dr. Sato's theory behind the implementation of Protocol Idol was that, somehow, SCP-835-JP was connected to and influenced by the perceptions of the Foundation personnel. In fact, it had likely originated from their collective sense of anxiety and paranoia in the first place, acting as a tulpa, or a thought made real through intense concentration and belief. Therefore, he hypothesized that by changing the staff's perception of the phenomenon from something horrifying and unknowable to an approachable and even fun fictional character, they could somehow contain it and stop any further disappearances. The goal of Protocol Idol was to create a shared version of SCP-835-JP for all of the staff to focus on, stripping the entity of its original power. Since many staff had already seen the original Keteru Yamiko booklet, she was chosen to be the shared, agreed-upon description of SCP-835-JP. With all of that decided, the protocol was officially put into place. First, all of the documents and reports that referred to SCP-835-JP were edited to include details about Keteru Yamiko, including descriptions of the character, repeated mentions of her name instead of the SCP's number, and various illustrations. In addition to changing the records, a publicity campaign was mounted to cement the idea of Keteru Yamiko in the minds of all of the staff. Keteru Yamiko's design was painted on various supplies, on the side of transport vans, on the doors to laboratories, and as murals on several walls throughout the facility. The booklet was copied and distributed around the facility as a piece of required reading. The original author of the booklet was brought back on board to design and head the creation of a variety of other reading materials, including fictional novels, manga, and short animated videos featuring Keteru Yamiko as the main character. Mandatory watch parties were held for these short animations, and free snacks and drinks were provided in order to boost morale. Several employees began jokingly referring to these watch parties as SCP Foundation Anime Club. Through the efforts of the Idol Protocol, the image and knowledge of Keteru Yamiko spread throughout the Foundation and became the dominant perception of SCP-835-JP. Since the implementation of this protocol, there have been no disappearances in line with SCP-835-JP's pattern, and the project was declared a success. Dr. Sato included this note in SCP-835-JP's file. SCP-835-JP is probably a manifestation of the instinctive fear that something threatening oneself may be lurking in the darkness. But the imaginary monster we once feared has now been reduced to a cliched character with Protocol Idol 835. Ever since the implementation of Protocol Idol 835, SCP-835-JP is considered neutralized. Its classification has been downgraded from Keter to Safe. There have been talks about strengthening the entity's containment by expanding the protocol outside of the Foundation, in order to prevent the possibility of containment breaches down the line that might be brought on by exposure to a major cognito hazard, or in-house amnestics. A special team of illustrators, animators, and writers have been brought on to spearhead the protocol, creating additional comic books, posters, and even beginning the early stages of production on a feature-length animated film about SCP-835 and her various exploits, tentatively titled Keteru Yamiko, Shadow Girl. There have been no plans made yet for international distribution, but who knows? We might just see Keteru Yamiko on the big screen one of these days. She might just end up as the first ever SCP to become a mainstream celebrity. And until then, the Foundation could also disseminate knowledge about her through other means. Say a fun little animated YouTube video. But what's the chance they'd ever pull a move like that, right? The SCP Foundation has dealt with plenty of things that no one could ever even imagine. Creatures and objects beyond anyone's wildest dreams. An evil old man that can walk through walls. An IKEA that never ends. A giant underwater eel that can erase your memories. And so much more. But sometimes the anomalies they discover seem to be plucked from a familiar nightmare. In Korea, shortly after the end of the Second World War, a team of SCP Foundation officers encountered something right out of a dark, twisted fairy tale. In the late 1940s, the 5th Squad of the Eastern Division of the SCP Foundation received a call to come to Busan, Korea, and investigate a potential anomaly involving several deaths. 3 agents, referred to from now on as Agent 1, Agent 2, and Agent 3, were deployed to the region, where they first headed to the morgue to examine the bodies under the cover of reporters investigating the deaths. The nature of the wounds indicated an animal attack. An eyewitness account from an old woman who saw a fox-like creature eating one of her cows supported this hypothesis. Of course, the agents knew differently. Sure, it was something like an animal, but this culprit was no animal they had ever encountered. The 3 recounted stories of fox spirits, villainous tricksters capable of changing their shape and oppressing all kinds of havoc on those unfortunate souls they targeted. While sweeping the area, the agents encountered a beautiful young woman sitting under a waterfall, combing her hair. She was dressed in a light robe, and her feet were bare. This, they noticed, gave her away. Instead of having human feet, she had paws covered in reddish fur. The agents assumed that this creature was inexperienced, unable to properly conceal herself. They believed they had the upper hand on her. They would soon see the error of their ways. The woman greeted the 3 men and invited them to have dinner at her nearby cottage. Believing themselves to be relatively safe, armed as they were, and with 3 people against one delicate, if inhuman woman, they agreed. The foxwoman ushered them to a lovely rustic cottage and sat them down at the dining table. She served them plum wine, rice-pickled turnips, and meat. Everything was delicious, and feeling at ease, the agents decided to turn in for the night. This creature, though unusual, did not seem threatening. She had no reason to attack them, or so they thought. Agent 1 woke in the night to go to the bathroom and tiptoed out of the cottage to relieve himself behind a bush. There, he saw Agent 2 with the foxwoman. Let's just say they were getting to know each other intimately. Suddenly, an abrupt change of mood, she bit him. She tore the man's throat out with her teeth before he could scream, turning his cries to a wet, useless gurgle. Then she took her hand and plunged it into his belly, shredding the flesh with razor-sharp claws. He thrashed and tried to fight her off, but she shoved him to the ground and tore his stomach open, rooting around inside for something. When she found it, she stopped and gleefully tore out his liver. As the first agent looked on in horror, she lifted his colleague's liver and swallowed it whole in one single gulp. Not noticing her onlooker, she continued her vile work, peeling her victim's skin like an orange. The agent who witnessed the whole thing regained his ability to move, adrenaline flooding his veins, and ran back to the cottage in search of his remaining teammate. Agent 1 shook Agent 3 awake, babbling incoherently as he tried to explain what was going on, and the fact that they needed to leave, and they needed to leave now. To his shock, Agent 2 walked into the room, asking what all the noise was about. Agent 1 immediately noticed the man's glowing yellow eyes and made his next move without thinking. He pulled out his gun and fired. Agent 3 drew his weapon next, pointing it at 1 and yelling for him to put the weapon away. 1 tried to explain that this man was not their friend, but rather the fox in disguise, but he wouldn't listen. The fox grabbed 1, and 3 shot him in the upper arm. Agent 1 dropped to the ground, wailing in pain as the fox laughed in a high-pitched, devilish whine. Agent 1 scrambled away, crawling into the living room and slamming the rice paper screen door shut. There, laid out on the dining table, was another agent. They had seen this man at the base of the mountain only a few days ago, but now here he was, eyes wide and glassy, and skin flayed open. Then Agent 1 saw the remains of their dinner. In the bowls, there was the flesh of their fallen colleague. With it was not rice, but maggots crawling over the meat. Agent 1 was able to improvise a weapon, breaking off a portion of the wooden beam and stabbing the fox through the stomach as she lunged through the rice paper door. He made his way through the forest, running as fast as he could with his gunshot wound. He found his way to the bank of the river and attempted to cross. However, he was disoriented and afraid. It was pitch black outside, and he was nauseous from the pain. He slipped on the wet rocks and hit his head, falling into the water. The rapids carried him away, pulling him downstream for half a mile before he was able to grab hold of an exposed branch. Agent 1 made his way back to his team's van, broke a window, and pulled a flamethrower from the back. He recalled legends about similar fox-like creatures mentioning an aversion to fire, and so he prepared to fight her off with as much as he could get. Just as he readied the flamethrower for use, the foxwoman emerged from the tree line. What happened next is unknown, lost from the official record. However, after several days, a retrieval team tracked down Agent 1 and rescued him, capturing the foxwoman in the process. He was taken to the hospital, where he remained with a serious infection for several days before he was discharged. Initially, the Foundation planned to terminate the creature. However, Agent 1 vehemently opposed that decision. He insisted that they should keep her alive. He also recommended the containment methods used to imprison her be adjusted. The agent promised that she would not be held by the chosen methods, and that the result of her inevitable escape would be devastating. In his official interview, he had this to say on the subject. "Like I said, she's spiteful. Every little slight in her eye she saves up. The only way she knows how to repay an insult is death. Chaining her to the wall like an animal. When she gets out, and she will get out, she's going to kill everyone who had the slightest thing to do with it. She won't settle for anything else." Much to the Foundation's surprise, Agent 1 visited the foxwoman in her holding cell several times. The Foundation attempted to understand this concerning behavior, but Agent 1 refused to admit that there was something strange about it. His attachment to the foxwoman had been attributed to Stockholm Syndrome, brought on as a result of several days in the woods spent as her captive. To this day, Agent 1 is the only person to survive that long alone with the creature that is now known as SCP-953. SCP-953 is a female red fox, weighing approximately 8 kilograms. Unlike an ordinary fox, her spine splits at the base into 9 different tails. Previously referred to as a kitsune, the shape-shifting fox spirit of Japanese legend, it has since been discovered that she is actually a kumiho, a Korean fox spirit with similar qualities. SCP-953 is a polymorph, also known as a shapeshifter, though she retains some aspects of her fox-like appearance no matter what form she is in, including ears, paws, tails, eyes, and fur. Though she attempts to cover these revealing physical traits with clothes and hairstyling, she is unable to get rid of them entirely. In addition to her shapeshifting, 953 has potent psychic abilities, including the powers of suggestion and telepathy. She has used these abilities to wreak havoc on her victims, causing them to experience terrifying hallucinations, hurt themselves, and in one particularly horrific case, convincing a mother to kill, cook, and eat her own child. She has also successfully used these abilities to escape containment 6 times. SCP-953's most recent escape caused the deaths of 10 Foundation staff. After destroying nearby security cameras, she shifted into the appearance of an adult man, walking out the front door in a stolen lab coat. Anyone who stopped her to ask for identification was swiftly slaughtered. After her escape, the fox disappeared for 5 years until she resurfaced at YIFCON, a convention for furries and anthropomorphic animal enthusiasts. There, the fox-like ears and tail that might draw attention in other places allowed her to hide in plain sight. The Foundation was alerted to her presence when a terrified hotel housekeeper called 911 after walking in on SCP-953 slicing open the torso of a dead convention goer. By the time the Foundation reached the convention center and captured the fox, she had left 24 corpses in her wake. The bodies, all mutilated almost beyond recognition, were found scattered throughout the hotel in various places, including stuffed into a mattress, hanging over a shower curtain rod, rolled up in a carpet, and strewn across a banquet table. The survivors were given Class A amnestics to wipe their memories and released from custody. The convention was cut short, with a dangerous gas leak as the cover story. So far, the fox has not escaped Foundation custody again. SCP-953 is kept in a Type 4 containment cell in Hallway 99 of Site-17. She is provided 1.5 kilograms of fresh liver every day to eat, as well as clean drinking water and a futon with blankets and sheets that are changed out weekly. In exchange for good behavior, she is provided the occasional luxury item such as plum wine, novels, or a variety of Korean sweets. After so many successful escapes, the Foundation realized that simple physical containment was not adequate to keep SCP-953 away from the general population. Making use of her fear of dogs, the Foundation keeps 953's containment chamber surrounded by dog kennels filled with Korean Jindo and American foxhounds. All staff assigned to SCP-953's containment chamber are to be given background checks, looking for any prior ties to the furry community. Such affiliations may make them vulnerable to SCP-953's influence, and have been attributed to the death of one Agent Gallagher. Because of her psychic abilities, no direct contact with 953 is allowed. All communication with the Fox must take place from a distance of 100 meters, and food, water, and other items are delivered to her via a robotic assistant. She must be considered armed and dangerous at all times, and can only be transported while accompanied by 6 members of armed personnel. There are folklore-based procedures in place for employees as well, providing specific instructions to staff assigned to SCP-953. No matter how odd or ridiculous these instructions may seem, the staff is to adhere to them and remember that what we may think of as classic fairy tales are often more like ancient special containment procedures. If versions of the Kumiho and the Kitsune exist, then who knows what other seemingly mythical creatures the SCP Foundation might encounter in the future? What other beasts are lurking on the edges of civilization, hiding in the shadows, or worse, hiding in plain sight, just under our noses? Best to brush up on your local folklore, just in case. And as always, be careful out there.
Robert Orlean and his partner in crime, John Streep, zipped through the murky waters of the Louisiana Bayou on a speedboat. These men were dealers in the illicit, but their specialty was not any kind of contraband you'd probably recognize. Orlean and Streep dealt in rare orchids, illegally poached from areas where they're considered endangered and sold to high-paying rare plant collectors. As any seller or collector knows, rarity is the hallmark of value, and what these two men would encounter in the swamp that day was truly one of a kind. The problem for this pair of greedy opportunists is that only one of them would live to tell the tale, and thanks to the SCP Foundation, the other wouldn't remember it for long. That's what happens when you have a dangerous run-in with a certain mean green swamp-dwelling creature that doesn't take kindly to unwanted visitors. And no, we're not talking about a crocodile. Orlean and Streep continued through the swamp, keeping their keen eyes out for the flash of light blue that'd give away the orchids they were seeking. Little did they know, from the murky darkness between the reeds, a pair of big yellow eyes were watching them back. They were intruders in a stranger's land, threats, just like the bad man. They would need to be dealt with accordingly, or a grim history would repeat itself. The boat came to a halt as the two poachers finally saw one of the rare flowers they were looking for arising out of the muck. Orlean leaped from the boat and began wading towards his prize. The flower would fetch him and his partner a pretty penny if they could get it back in good condition. The motions were so well practiced for Orlean, so automatic, that he didn't even notice something was moving through the waters towards him. Gators and snakes were an occupational hazard for people like Orlean. He kept a revolver holstered just below his shoulder as a precaution, but the thing about to kill him was unlike anything he'd ever faced before. Just as his careful fingers curled around the orchid's stem, Orlean heard Streep screaming from the boat. He was frantically pointing at something just beyond Orlean, emerging from the reeds. Orlean turned and felt his jaw falling open in horror at the sight of it. At first it seemed almost like a waterlogged corpse. Thick, matted black hair, heavy with grease and muddy bog water, teeming with parasitic swamp life. Her skin was green and bumpy, like that of a toad, dripping with viscous green sweat that seemed like it could only be the byproduct of rot. But those eyes, those big yellow amphibian eyes, they were alive as they were inhuman. This creature wasn't a corpse, it was something else entirely. Her body cleared the water, standing at Orlean's height now and facing him eye to eye. She was naked, her dignity preserved by her long tangle of hair. Her body was human-shaped, except for her freakishly long, thin limbs. Her belly appeared visibly bloated or engorged, like a woman in the mid-stages of pregnancy. Orlean had never smelled something so foul in his entire life, which was mostly spent wading through swamps and bogs. She smelled like death itself. Streep was screaming for Orlean to climb back into the boat, but Orlean knew it was already too late. He reached for his holstered pistol, but before he could clear leather, the creature let out a horrific guttural hawking noise and spewed a stream of black goo onto Orlean's face. It was hot,
sticky and foul-tasting, like a kind of tar rendered from corpses. It plastered his open mouth and nose shut and began to suffocate him. He tried desperately to claw at his face and tear the offending substance away, but all that succeeded in doing was getting his fingers stuck. While Orlean suffocated and Streep screamed terrified obscenities from the boat, the creature just watched and smiled through rotten teeth. It was nice to see them panic, just like the bad man who'd come before. They were in the wrong. They deserved this. Orlean soon realized that nothing he could do would save himself. He'd spent his life in a dangerous profession and been lucky until now. But the Reaper catches up with everyone eventually. The last thing he saw as the world went black was this creature, this swamp woman, wading towards him through the water with a hungry look in her eye. She grabbed him on either side of his face and just held him there. What was that sound? Was it fizzling, like something was burning or even melting? She just kept staring and smiling with those awful rotten teeth. Robert Orlean went to sleep in her hands and never woke up. Back on the boat, a desperate John Streep was watching a scene that, if it wasn't for the later intervention of the SCP Foundation, would haunt him until his dying day. He watched his partner undergo a process that was somewhere between rotting and melting. He withered away in the swamp woman's hands, degrading into thick black sludge that she drank through her thirsty skin. As much as it pained him to leave his friend behind, Streep knew that there was no saving him now. All he could possibly do was escape with his own life. He pulled the ripcord on the boat's motor and tore his way back to the nearest township, the shape of the nightmarish swamp woman shrinking in the distance behind him. When he ran into the local police station, half mad with grief and fear, screaming about the monster that had killed his friend in the swamp, the police understandably detained him for further questioning. When his criminal history as a poacher was flagged up on the database, it became clear he probably wasn't leaving for a while. That's when a Foundation agent embedded in the department passed a memo about the case's strangeness up the chain of command, and a covert mobile task force was soon dispatched to the swamp in order to locate and capture the anomalous creature that Streep had claimed took his friend's life. After a few days of searching, the swamp woman was captured by the Foundation and redesignated as SCP-811, before being delivered back to a nearby containment site. Luckily for Foundation disinformation agents, the cover story was practically gift wrap for them on this one. It had been a dispute between two hardcore criminals, and as the saying goes, there's no honor among thieves. Streep had murdered Orlean over a pay cut dispute, and thrown him into the swamp where his body was eaten by gators. A few falsified records and implanted memories later, and the Foundation was free to do what it pleased with SCP-811. But the swamp woman would prove to be full of surprises and contradictions. While designated as Euclid, the containment procedures for the creature were rather extensive for its own benefit. Like a lot of creatures who'd never existed in captivity before, it had very specific needs in terms of its artificial habitat. The Foundation needed to be on top of everything, from the pH levels of its soil acidity to the optimal temperatures and humidity levels of its containment chamber, built to resemble the creature's natural swamp habitat. The swamp woman is mostly non-aggressive to Foundation staff, but certain precautions need to be taken in order to ensure everyone's safety around her. While she's largely humanoid, her internal physiology vastly differs from that of humans. Her veins and digestive system are non-functional. She consumes her prey by melting it into black sludge with the highly caustic secretions of her skin, before absorbing it back through her pores. The waste material collects in her stomach, which she then expels voluntarily through an action similar to vomiting. This is often used defensively or in hunting prey, as the unfortunate Robert Orlean found out. As a result, people working in 811's containment chamber need to do so in pairs and wear heavily sealed hazmat suits for obvious safety reasons. The creature also proved to be surprisingly intelligent. While not a genius by any means, it was no mere mindless animal. The swamp woman had an intellect and communication skills on par with your average feral child. The one that had been brought up and socialized in a relatively normal home before being turned loose and experiencing a decline in its mental and social development. Her words have a childlike construction to them, as though English isn't her native language, and she's still in the very early stages of learning it. She gave herself a name, Ai, and began to cooperate well with Foundation staff in exchange for having her needs met. Since being brought into containment, she's made a number of requests. These include some requests that have been denied by the Foundation, such as the regular provision of bovine prey for its chamber, and a variety of fish from its native environment to make it feel more at home. However, there are some requests that the Foundation has approved, like a wooden hairbrush and a D-class in a hazmat suit entering the room daily, in order to help wash her hair, often bogged down by the frequency at which her skin produces thick, caustic oils. In one particularly strange request, she asked for a turtle in a hazmat suit to act as a companion in her containment chamber, as she reacted negatively to the idea of having turtles as food. Sadly, this was one of the denied requests. SCP-811 was also involved in a few cross-tests with other anomalies, leading to curious results. After realizing just how dangerous SCP-811 secretions could be, Foundation researchers naturally floated the idea of using it on SCP-682 in its seemingly endless termination experiments. A sample of 682's flesh was successfully decayed by the dangerous mucus, so a larger quantity collected over a number of months was then sprayed all over the beast. It managed to reduce 682's body mass by 27%, melting its way through the covered flesh down to the bone. However, at that point, it was unable to decay further, and SCP-682 soon returned back to its normal state. Who could have possibly seen that coming, right? However, a much more interesting and enlightening cross-test occurred with SCP-978, the Desire Camera. If you haven't already seen our video on the Desire Camera, it's pretty much exactly what the name suggests. A Polaroid camera that reveals the deepest desire of its subject. And the Foundation decided to test it on a large number of staff and anomalies, one of those being SCP-811. When a photograph was taken of SCP-811 just staring at the camera, the resulting photo depicted a human woman with the same height, build, and facial features as SCP-811, braiding yellow ribbons into her hair and wearing a blue sundress. The attending researchers felt this raised an interesting question. Were they looking at an aspiration towards humanity from SCP-811, or was this a yearning to return to what had been before? There was only one way to find out. Conduct an interview with the creature itself. When the interview began, the researchers pressed 811 on some of her earliest memories. One of the key details she shared was regarding a mysterious man whom she claimed came to her before she looked like she did now, back when her skin was soft and pink. The Bad Man. He injected something into her arm, and whatever it was, it changed her, mutated her, took away her precious humanity. The first thing she remembered feeling after that was an all-consuming hunger, and then melting and devouring the one who changed her, destroying any possible answers as to who he was or why he did it in the process. It was a story of victimization and dehumanization so cruel and upsetting that researcher Watchtel, an assistant researcher attending the interview, actually threw up. Later debriefing interviews revealed it was because he had a daughter of roughly the same age, with long dark hair. If SCP-811 has any parents herself, we may never know. Such is the strange tragedy of SCP-811. Whether you wish to call her by her number, a nickname like the Swamp Woman, or her self-given name of Ai, will likely never know who she was before, as not even she knows now. It is an unsettling reminder that all of our grasps on humanity are looser than you think. Sometimes all it takes is one chance encounter to change who you are completely. The site director was boiling over with rage. This was supposed to be a safe facility, one where low-threat and well-behaved humanoid SCPs were kept with minimal security. But if this kept up, these containment breaches could easily bring the attention of SCP brass, the last thing any of them wanted. "Can anyone explain?" the director demanded, pausing to calm himself. "Why do we have so much trouble keeping this subject safely contained? This is not the first containment breach!" The security team looked at each other nervously. "Well, sir, nothing is ever certain. We made sure everyone has the proper security protocols in place, but SCPs are always unpredictable." "It's a little girl!" The director slammed his fist on the table. Look at these security protocols! Stuffed animals! Playtime! This girl is obviously not a threat! So what's going on here? The security heads exchanged another nervous glance. You're right, sir. The specimen isn't the security threat here. It's the researchers. SCP-2118 was secured by the Foundation with both minimal apprehension as well as a smaller team of personnel, after multiple reports of her unique abilities were identified. She appears to be a normal child under 10 years of age, with orange hair and a long scar on her right cheek. 2118 claims that her scar is the result of an assault by a stranger on the street. She communicated this via sign language, as she rarely, if ever, vocalizes words. She is, however, capable of speech, and that is where her unique abilities lie. SCP-2118 does not speak in her own voice, and it is still unclear as to whether or not she even possesses one. Her speech only activates in one situation, in the presence of a parent who has lost a child under the age of 18 to death. Under this circumstance, only will SCP-2118 begin to speak, but rarely in the same voice twice, because SCP-2118's voice isn't her own. Automatically and involuntarily, 2118's voice pattern becomes that of the child who died, speaking to their parent in a way that reflects both the age and gender of their deceased offspring. The voice that is heard is referred to as SCP-2118-01 by the Foundation. SCP-2118 is aware of her speech and vocal patterns as well as the psychological distress they cause the parent, as she will use sign language to apologize even as SCP-2118-01 continues speaking. But this isn't the only disturbing part of her abilities. While at first the conversation can be generic, most times the words and sounds coming out of SCP-2118's mouth reflects the final words and sounds of the dead child. This not only includes disturbing pleas for help, but can reflect the actual sounds of dying, mimicking the agony of drowning, disease, or death by fire. SCP-2118 wasn't necessarily a danger to anyone. However, her presence could absolutely pose a dangerous temptation. The director finished looking over the files. It seemed like everything had been handled smoothly and by the books when SCP-2118 was initially brought in. But along the way, something had gone wrong. The case was being handled by one of his most trusted researchers, Dr. Wu. As it became clear that SCP-2118 didn't talk normally, translators who could interpret ASL were brought in for the first interview. Dr. Wu and site psychologist Dr. Lavoie welcomed this strange little girl to the SCP facility. This interview provided the Foundation its first intel on where SCP-2118 had come from. At first, the little girl was alarmed. She didn't like being referred to by her SCP number and insisted on her original name. She understood that she was in a science lab of some sort, but thought she had been brought there because she had done something wrong. She referenced a woman attacking her with her purse at one point, and also claimed that anytime she spoke, people would get angry. But then she revealed something more disturbing. She knew why people got angry when she spoke. From her mother. She had lived with her parent, and at some point her mother had lost a baby. After the traumatic incident, every time 2118 spoke, she spoke in the voice of the sibling she had lost. This caused her mother to become angry, and out of shame, provoked 2118 to glue her own mouth shut to prevent it from happening. Due to the glue being a little too strong, it resulted in a visit to the hospital, something she thought might happen again at the facility. But no one was sure if she was scared of it, or hoping for it. More than anything, the little girl just didn't want people to stop talking to her. The Foundation had a long way to go in understanding SCP-2118's abilities. Dr. Lavoie and Dr. Wu both seemed to have a good rapport with the girl, and they were kept in charge of her case. Neither one had children and could converse with her without difficulty as long as a translator was present. But to test her abilities, there would have to be an experiment conducted involving someone who could actually activate them. And it just so happened that D-3498, a volatile conscript working at the facility, had been convicted of the murder of his wife and his daughter. But the experiment would prove to be more than anyone was bargaining for. As soon as D-3498 was brought in, SCP-2118 became silent. After about 30 seconds, she signed an apology for what was about to happen,
and then began screaming at the top of her lungs. She cried out for her father in an anguished voice, all while signing apologies. D-3498 became increasingly angry, demanding to know what was going on. He struggled against his restraints and howled obscenities as he listened to his daughter's strangled pleas for help, begging, and ultimately, her death rattle. 2 agents, recorded as Agent M and Agent C, were brought in to end the experiment and remove D-3498. And that's when things took an unexpected turn. While Agent C removed the D-Class, Agent M seemed oddly fixated on SCP-2118. The reason why became clear as soon as SCP-2118 opened her mouth. "Mama?" The voice had changed completely, to that of a young boy several years older than the D-Class's daughter. The boy seemed distraught, complaining of being cold and scared and wanting to know where his mother was. Agent M seemed frozen in place and didn't answer Dr. Lavoie's questions. The experiment was quickly terminated. SCP-2118 was removed to her living quarters, and Agent M was removed from duty with the case of a possible missing or murdered child referred to police authorities. SCP-2118 may have cracked a cold case, but she also posed a dangerous temptation. It wouldn't be long before the case had its first security breach. Researcher Anselman conducted an interview with SCP-2118, despite not being assigned to the case. Anselman didn't have access to the SCP's living quarters, so he watched SCP-2118 sleep and then communicated with her through the glass. The events were captured on facility cameras and showed that SCP-2118 was agitated from the start, knowing that Anselman was not supposed to be there, and Anselman had an ulterior motive. As soon as the conversation began, SCP-2118, using sign language, asked Anselman why she was being made to do this. Soon afterwards, SCP-2118 started speaking in the voice of a prepubescent boy that Anselman called Dewey, and who referred to Anselman as Dad. The boy was clearly agitated, as was SCP-2118, and asked his father what happens after they die. Anselman became upset, wanting to hear answers from his lost son, not questions. SCP-2118 tried to warn him off, letting Anselman know that he couldn't actually communicate with his son through her, and she couldn't help him. But Anselman persisted, watching as SCP-2118 imitated the sound of a boy gasping and taking his last breaths, consistent with a death from illness rather than accident or violence. All the while, SCP-2118 just watched sadly. The security breach was soon discovered, and researcher Anselman was removed and reprimanded for unauthorized testing with SCP-2118. But thanks to the researcher's breach, the Foundation did gain new knowledge of SCP-2118's abilities, namely that she couldn't actually channel the spirits of the dead. She was a mimic who could involuntarily duplicate their last moments, but couldn't provide any new information from them or answer questions that they didn't know in life, and she didn't have any special knowledge of what came after life. But her abilities did have one unique potential. By channeling the last moments of a deceased child, she could possibly provide answers for authorities as to their whereabouts or their killer, as she had unexpectedly done with Agent M. The problem was, this process seemed to be deeply disturbing for SCP-2118, who showed great emotional distress when forced to channel a dead child and consistently apologized for the effect on the parents, which left the Foundation in an ethical dilemma. "Sir, how do you want to proceed?" The site director looked over the files. Clearly this couldn't continue, and something needed to be done. But none of the security breaches or other incidents had been SCP-2118's fault. She had been cooperative, despite the trauma these tests seemed to cause her. To keep her safe and to preserve her use to the Foundation, things would need to change. "We could transfer SCP-2118 to a more secure facility, but I'm not going to do that. Keep herself furnished with all the things a girl her age would want. It says here that she likes orcas and elephants. Take her outside to an enclosed play area once a day for about an hour, no more. But above all, make sure she's always with an attendant who can converse in sign language. She's not to be around anyone who has had children unless it's necessary for testing. Convey these new parameters to Drs. Wu and Lavoie, and make sure to increase security around her quarters, as much for her protection as anything else." The security team scurried off, happy to have avoided the director's wrath. The director turned back to the files. Yes, he had solved the problem for now,
but he would have to keep a closer eye on the facility as a whole. The SCP Foundation did close background checks on its staff and on D-Class personnel before bringing them in, but SCPs were unpredictable, and you never knew what could make someone a security risk. How many employees working at the facility had lost a child? How many, like the disgraced researcher Anselman, would do anything to hear their child's voice again, even if it was in the middle of death? Gather round, boys and girls, and those who are young at heart. We've talked a lot before about the wacky, occasionally wonderful, but always weird creations of the mysterious toy maker Dr. Wondertainment, and today we're going to do it again. It's time to crack open the SCP Foundation's toy chest and see what we can find inside. Dr. Wondertainment's inventions have been attracting the attention of the Foundation for quite some time, and with good reason. Whoever or whatever the whimsical, talented doctor is, there's no one else out there producing quite as many anomalous objects and marketing them to children as playthings. These aren't the toys you'll find in your neighborhood store or on someone's Amazon wish list. There's SCP-445, the super paper that comes alive in the form of whatever you fold it into. SCP-1508, or Mikey the Chore Buddy, a living cardboard robot designed to help kids with their chores. There are the adorable yet destructive fire-breathing dragon snails, or SCP-111, or SCP-958, General Beep, who teaches kids about military history and combat, and helps them build real working toy weapons. I could keep talking through the proverbial toy factory, but we'd be here all day. Maybe Dr. Wondertainment's most anomalous trait is how productive he manages to be. I can barely send a single email without 3 cups of coffee, but enough about me. One of the most well-known Dr. Wondertainment creations is the Little Misters line, a series of humanoid playmates with a variety of different traits. We've covered the Little Misters here on SCP Explained before, but let's do a quick refresh, just in case. There's Mr. Chameleon, Mr. Headless, Mr. Laugh, Mr. Forgetful, Mr. Shapey, Mr. Soap, Mr. Hungry, Mr. Brass, Mr. Hot, Mr. Life and Mr. Death, Mr. Fish, Mr. Moon, Mr. Red, Mr. Money, Mr. Lost, Mr. Lie, Mr. Mad, Mr. Scary, and Mr. Stripes. Each of these little misters, from the top hat-wearing fish to the man who can't remember a thing, they're each special in their own way. But wait a minute, looking at them all lined up like that, I can't help but feel like I'm missing something. It seems like a bit of a boys' club, right? And why let boys have all the fun? Well, it seems like Dr. Wondertainment thought the very same thing, because he made a little mister just for girls. Enter Miss Sweetie, the sweetest, pinkest gal around. At first glance, you might mistake Miss Sweetie for an ordinary woman, aside from her naturally pink hair and eyes. No wig or contact lenses here, but like the rest of her fellow misters, Miss Sweetie has more to her than meets the eye. So what lies beneath that candy-coated, sugary exterior? To crack open that hard candy shell and get the truth inside, we'll have to look a few years back to when Miss Sweetie first caught the attention of the Foundation. It all started in a small, unassuming town tucked away in a valley flanked on either side by mountains and thick forests. It was a peaceful place, if a bit boring. The worst thing anyone could remember happening in years was a cheating scandal at the yearly pie bake-off. Then 10-year-old Nina went missing. Her family was terrified. They called the police right away, but the authorities insisted that it looked like a classic case of a little girl running away from home. After all, she had taken her backpack, her favorite toys, some sandwiches, and bottles of water from the fridge. She would come back home soon, probably later that day, and everyone would be able to laugh about this by tomorrow. But tomorrow came, and Nina still didn't return home. People began to whisper, the way folks in small towns always talk behind each other's backs. Was there some trouble at home? Nina had seemed like such a happy girl, so outgoing, leading her troop in Girl Scout cookie sales every year and singing solos in the school choir. Something must have been wrong, though. Otherwise, where did she go? Then others began to disappear. Tommy Bowers was last spotted walking home from school. He fell behind his friends, stopping to tie his shoe. When they noticed he was no longer with them and went back, he was gone. Then Mikey Paulson vanished on a camping trip in the nearby forest. His father left him alone for a second in broad daylight, just to gather some firewood for later that evening, and when he called out to his son for help carrying it, there was no reply. One boy was catching toads in the creek behind his house when he disappeared. Another was seemingly snatched while walking his dog. The dog, unharmed, ran back home on her own, dragging her leash behind her as she went. It had started with Nina, but now no one could be certain if it would stop. The townspeople began to panic, wondering who would be next, who was taking their children, and why. As it always does in small communities in the grips of terror, suspicion began to grow. Neighbors turned on each other, pointing fingers at anyone who seemed the least bit suspicious. Local police were baffled by the sudden slew of apparent kidnappings. Sure, they had a few potential suspects: an elderly woman with the local kids claiming that she was a witch, a school groundskeeper that just had a generally weird vibe about him. But none of the leads ever went anywhere. There was no evidence found at any of the scenes. Where there were footprints, there were only one set, the child's, leading off into the woods until they could no longer be tracked. Tensions were mounting, and no one could trust anyone anymore. In a town where people had always left their doors unlocked, people were boarding up their windows, pulling their children out of school, and keeping them home at all hours of the day. If they didn't, after all, their child could be the next one to vanish. After a week of nail-biting tension and looking for threats around every corner, the town was treated to a shocking surprise. Nina came home. Casually as you please, her parents saw her come skipping down the driveway, a little dirty and clearly exhausted, but cheerful. They embraced her weeping and she hugged them tight, asking them to please stop crying. "We didn't know where you were," her mother sobbed. "Didn't know if you were okay or..." "I'm fine," Nina insisted. "They let you go?" her father asked. "What? I just got hungry and I missed you, so I came back," Nina explained. "Who took you?"
Wanna try some tasty... Still 50... Wanna try some taste...
Stream forth the gleam of old blades.
Half a year's work, gone in...
I've been waiting for...
Guess even in dreams there's...
Don't forget to let your friends in on the action. Stream forth the gleam of old blades. Stream forth the gleam of old blades.
Excuse me.
Stream 4. Gleam of old blades.
I don't understand. How am I supposed to fix this?
Oh, that's happy. Alpha Legend. Ah, đây là ra cho đi.
Seek, and you will find.
She miss ba?
Boss, the actors are on strike again.
Ăn phì quá.
Stream 4. Gleam of old Shia. 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 Stream 4. Gleam of old blades.
Jangan. Keluar lagi.
Say bye to breathing. Unworthy. Stand still.
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Cut in the net.
Stand down.
Time to say bye. Boom.
An endless lifespan is just a bitter wait for insanity. Another journey begins, destined for oblivion. Another blood debt repaid. Stream 4. Gleam of old Stream 4. Gleam of old blades. Stream 4. Gleam of old Stream 4. Gleam of old
Batman. 맞아요. 그러니까.
Stream 4. Gleam of old blades. The distant vistas are hazy, but must surely hold beauty.
Excuse me.
March, remember that... Do not be afraid. Heaven's surge. Break.
I'm on guard.
Naughty child, nap time.
Try that again.
Heaven's surge. Rise. Awaken through it. World cleansing dragon.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Do not fret.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
I'm okay.
You can't run! Gotta try hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move!
I'm okay.
Try that again!
I'm okay.
Heaven's surge.
That'll take more than medicine.
Lance at the ready.
Heaven's surge. Rise.
Nap time.
No luck running into the...
I'm on guard.
You can't run! Try that again!
Heaven's surge. Break. Awaken through it. World cleansing dragon.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Do not fret.
My turn! Gotta try hard some... Watch this awesome move!
Heaven's surge. Rise.
Not a scratch! You can't run!
Not a scratch.
Try
surge. Break. Awaken, Dormants. World cleansing dragon.
You can't run! My turn! Phew!
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks a lot!
Lance at the ready.
Heaven surge. Rise.
That'll take me.
Tough luck running!
I sense a storm. Heaven surge. Break.
Try that again!
Time for a shot. Nap time.
You can't run!
The strength. Heaven surge. Rise. Awaken, dormant scales. World cleansing dragon.
Você tá com isso.
Watch this awesome move!
Lance forward.
Try that again! Phew! You can't run! Try that again!
Nap time.
You can't run! Try that again!
Lance forward.
Rise. World cleansing dragon.
Watch this awesome move! You can't run! Try that again! Here! You can't run! Phew!
Been a while.
Try that again!
Lance forward.
World cleansing dragon.
You can't run! Watch this awesome move!
Inevitable.
Try that again! You can't run!
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Rise. cleansing dragon.
Okay, try that again.
Lance forward.
Watch this awesome move. Here.
Just a little something.
Try that again. You can't run.
Rise! World cleansing dragon.
Watch this awesome move.
Nap time.
Lance forward.
Try that again. You can't run. Here. Try that again.
World cleansing dragon. Rise!
Destined for oblivion.
Just a little something.
You. Watch this awesome move.
Lance forward.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Again. Still waters of oblivion.
Try that again.
Nap time.
Destined for oblivion.
You can't run.
Still waters of oblivion.
Try that again.
Lance forward.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
Watch this awesome move! Nap time. You can't run!
Still waters of oblivion. Destined for oblivion.
You! Watch this awesome move!
Lance forward!
Try that again!
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Still waters of oblivion.
You can't run! Nap time.
Destined for oblivion.
Lance forward!
Again.
Just a little something. Nothing else.
Still waters of oblivion.
Try that again! Here! Watch this awesome move!
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
You can't run! Nap time.
Still waters of oblivion.
Lance forward!
Try that again!
Destined for oblivion.
You can't run! You!
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Watch this awesome move! Here!
Lance forward!
Nap time. Try that again!
Still waters of oblivion. Destined for oblivion.
Nap time. Watch this awesome move!
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
I'm okay.
Lance forward!
Destined for oblivion.
Not as hard. Try that again!
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Watch this awesome move! Nap time.
Destined for oblivion.
Try that again!
Lance forward!
Still waters of oblivion.
Nap time.
Destined for oblivion.
You can't run!
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Lance forward!
Just a little something. Nothing else.
Still waters of oblivion.
Try that again! Here! Watch this awesome move!
Destined for oblivion.
Nap time. You can't run!
Still waters of oblivion.
Lance forward!
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion. Again.
Try that again! Phew! That's better.
Still waters of oblivion. How familiar.
You can't run! Watch this awesome move! Try that again!
Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Lance forward!
You can't run! Here! Nap time.
Still waters of oblivion.
Try that again!
Destined for oblivion.
You can't run! Watch this awesome move!
Lance forward!
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Again. Still waters of oblivion.
Nap time.
Destined for oblivion.
Phew!
Lance forward!
Try that again!
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
这里有3个宝箱的。
Stream forth, gleam of old times.
这个没有走过哎。
Don't forget to let your friends in on the
这里
action.
没有走过。逛这个为中心，这个有大别的店。
Stream forth, the gleam of old blades. Stream forth, the gleam of old blades. Seek, and you will find. Storms on the horizon.
1。
Stream forth, the gleam of old blades. 4. The gleam of old blades. Don't forget to let your friends in on the action. Stream 4. Gleam of old
Hey, hey.
Stream 4. Stream 4. The gleam of old blades.
这里帮我看一下这个头啊。好。
This haven of memories. Every touch, every moment is like a thorned rose.
Flammable gift.
Stream 4. Gleam of old blades.
I wish to dedicate my life for the joy of all! My phone clearly shows.
Fancy a dreamscape sightseeing?
She's the girl of my dream.
Stream 4. Gleam of old blades.
Giving me the sticker!
Dream forth.
I'm a little clock. Time, stop!
Well, face recognition failed, you lousy robot.
没有，我现在应该是在往下。这里。好，来一个。然后呢？
Us people from planet Screwlum never brag.
One-peach soul glad? Shaken, not stirred.
Quit give.
Penacony is full of living legends.
Why isn't there a sugar-free soul glad option?
I'm sure I put it in my pocket. I'm sure I put it in my pocket.
是像那一个房子吧。我要想办法结束这一个房子。上个厕所。
Constructing dreams is reflective.
This haven of memories. Every touch, every moment is like a thorned rose. Stream forth the gleam of old blades.
Ê, nãy bây giờ gọi đi.
什么东西？
To dream is effort.
Excuse me.
Oh, we meet again.
Noise.
Say bye to breathing. Stand still.
I'm on guard.
Noise.
May as well kill them all.
Heaven surge. Rise!
Relax.
Awaken, dormant scales. World cleansing dragon.
It's time.
Nap time. Just a little something.
Thanks. You're too. Say bye to breathing.
Heaven surge. Break!
Stand still.
Not
Not a scratch. The human body is beautiful in its fragility.
我怎么去的？哦，在干嘛？
That hurts. Okay.
The strength, heaven's so break.
Relax.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
That'll nap time.
Say bye to breathing.
That hurts.
I sense a storm. Heavens, rise! The strength, heaven's so break.
Stand still.
I'm on guard.
That'll take more.
Heaven's so rise!
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Will of preservation.
Just a little something.
Thanks. You're too good to me.
I sense a storm. Heavens, break!
Relax.
Lance at the ready.
That'll take more nap time.
Stand still. Say bye to breathing.
The strength, heaven, rise!
Just a little something. Nothing else.
Not a threat.
Not bad.
I sense a storm. Heavens, rise!
Stand still.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
May as well kill them all.
Heavens, sir. Break!
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
哦，打到死了。
Hey, are there any asters on the Astral Express? I suppose most passengers don't pay much attention to the plant life around them. Never mind. Asters are a type of plant that release a unique scent, barely noticeable to humans. However, Numby is extremely sensitive to it. Look. The experts say that to certain creatures, the scent these plants release is like a big pot of caramelized honey. Most small creatures lose their minds over it. The bad side is that aster leaves actually contain an extremely strong neurotoxin. If an animal were to find one by following its scent and take a bite of it... what a terrible plant. Numby, don't eat anything you're not supposed to, okay? Noise.
啊，然后。对耶，这个去
Welcome to the Interastral Peace broadcast. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Welcome to a new episode of Interastral Peace broadcast. We are here to bring you the latest news from across the galaxy.
The IPC and the Xianzhou Alliance have renewed their trade agreement, bringing great economic benefits to both parties.
The head of the Armed Archaeologists of the Intelligentsia Guild, Alan Jones, personally oversaw the excavation of the ancient tomb of Emperor Rupert I. The ruins rank as a Category Omega site on the Potential Disaster Index.
Renowned songstress Robin has received an invitation to perform at Penacony's Charmony Festival.
Nice. The Garden of Recollection has gathered Memoria fragments from the lost world of Moonshield. The precious memories of this world will not be forgotten.
Let's take a closer look at the details. Regarding the IPC and the Xianzhou Alliance, the Xianzhou La Fu has opted to renew the trade agreement.
The agreement will help to open up markets and promote cooperation between the two sides in agriculture, industry, medicine, and culture, laying a solid foundation for a free, open, and prosperous business environment.
Do you want to enter the...
就是的，还可以。
We need a strategy.
Show your courage.
Stream forth. Gleam of old blades. That's half the work. Destined for oblivion.
Let's play for a while.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. On the still waters of oblivion.
Feeling spiffy? Let's play. Can you find the answer? A decisive moment in the battle. Lend me your strength.
Free will, or was it fate? Destined for oblivion.
You'll pay for this.
Wow.
Lend me your strength. I'll go easy this time. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
On the still waters of oblivion.
Victory means preparation.
What a heap the crown song. I've no interest in conflict. The time to achieve heaven's supreme. Rise!
Refresh nap time.
Relax. May as well kill it.
Sword, heed me.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Awaken, dormant scales.
Okay.
World-cleansing dragon. The truth of life in this sanctuary is but a vision. I sense a storm. Heaven's circuit break.
Stand still.
Fighting is meaningless.
Say bye to breathing.
Punish evil.
The strength.
Relax.
That's better.
Thanks. You're too good to me.
I failed.
Oh.
We need a strategy.
Watch this.
Free will, or was it fate? Destined for oblivion.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
In still waters of oblivion. Another journey begins. Destined for oblivion.
Lend me your strength.
In still waters of oblivion. Free will, or was it fate?
Let's play. Can you find the answer? We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
还要我用
Let's play for a while.
就感觉用克拉拉比较好。
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Another in still waters of oblivion. Again. Free will, or was it fate? Destined for oblivion.
Feeling spiffy?
Another journey begins in still waters of oblivion.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
You'll I'll go easy this time.
I'm on guard.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Free will, destined for oblivion.
Can you find the answer?
Another journey begins in still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Victory means preparation.
Water keeps the clouds soft.
Say bye to breathing.
Relax. The times are changed. The heavens break.
Didn't hurt, huh, Brush?
Heavens rise.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision. Break! Awaken, dormant scales. World-cleansing dragon.
Stand still.
Heaven's surge. Break!
Naughty child.
Don't worry about me.
Just a little something. Thanks. You're too good to me.
Nap time.
May as well kill them all.
The strength. Heaven's surge. Rise! The truth of life in the sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Pa.不是，就第一个那太小而已。哪一个比较什么啊？看一下这是哪一个来着？啊，哪一个？啊，那少了，对，这个要会学。这是要 DOT。要会学。
We need a strategy.
Does that hurt? Just in time.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. too shall fall.
Relax.
Ah, tío, espérate.
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom. May as well kill them all. Stand still.
Still waters of oblivion.
I'm on guard. Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Sagacious discernment. Lend me your strength.
Free will, or was it destiny for oblivion? I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
High threat target ahead.
What are these the clouds saw?
Merciful Malicus!
Do not be afraid. Heaven's surge. Break! Awaken, dormant scales. World-cleansing dragon.
Stay back, Clara.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Eliminating threat.
I want to protect everyone. Holy Mr. Sora!
Mission command. Secret of the safe. Mission command.
Heaven's surge. Rise!
I'm okay. Gotta try hard some. Watch this awesome move.
That'll take more than medicine.
I'm not afraid.
I sense a storm. Heaven's surge. Break!
Try that again.
Immortality means forever.
The strength.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
Naughty child. Nap time. Just a little something. Nothing else.
Do not fret.
Annihilate.
I want to protect everyone. Holy Mr. Sora!
Mission command.
Awaken, dormant scales. World-cleansing dragon.
Secret of the safe. Mission command.
Try that again.
Heaven's surge. Rise!
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara. Stay back, Clara.
Tough luck running into the... Here!
Time for a shot.
Think gotta try hard sometimes. I'll never forget you. Watch this awesome move. I need to be brave.
Eliminating threat.
I want to protect everyone. Holy Mr. Sora! You can't run!
Mission command.
Try that again.
Naughty child. Nap time.
I'm not afraid of you.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Not threat.
Annihilate.
Heaven surge. Break. Awaken, dormants. World cleansing dragon.
Lunch. Excuse me.要好一点的这个哎，精确都没有，精确都没有练，那是把歌在辅助。不可以这样。
High threat target ahead. Are you alright?
I'm okay. Seize the moment.
That's how.
That's half the work. In still waters of oblivion.
Is everyone?
I weep for the departed.
Seize the moment.
That's half the work. Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Are you alright?
Again.
Seize the moment.
We need a strategy.
Does that hurt?
Just in time.
Relax. Free will, or was it fate? On still waters of oblivion. Again.
Good times, never. Time to say bye. Boom.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
感觉动作一样的。
Welcome, customers.
Destined for oblivion.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Stand still.
1,000 wonders to fight as one.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Good times, never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
Still waters of oblivion.
Keep the moment. Yeah.
High threat
The moon
target
shines
ahead.
on the truth.
打飞一个克拉拉，克拉拉，一个克拉拉没有的。
Soon to be departed. Blade of moonlight. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
You're a spiffy?
Naughty child. Nap time.
I'm not afraid of you.
Ready for death.
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Just a little something. Think nothing of
There's no power like team power.
Nowhere to run.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate. It's a command.
Unworthy.
Nap time.
I'm not afraid. I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Stand down.
I'll go easy. You're a spiffy?
Blade of moonlight.
Let's play. Can you find the answer?
All will be revealed in lunar flame. Ready for death.
That's better. Thanks. I'll I'll never forget you.
Just a little something.
Save it for your own skin.
Eliminating threat.
Nowhere to run.
Mission command.
You're spiffy?
Naughty child.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
I want to protect everyone. Helena's your Sora.
Mission command.
All will be revealed in lunar flame. Blade of moonlight.
Time for a shot.
Nowhere to run.
There's no power in teeth. Let's play for a while. You're spiffy?
That's better.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Just a little something.
Thanks. I'll never forget you. Let's play. Can you find the answer?
Eliminating threat. Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone. Helena's your Sora.
All will be revealed in lunar flame. Blade of moonlight.
Naughty child.
Mission command.
You're spiffy?
Time for a shot. Just a little something.
Save it for your own skin.
Eliminating threat.
Blade of moonlight.
Let's. Can you find the answer?
Ready for death? All will be revealed in lunar flame.
Naughty child. Nap time.
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone. Helena's your Sora. I'll go easy, Mist. You're spiffy? I'm not afraid of you.
Eliminating threat.
Tedious.
Time for a shot.
Thanks.
Just a little something.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Blade of moonlight.
Let's play. Can you find the answer?
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Welcome to the Interastral Peace broadcast. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
เรียนชื่อจังวะ
Welcome to a new episode of Interastral Peace broadcast. We are here to bring you the latest news from across the galaxy.
The IPC and the Xianzhou Alliance have renewed their trade agreement, bringing great economic benefits to both parties.
The head of the Armed Archaeologists of the Intelligentsia Guild, Alan Jones, personally oversaw the excavation of the ancient tomb of Emperor Rupert I. The ruins rank as a Category Omega site.
Huh? I just found this in my... Looks like a light cone. Didn't that... My origin, huh? Well, jumping through all those hoops in the Matrix was pretty exhausting. But this little gift makes me feel like it was worth it. I'll have to find time to thank Miss Fu Xuan properly.
Oh. Yeah. 哦，现在就这样了，拜拜。